Welcome. We are here once again, and I'm trying to get TikTok to work because TikTok never wants to work for me for very long. So I'm going to try to get that settled while David here gives us the quick rundown on why we are here.
Yes, sir. You hack into those TikTok mainframes, bypass the firewalls. I am so excited to be back with you. Once again, I love this channel, your brother in Christ. So wonderful the work you do for God's kingdom. Today, we will be talking about beauty and
Uh-oh. We might not be talking about it too much.
today. Oh, we might have cut out a little bit there, but in case we did, we'll be looking at ugliness tonight. A lot of ugliness. Because often Muslims say that the Quran is the most beautiful book ever written, and Allah is the most beautiful, and Muhammad is the most beautiful, most wonderful man in all of existence ever. So, what we're going to do is we're going to review what it means to be beautiful. We're going to review what it means to, as a result, not be beautiful, or if you want to say ugly, that's fine too. And we're going to see which understanding of God makes the most sense in terms of beauty, Allah or the God of the scripture, Yahweh. And then we're going to see what Muslims think is beautiful, or what they have to think is beautiful, and how that reflects on their God as well. That'll be a really fun discussion. I'm excited to see how people deal with this description and this discussion on beauty and ugliness.
So there we go. We should be live on TikTok as well as on YouTube. Bit of stickiness. I forgot when you click the live button on the TikTok studio, it doesn't actually go live. Then it asks you a bunch of questions to set you up. It's like, wait, hold on. I just said go live on YouTube. Now I got to go over here, switch and start doing all the description stuff. Really? That's not very nice of you. So we are on TikTok, YouTube, and Twitter, which ought to be a lot of fun. So all three of those. So if you guys want to join in and join the discussion, we'll have open call-ins later on. We'll let David S. give his presentation. Hopefully everything goes with it well. If not, then we will switch over and just let you guys call in and tell us how wrong we are about Islam being disgusting or beautiful. Now, just a bit of house cleaning. Because of some of the things that happened last week, TikTok took our live stream down just because we were reading some of the Hadith and some of the Quran. That's very discriminative, of course, TikTok. They're very Islamophobic of you. So, just in case I think that anything violates YouTube's terms of service, I went ahead and added something to the YouTube TikTok thing, and that is the pop-up that now only TikTok can see. And right now, YouTube and Twitter are the only ones that can see us right now because TikTok wants to be a pain in the rear end. Okay, so TikTok, if you guys see that happen at any point in time, we are still live, we're still active. We're just trying to remove anything that they would mark as discriminative against us. So just be aware of that. If you see that pop up, we're still here on YouTube, just not on TikTok. For a few seconds, and we'll be right back on. So without further ado, though, let's go ahead and hit this topic.
Yes, yeah. And, it's so important because I think it's relevant to consider the claims people make at times. And I think this would be an important claim. Muslims always say that the Quran is the most beautiful book and Allah is the most beautiful. So since I hear that from Muslims very often, I think it's important to address. So let's talk about what it means for something to be beautiful. So let me pull up our little
His presentation seems to have made it laggy. Those darn jinn
and
got us all the time.
Let's see if it's working here.
There you go. Now it's working.
There it is.
We have got perfect. Your presentation here.
Nice. All right. And if you can see that, then we should be all good there. There we go. Oh, I can see it on my phone. Looks like it is visible, so we should be good.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Good to go.
Alrighty. Well, quick description on beauty. If some of y'all want the extended version of this presentation, it was on Reason Answers channel a while ago, but simply put, it's really important to understand what beauty is. So beauty is not something that's purely subjective, like so many people think it is in the modern world. Even Muslims would agree that beauty is objective. There is objective standards to beauty. We might have subjective experiences of it, but there is a subjective standard, a subjective foundation to beauty. According to many scholars like Norman Geisler, the essence of beauty is that which is being perceived pleases the one that perceives it, or elsewhere it's being, existence insofar as it is pleasurable to the one experiencing it. And so I would perhaps define it in my own way as that quality which, upon being known, pleases the knower, yet which remains a quality even when not being perceived. So something's beautiful, whether you're experiencing it or not. It's beautiful. And that's just a general bit of information on that. These are some general bits of information. But what's really important that we seem to notice in Christian belief and Islamic belief about beauty is that beauty is a transcendental, which means it's a quality that goes beyond all the other categories and that is rooted in the nature of God. That's really interesting. According to Muslim philosophers and Christian philosophers and Jewish philosophers, beauty, like the true and the good, the good, and the beautiful, are all found and rooted in God's nature. So that means whatever we call beautiful is a reflection of the divine nature of God himself. And there's a lot of things that we can see that are beautiful: order, purpose, and relationship. There's this sense of the way that things should be. Orderly things seem to have a beauty to them. Things that are designed with a purpose or intent, they've got a beauty to them too. And then this shoulddness of relation, just the sense that there's a relationship within beauty that we feel and we know. And so some Muslims might say, well, that's just something that, you would say. Well, no, that's something many Islamic philosophers would agree about too, which we'll see in a few minutes. But what's most important is that beauty is a transcendental, so it's rooted in the divine nature, in God in some way. Which means anything we call beautiful must be, in some sense, that beauty must be present in God eternally. So if, your brother in Christ, what's one thing you think is beautiful?
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Mountains are beautiful, and so is the ocean.
Good.
Those are two things that are absolutely stunning.
They are. I love mountains. Let's go with that example. Mountains are very large, right? They're large, they're striated, so that there's parts at the top that are a little bit different from parts at the bottom because of the color variation, change in climate. It's humongous, it's steadfast, it's there before we got there, it's going to remain there when we're gone. Mountains are beautiful, and people across cultures and times will go to mountains to just experience the beauty of it. Now, mind you, mountains are very dangerous, but for some reason we still understand that there's beauty. And the beauty is not just from the order, very orderly mountain ranges and segments. And it's not just the fact that it seems, designed, just like those beautiful landscapes that we see designed and painted, but also that shouldness of relation. There's just something right about little us, squishy little temporary humans, being related to something way bigger than themselves, way older than themselves, that's steadfast, stable, and enduring. As if there's just something in our hearts or in our souls that tells us this is the right way things should be. Little us in relationship to experiencing something way bigger, older, and steadfast than ourselves. That points to something in God. So if the good qualities of a mountain is that they're ancient, steadfast, and way bigger than us, what might be some qualities we should expect in God in some sense?
Being consistent, being reliable, not being fickle.
Yes. Consistency, steadfastness, reliability. eternality. It's there before we got there.
Yes, it was there before we got before we're here,
It's gonna
and
be
hopefully we'll be after
so
us.
now that we get this again to prepare the Muslims might be saying, but what if that is just your Christian understanding of beauty? How does it affect Islam? Well, Islamic philosophers on beauty would actually agree. They have historically said, I mean, the best ones, Avicenna would say this as well, and that's a really important Muslim philosopher. Modern Muslim philosophers too would agree that there is some sense that a satiety has the absolute beauty and is the source of every beauty, which means, again, Avicenna is like one of the most important Islamic philosophers of all time. Okay, so he says a satiety, God, has the absolute beauty and is the source of every beauty. So whatever beautiful thing you see and call beautiful, if it's truly beautiful, there must be something in that is eternally present in God, in Allah. And that goes throughout. The results show that Islamic philosophers acknowledge that absolute beauty, that is great God, as the source of all beauty. So all beautiful things, this in the blue highlight at the bottom, so that all beautiful things in this universe are reflection and manifestation. That's really interesting, isn't it? Reflection and manifestation of the beauty in God. Very interesting. Really interesting. So let's just pause on that before we move on at all. Let's just pause on that and think on that before we show any more Islamic philosophers agreeing with my evaluation as well. So what we're saying is that objectively beautiful things must be rooted in some sense or must point to what is present in Allah. So, Derek, what are some things that Muslims must say are beautiful that Muhammad did?
Well, all the actions of Muhammad must be beautiful. After all, any action that he did is the moral example of humanity,
Yes.
according to Islam. So
Yes.
he would be
yes.
the perfect example for everyone to imitate. So how he ate, how he dressed, how he walked, how he stepped into the bathroom, all of it must be absolutely beautiful.
Exactly. That's exactly right. And again, Muslims might say, oh, well, those are some moral qualities. That's nonsense. Muslim philosophers and just about all philosophers on aesthetics would agree that that moral goods are beautiful. Right? So like a man, being honorable is a beautiful thing. Anything that is morally good would also be beautiful, objectively beautiful. So Muslims can't get around by saying, oh, well, he was just the perfect moral example, not a perfect beautiful example. No. Moral acts are beautiful. So you can't get around it. So, for instance, let's think about something that Muslims must say is objectively beautiful. Who was Muhammad's favorite wife, do you think?
Would that be Aisha?
Yeah, exactly right. Anything interesting we should know about Aisha, perchance?
Well, that she was 6 years old when she married the Prophet and 9 years old when they consummated it.
Oh, that's good to know. Oh, I wasn't sure. So, you got to check, right? Got to know the facts. So if that's the case, then that means that, this marriage was a beautiful thing between Muhammad and Aisha. And also the consummation of the marriage between this 9-year-old and the 56-year-old man was objectively beautiful according to Islam. So can a 9-year-old willingly and carefully and logically consent to that kind of marriage?
By all our standards, no. And even
No.
according to their standards, no, since she was prepubescent.
Exactly. Yeah. So here's the issue. That would mean that Muslims have to say that it is beautiful for an action to be done against another person, against their consent, for one's own pleasure and benefit. Because that's what the relationship between Muhammad and Aisha was. So non-consensual or, acts done in which the other person cannot reasonably consent must be called beautiful. What are some things that Muhammad did when he led raids against other groups of people in his wars and pillaging?
Well, that would be taking slaves, captives, definitely female sex slaves. They're very big on that one.
Yeah, that seems pretty consistent. Looks like there's this consistent narrative from the Quran and the Hadiths about going against people's consents for personal gain and personal pleasure, which means that there must be, again, would Muslims have to agree that that is objectively beautiful?
Because every action of Muhammad must be objectively beautiful. Yes, it would be.
Perfect. Look at that.
Slavery is beautiful according to Islam.
Yes. So that means that eternally in Allah, the ignoring of consent and the ignoring of a will, of a united will, is eternally present in Allah. So Allah is eternally forcing all things against the wills of all things, right? He does not care about the will of anything else, which is intriguing, very intriguing. Allah eternally finds the concept of sexual assaults, the concept of grape is what I'll say for the sake of avoiding banning on TikTok. Grape, he finds that to be beautiful. He eternally does. He eternally finds the idea of pedophilia beautiful. Now, this is really confusing. So if he finds eternally, because again, he must, if he eternally finds the concepts of pedophilia, sex slavery, and child grape, and female captive grape to be beautiful, then what qualities or characteristics does that reflect about Allah?
Not something that'd be pretty. That he likes to force his will upon others.
Exactly right. Exactly right. Now, this is interesting. That's really interesting. So Allah loves eternally to force his will upon others. And so now we got a couple issues that we can go into later, but we're starting to see this to be quite a questionable depiction of the perfect moral good known as Allah, or as these philosophers say, the absolute beauty, that is great God, that is Allah, the absolute beauty. So a little confusing, I would wager, a bit confusing. But let's see what else there might be. So they say all beautiful things in this universe are a reflection and manifestation of the beauty of God. Now, this is interesting. I think this is very intriguing. What are some examples of beauty in this universe? Just to discuss that a bit. What are some examples of objective beauty in this universe that must, according to them, must be a reflection of something in Allah? Some real things, some actually objectively beautiful things, not the ones Muslims think, but
the stars in the sky.
The stars
the
in the
missiles
sky,
that
right?
Allah uses and throws at the demons.
Exactly, apparently, right? So that means that, the stars in the sky are truly beautiful. You see the placement and the order and the multiplicity of their lights. And so there must be some sense in which all of these things working together, functioning together as a source of light for us, being provisional, that there's something beautiful about that. There's something beautiful about this communication of the lights of the stars for us and to us. So it's orderly. It seems like it's intentional that, the stars of the night sky help us and guide us. That's wonderful. And again, that there's this sense in which this vast expanse above us and us, that there's this right relationship between little us and this vast expanse above us. Here's the issue. That means that within Allah, because again, every experience of beauty is relational. There's this sense in which there's this relationship between the observer, the perceiver, and the thing perceived. That means beauty is relational. But according to that logic and according to Muslim philosophers, that means that there is something in Allah that is eternally relational. That there is something in Allah that is eternally relating to another person or thing. In Islam, according to their belief about Allah, is he eternally relating to another person or thing?
No. There's
Not
no partner with Allah.
No partner with Allah. Well, now this is really confusing. Well, maybe that's just one example. Let's think of another one. Is there anything beautiful about families that are united and, working together well? Is there anything beautiful about that?
Well, it counts on how many people you're talking about. You're talking about the men and the women and the women and the women and the women. Because no, polygamous marriages don't work. They end up biting each other and trying to kill each other. It is actually pretty horrendous, because each wife wants to be the top dog.
That's a fair point. Yeah, a healthy marriage in which one man is holding himself to be united to this one woman faithfully, and she to her husband as well, and them to their children. That would be a much healthier one. I guess we would say the other one doesn't really count as a healthy marriage, but with a healthy marriage in which there's this unity of persons for a unified will, would you agree that there's something beautiful about that?
Yes, from my perspective, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, Muslims would actually agree on this point as well. Now, of course, they might say something different about what it means to have a healthy marriage, but the point that we share would be this. They would say that all beauties must be reflected in and a manifestation of something present in Allah. So that means that they would have to agree, along with their understanding of the Quran and along with all the Muslim philosophers on aesthetics, on beauty, they would have to agree that there is some sense in which eternally, there is something beautiful about relationship and unity of wills and persons in Allah. Because there's something beautiful about the unity of the relationship between, families. Is there any sense in which there is an eternal relationship of unity in Allah?
No. Unity within Allah? No. He's singular, according to every Muslim I've ever spoken to, with the exception of one, I think, and I think that's mostly because he's a heretic, which is, again, very interesting from my perspective, because it actually brings something cool, new to the table. No, he is one.
And we love that heretic. But besides him, no, in Islamic thought, there would be no sense in which Allah could be truly called a perfectly unified being, unified in the sense that there's multiple persons with a shared will and shared unity of the persons. So now it's confusing, because now you have the Islamic philosophers saying, well, we're in agreement with all these other religious traditions, theistic religious traditions, which say that, there must be some sense in which every beauty has its source in Allah, eternally so. Again, this is Islam, so eternally so. It must be present in Allah. Because here's the issue. Some Muslims might say, oh, well, it wasn't eternally present in him, but when he made the universe and when he made people, then he began to relate to something. Here's the issue. If Allah begins to relate to something, does that mean he has been eternally relational?
No.
No.
Means he's just starting this relationship.
Exactly. That means he just started this relational aspect of his being, which means beauty is not eternally rooted in Allah's nature. It's a property he added on later on, which also brings up some questions about the mutability of Allah. Muslims will say, oh, he never changes, and his word, the Quran, never changes. Well, fun fact, if you say that he became essentially relational, then you would have to say that there was some true legitimate change in Allah fundamentally and essentially, which means that Allah is not mutable, which means his word, by extension, would not be, immutable. It would be changing instead of unchanging, which Muslims love to argue that his word is unchanging. But apparently, even he wouldn't be by that answer. So, a lot of confusion here already, early on, and we already see that it seems like if they try to go with objective beauty, the God of the Quran, the God of Islam, does not match that. And if they go with, if they ignore philosophy and they go with the Quran, then the God of the Quran seems completely not beautiful. He seems horrendous. So that's the two options for Muslims just so far, okay? The two options are this. Either you go with the very intelligently reasoned God of Muslim philosophers back in the day and realize that the God of the Quran is not that God they're talking about, because they're talking about some God that has eternal relationships in himself. That sounds like a very different conception of God, I think. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Kind of interesting. Or you go with the Quranic God, who holds that things like in the Hadith and Quranic God, who says that things like child marriage and non-consensual sexual relationships and things like sex slavery and significantly worse things are considered beautiful. They must be eternally beautiful. So either you get a horrible, ugly God, or you get the God who is not of Islam. That's your options, Muslims. That's it. That's it. So
Now,
before I move on, any points you'd like to add?
Yes, real quick. The people on TikTok, I had to restart the stream. There are some technical difficulties. We're back, live and going. We will have a call-in afterwards where you can go ahead and call in and let us know your perspective, which would be rather interesting. We have quite a few Muslims in the live chat right now going on and on. So far, they are still trying to do everything they can to derail us. They're throwing out the Trinity. They're throwing out, oh, what about the Christian stuff? We're not even talking about Christianity. This has nothing to do with Christianity. What we're talking about here, we're just talking about what the philosophers are talking about, the Islamic philosophers are talking about. This is all Islam here, not Christianity. But they're trying to deflect. So go ahead and continue.
Yeah. And exactly right. Thanks for bringing that up, because I really want Muslims to understand. Because I figured that some Muslims would bring this up, so that's why I made my little slide on it. But what if that is just your Christian understanding of beauty? How does that affect Islam? No, again, I was going to Islamic philosophers on beauty because I wanted to try to be fair. Look, I'm even quoting things that, Avicenna mentioned in his writing. He regards the three attributes as the fortifiers of beauty: having order, similar to what I ended up finding in my studies, oddly enough, kind of funny. Writing, which is really intriguing. He means something different from writing, but we'll get into that. And balance, resulting in equilibrium and harmony. Thinks of balance as the eternal fortifiers of beauty, which means they must be, in some sense, present in Allah, right? The notion of harmony, equilibrium and harmony. It's interesting. I wonder how that could even be possible. How can Allah eternally and unchangeably be the source of relational or communicative beauty? So again, a big part of these Islamic traditions, and I'll read this again. This is Mullah Sadra. I am quoting Islamic philosophers so that Muslims know I'm trying to steelman them, okay? I'm trying to make the best presentation of your best thinkers for you. Mullah Sadra. The essence of beauty from the perspective of Mullah Sadra, Sadra al-Mutahin has dealt with some issues related to beauty in the 7th volume of his Sfar. According to his arguments, it is perceived that he has admitted the definition presented by former Islamic philosophers. He holds that every sort of beauty and perfection reflects the beauty and perfection of Allah, of God. Similarly, he says that God is the source of every good, perfection, and beauty. He knows every sort of beauty in this world is a reflection of beauties in higher and other worlds. And you'll find something very similar with Alamay Tabatabai, and that means beauty between harmony between components. And again, they'll quote from Sahih Muslim in some of their workings here. Allah is beautiful and loves beauty. So they're actually going based off some Hadith concepts and trying to work from that, right? Which is admirable. I think that's like religiously intriguing and admirable. So they're saying every sort of beauty and perfection reflects the beauty and perfection of God. So if you say that there is something good, perfect, and beautiful about relationships, then you must admit that this is a reflection of the eternal beauties present in Allah. But if he has no relationships eternally, then you can't really find anything essential. Perfection, I would change the harmony of components to a unified plurality, but again, same concept. In what sense is he eternally harmonious? Because harmony requires some sort of plurality that's unified. That's what harmony means, plurality that's unified. I'm sorry, but here's the answer. In no sense. More clearly, it's nonsense. I really tried here. Guys, I tried to blow past a lot of the Muslim dawagandists that are on the TikTok sphere, the YouTube sphere. I tried to go for the higher level Islamic philosophers on beauty on this one. I listened to some podcasts in which we talk about the different conceptions of divine beauty. I really tried here. I tried to steelman Islamic philosophy and the Islamic position by going to your best philosophers, but they are all offering a definition of beauty that makes more sense in Christianity, or maybe even in Hinduism, than it does in Islam. According to the very definitions of beauty that Islam's best philosophers and scholars have offered, Allah cannot be the one true God. Only a multi-personal God can truly account for all perfections of beauty. And if you try to argue that all of our senses and intuitions about beauty should be ignored and we should go with whatever the Quran says is beautiful, then that means that we're going to have to say that child marriage, pedophilia, sex slavery, and the horrible things that, the horribly deterministic things that Allah does to his people when he forces all things to be a certain way. We have to say that that's beautiful. We have to say like authoritarian regimes and the Nazis were beautiful because they had that. That's dangerous. And I don't think anybody would want to say that.
I have one thing to say upon that.
Go right ahead.
It's very clear.
How about no? I don't buy your Ella.
Very simple.
That's pretty good. I didn't know that you had that. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I'm sorry, but again, for all the Muslims in the chat, to be very clear, if anybody's just hopping in now, I was going based off the best Islamic.
He's going off the best Islamic scholars. Since we are slightly paused due to
I have a channel and others, in order to say, hey, look, I'm trying my best here. I'm going to your best sources. I'm going to even, 2020, going to an analysis, a modern analysis of beauty from Islamic perspectives. I'm trying, but the philosophical God of Islam, that is, the God of pure philosophy, just isn't the God of the Quran. He's not. And all of their descriptions about how beauty must be, all the perfections of beauty must be rooted in the divine nature in some sense. That doesn't match what we see in Islam, as in it cannot match that. So if a Muslim can explain why every single perfection and true, objective, essential beauty in the world could be in some sense reflected in Allah eternally so, without any change to his nature, then we would have at least a case for why this is a possible view of God. But I'm arguing a pretty strong position, which is that according to Islamic philosophers, the Islamic view of God, that probably accounts for like 97 or more % of the Muslim view of Allah, cannot be the real one true God, because he cannot actually correctly account for the most essential beauties in the universe. He can't. Because beauty, according to all these people, is something that's communicated. It's something that's actually being communicated to the individual. It is said that, I even love this part. It is said this definition just involves sensual material, not rational and spiritual beauty, as Bassett, simple existence, such as the being of God, does not include any components to be harmonious, right? So giving the definition of beauty in terms of balance and harmony has always been controversial for some Islamic philosophers. They're like, man, I don't like the thought of it being harmonious. But then what they always do is go to something that is equally harmonious, but different terms, right? Like all perfections are in him. They just won't say the word harmonious to try to avoid it. So again, if a Muslim tries to say, oh, well, not all perfections are in some sense present in Allah, then that means that some perfections are, in some goods, some standards of good are falling because of the Euthyphro dilemma, where it's like, it's good arbitrarily, not because Allah deemed it so or because of his nature. It's just good arbitrarily, or there's a standard above Allah. So if you try to say that not all of these perfections, goods, and beauties are in some sense reflected in the divine nature, then you fail at the Euthyphro dilemma for morality and for beauty, which means, again, that Islam would fail. You can't have that. So I just would love Muslims to understand that according to Islamic philosophers, your God cannot account for every good thing in the universe, every perfection and every beauty. He just cannot. That's all. If Muslims would love to have a philosophically rigorous discussion on this to explain why their philosophers are wrong, I would love to hear why your best philosophers in Islam are wrong. I would love to hear it. I would love to hear why the best Islamic philosophers throughout Islamic history are incorrect about beauty. totally okay with you proving your own philosophers wrong. So that's what I would say to that.
We do have a Muslim in the background now. Do you want to finish your presentation before we allow call-ins, or do you want to go ahead and take call-ins at this time?
You know, I would say, I think we're good so far. We could take a call-in, and then maybe we can move on a little bit later, but I think this would be good.
Nope, never mind. They ran away as soon as we said that.
Darn it. I was so excited.
I'm going to say that was technical difficulties on their behalf. Give them the benefit of the doubt. But again, if you guys want to call in, we can openly discuss this. Again, we're just giving a platform where we can discuss ideas and go through the sources themselves instead of just living in an echo chamber where your imams tell you everything you need to know for your entire existence.
Exactly. And again, Muslims, this is a good chance to prove your own philosophers wrong. Explain why the best thinkers in Islam are incorrect. I think I would be happy to learn why you know more about Islam than they do. And I would love to see how you can explain Allah and the Quran are the most beautiful things in existence. Because again, if you say Allah is the most beautiful thing, the source of all beauty, you have to say the Quran is the most beautiful thing because it's literally his eternal speech, right? It's his eternal mind. So I would love to hear how the Quran is objectively, without a doubt, the most beautiful thing ever. Love to hear that.
So we will allow them to call in whenever they want to and be prepared to have a lively discussion. Again, TikTok, this is just an open discussion. We're allowing people to call in and have their say. We have got a lot of Muslims in the chat, but not anyone seems to be stepping up, which seems to be quite disappointing.
That's too bad.
Well, since no one else is stepping up, we might as well just go ahead and continue with your presentation here.
All righty. All right.
We'll give them time. I'll let you know if anyone jumps on with us.
Yes, sure thing. All righty. Let me hop right back into this. So, again, it's nonsense. If we follow Islamic philosophy and the best Islamic thinking to its conclusion, the God of the Quran cannot be the one true God. Cannot be. So, read it and weep. Sorry to say, but it's just how it is. It's just how it is. Again, any Muslims who want to call in, feel free to. I want you to explain to me why your best thinkers and philosophers are wrong, especially since their writings have been accepted by the Sunnah as really, fair and valuable and correct statements about Allah. So it's not just you going against the Islamic philosophers. It's also you going against, the whole entire contribution of the body's philosophical thinking on Islam, since these are considered to be objectively true about Allah even today, right? If you reject these, then you also reject the entire Islamic philosophical tradition, and you reject a whole lot of the thinking that goes into it, and then you reject also how basically all imams should think modern day if they've actually studied this. So, anywho, that's all I'm saying. You just have to deny your entire system of belief and philosophy to show why they would be wrong, which seems fair enough. So, well, we don't say that Allah is beautiful. We just say that the Quran is the most beautiful text. Maybe a Muslim is saying, how could Allah be beautiful? He's invisible, right? Which is a dumb thing to say because we say music is beautiful and it's a non-visual thing, right? It's experiential but non-visual. Anyways, that's silly to say. If the Quran is really some aspect of Allah, which according to Islamic philosophy and theology, brother in Christ, I'm sure you could affirm this. What do Muslims often say the Quran is? What eternally is it supposed to be?
It is the eternal, literal word of Allah. It has always existed. It will always exist, and it cannot be changed by any mortal hands.
There we go.
Can take the book and rip it up.
Impossible. Literally impossible. So it's actually an eternal aspect of Allah. As a matter of fact, they could say it's like some teachers said, it's not Allah, it's not other than Allah, right? So they're saying it's this eternal aspect of him. Then it must be said that Allah is in some part beautiful. So if someone says he can't be beautiful, but then the next moment they say the Quran is the most beautiful writing, which I think the Quran says you must affirm, right? So if you say it's the most beautiful thing, you can't bring a surah like it, then you must say that it is beautiful, which means you must say that Allah is, in some sense, beautiful. Therefore, saying, oh, he's not beautiful, just the Quran is beautiful, doesn't change anything at all, okay? The word Quran is used sometimes to refer to God's attribute of speech, which is uncreated, and other times the word Quran is used to refer to the physical text. We read from the words we recite in our tongues, etc. So according to Seeker's Guidance to Global Islamic Academy, they explain that it is an attribute, an eternal attribute. Their sources. Your Global Islamic Academy, not mine, yours, for all the Muslims watching. I'm just quoting your best scholars, best teachers, best imams, best philosophers. That's it. Just quoting things. If you can explain why all of them are wrong, I would be totally okay with you explaining why all of them are wrong. Totally okay. So let's deal with this, right? What makes the Quran that which is the most beautiful? Some Muslim sources would say it's rhetoric. It's got the best rhetoric in the world, apparently. It's got chiasm, which apparently nobody else had. So they say the lack of chronological writing is a good thing because then, that means it's more intriguing, apparently. Its precision and depth of meaning. It's got the most deep meaning in the world. Any single part of the Quran has got the most deep meaning. What's a really deep meaning part of the Quran? Can you think of anything that's just like such a really deep, powerful part of the Quran? Can you?
I would say probably, 929 is a pretty deep one. Fight those who do not believe, and the word there used, fight to kill those who do not believe in Allah, or in or the last day, and does not consider unlawful what Allah and His Messenger have made unlawful.
Mm-hmm.
And then proceeds to talk about how Christians and Jews need to be enslaved by paying the jizya.
Mm-hmm. That's right. So apparently that's the most deep meaning, like that. When you read that, you're like, oh, what could it mean? What could it possibly mean? Except for the exact thing that it means. But also the Quran says that it's supposed to be easy to understand. So I guess that's a little confusing. Oh, well. Parallelism, timelessness, and universality. So apparently the Quran is for all times, all places, all people, everywhere. Interesting. So it's kind of cool. And the eloquence, the inimitability of the Quran, right? The eloquence of it, that it cannot be in any sense whatsoever replicated at all.
Never, ever, ever.
Has there ever been an attempt, though, that has convinced some people? And what would that false Quran be called? And did it work? Who knows?
Who knows? Now, I do remember one being done, an imitation being made and done quite well, but unfortunately, it didn't pass the test according to Muslims. Too bad Muslims aren't the ones who are told to be the judge. The Christians and Jews are the ones, according to the Quran, who need to be the judge on if it was imitation or not. And it passed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, crazy, right? Because we're supposed to be the standard.
Yep, we're supposed to be standard. And even if Muhammad had doubted, he was supposed to come to the Christians and Jews for verification.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So just keep that in mind, Muslims. Whenever you try to explain a distinction or explanation of beauty for my presentation, you have to make sure that it's a sign unto me, right? It's something that I would understand. And so if I don't understand it, then that means that you're not actually giving me a sign, which means the Quran would be wrong. Anywho, some Muslims will say, oh, well, the Quran is so poetically ordered. It's got a rhyme scheme and chiasm and beauty. Well, here's an interesting poem written by, an interesting individual right here. Very intriguing. Oh, Anna, why didn't you appear? 'Twas perfect plan of deviant pleasure so bold on that spring night, my inner felling hot with propension of this new awakening season, worn with inner fear and rapture my pleasure and entanglement, like new vines at night. Oh, Anna, why didn't you appear? Drop of fear, fresh spring rain would roll down your nakedness to sense a lofty fever that burns within. In that small world of longing, fear, rapture, and desperation, the game we play fall on devil ears. Fantasy spring forth mounts to storm fury, then winter clam at the end. Oh, Anna, why didn't you appear? Alone now in another time span I lay with sweet enrapture, garments across most private thought, bed.
Nope. Technical difficulties again. He's still here, I swear. It's just
Of spring, when ponder why for number 8 was not. Oh, Anna, why didn't you appear? So just from this poem, without knowing anything about the author or the intent or the meaning, would you agree that this poem's got a nice rhythm to it and some beautiful descriptions?
it's got a nice rhythm, beautiful description. It sounds good. It doesn't seem to contradict itself, so therefore it must be from Allah.
Yeah, right, exactly. No contradictions here. So it must be from Allah. It's what it's written. It's poetic. It's got really very intense, passionate descriptions. Well, more intense than most descriptions you see in the Quran, which is interesting. But oh well. You know what's interesting though? Muslims will often say, "Oh, something is beautiful, like the Quran is beautiful because it's orderly. It's very orderly." I'm like, "Oh, that's interesting." So if something has order, rhythm, rhyme, then that means it's divine and therefore good and beautiful, maximally beautiful. Here's the issue. This thing has order, a type of rhythm to it. It's got beautiful descriptions. You know who wrote this poem?
Who wrote the poem?
This was the bind, torture, kill killer. This was the BTK killer, the famous serial killer who was going for a girl named Anna and was upset that she didn't appear when he was waiting in her house at night. She didn't appear when he was going to kill her. He was going to bind and torture and kill her. She didn't appear, and so he made this poem because he was so upset that she didn't appear.
Almost like poetic license shouldn't be licensed for divine inspiration.
Yeah, crazy, right? It's almost like it takes more than just not being a contradictory system, and it has to be more than just poetic or rhythmic or beautiful in the descriptions and intense in the descriptions. Almost like it takes more than that for something to be truly beautiful. Unless, of course, the Muslims wish to admit that the BTK, the well-known serial killer, BTK killer, was actually a divinely inspired writer, right? Or they can just admit, oh, we have to say more than just order and rhythm. We have to say that the meaning of every single verse in every passage is the most deep thing possible in every single way, in a way that we can identify. It has to be identifiably deep and meaningful. If we can't identify the beauty in every single verse, according to the Muslim argument, then that means that it's not actually the most beautiful thing, and therefore we got to throw that claim away, and the Quran falls, and so does Islam.
So we do have the caller.
Oh, go ahead.
Come back again. He keeps coming back and dropping out, coming back, dropping out. So if you've got bad internet, there's not much I can do about that on my end. But we're going to go ahead and let him on up here, and maybe he can make a case for why Islam is not as disgusting as we think. Welcome.
Finally. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, I do have connectivity issues. But anyways, what's your argument?
Have you not been watching the entire live stream?
I haven't. Just give me a summary. Yalla, hurry up.
Okay. Go watch it. Come back.
Yep.
We'll continue with the presentation. Once you have a grasp of it, we'll go ahead and do it.
There we go. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for that. Again, for any callers, please watch the presentation, because the whole point of a presentation is for you to learn from the presentation. And if you're calling in excitedly saying, let me in, and saying, finally, you let me in, and then didn't even watch, it shows that you don't actually care about learning, which means our discussion probably won't be very fruitful. That's not a dig. That's just a statement of reality, right? So back to it. So I would say it takes a lot more than just order or rhythm for something to be truly beautiful. So is there any part in the Quran, maybe even in chapter 4 of the Quran, where something might be rhythmic in its Arabic recitation, maybe even orderly, but the verse has like horrible intent, horrible meaning? Maybe Surah 4. I don't know what verse that could be, but
I don't know off the top of my head. Which one are you going for?
I don't know, because there is a lot of messed up junk in Surah 4. Yeah. Well, I think it would be really interesting if we could look at the beautiful Arabic of Surah 434 and really just dive deep into the rhythm and the order of it, the the beauty of the recitation. We could even have, someone sing it to us perhaps, but we don't even need that. We just have to experience the beauty of the rhythm of it. Because again, all of the Quran, right? Each and every single part are truly Allah in some sense, an attribute of Allah, which means every single verse should be truly, completely deep, meaningful, beautiful, and good, without a doubt, and clearly so. What could possibly be Surah 434?
Do you have it, or do you want me to share it? Because I do have
No,
it.
can you share that? Actually, wait a second. I might have it. Wait, did I plan that far ahead? I'm crazy, right? Oh, what are the chances? I actually do have it. I didn't even realize. Wow, I'm crazy. Good job, me. So, is the content of the Quranic text, which is reflective of the direct mind of Allah, expressing a proper shouldness of relation, how individuals should relate together, and how that reflects Allah? Well, let's read this. Husbands should take good care of their wives, right? And of course, we have some interesting stuff right here. This allows a man to marry up to 4 wives, but Abdul Halim, husbands should take good care of their wives with the bounties God has. Well, I'll skip the bounties part because that's not part of the original. With what God has given to some more than others, and with what they spend out of their own money. Righteous wives are devout and guard what God would have them guard in their husband's absence. If you fear high-handedness from your wives, remind them of the teachings of God is not what it says. Just remind them. Then ignore them when you go to bed. Then hit them. If they obey you, you have no right to act against them. God is most high and great. So you hit them. That's a teaching there. Interesting. Okay. So apparently, right, that has to be considered eternally beautiful. Eternally, in the mind of Allah, that is eternally beautiful. Well, what's an issue with claiming that the Quran in this verse right here, which is an attribute, is a property of Allah, the Quran is, what's wrong with claiming that this is, the most beautiful thing in the world? Let's even just say, for the heck of it, oh, maybe the Arabic is actually wonderfully recited, and maybe it has good rhythm or order. I don't think it does, but let's just assume the Arabic did. Would that suddenly make this verse beautiful?
No, it make it just poorly written, or at least beautifully written insults.
Yes, it's bad content. It's evil, right? I could even read in order to help Muslims who are watching understand the argument being made, because a lot of Muslims, when I talk to them, they'll say, oh, well, the rhythm and the order is so beautiful, so it's the most beautiful book ever. And I'm like, well, now, wait a second. You're acting as if only the superficial aspects of beauty matter and not the content, not the substance, right? That's weird. So now we have to go to another poem to really show how rhyme, rhythm, and powerful descriptions are not enough for something to be the most beautiful thing. She watches some life drain from the notch in his neck vein as it soothingly pulls, it smothers her pain. Sweet stiletto so sharp craves another cut, obeying a call, she moves to his gut. This is a poem. Would you say this poem has a pretty cool, rhythm to it? No, she.
I don't know. It sounds very dark at this point.
It does. It does.
Based upon the last poem he gave me, I'm not sure if I'm going to trust this one. Okay.
Right? Yeah. No. Exactly. I'm trying to trick you into supporting some serial killers. So this one has some rhythm on it and some repetition, some good ones too. Sadly, she watches some life drain from the notch in his neck vein. So there's some repetition on the first letters a lot. There's a lot of repetition on some of these rhymes, like as it soothingly pulls. Right, so she has like the oozing sound of blood. She incorporates into the writing as it soothingly pools. It's clever. It's very clever, poetically and artistically. It does make you feel like you're watching this horrible crime happen. Sweet, because she used a stiletto to stab this guy in the neck vein. As it,
so.
Yeah. So like that. So the issue is, this is a famous nurse who killed multiple patients, I think at a nursing home in Canada. And so she wrote this poem. But now, wait a second. You're probably thinking, hold up now, David. Hold up. this has order. It's got a pretty nice set of, rhythms. It's got the vein to pain, cut to gut. It's got also internally some nice assonance. That's what we call the repetition of those vowel sounds. Soothingly pulls. It's got repetition, alliteration. Sweet stiletto, so sharp. It's like, whoa, that's really good repetition, one after another. Just like really impressive writing style and writing skills. So you're probably thinking, well, now hold up, David. It's got all these markings and makings of great writing. So can this whole thing, including its content, be considered the most beautiful thing based off of just the superficiality of the writing? Can we say just from the rhyme and the rhythm and the alliteration and assonance and descriptions, can we say those things are enough to make this, the most beautiful thing?
No. Content matters.
Content matters. You need depth. You need substance, right? Otherwise, you just have things that are like attractive and flashy on the surface, but are empty, the whitewashed tombs inside. We need things that have substance and meaning and reality and good. We need goodness. Here's the issue. Muslims will take things that are far less interesting than this, like the Quran. And I'm going to be real with you. I don't find the writing of the Quran, even the recitations I hear in Arabic, to be anything that interesting compared to what I have here. I find this to be far more intriguing, at least, and I feel like it has good alliteration, good sounds here. Just because something sounds good and has order of some kind doesn't make it suddenly the most beautiful thing. So if Muslims are going to say, oh, look at that. It's clearly the case. It is very clearly the case that the Quran is the most beautiful thing because it has order and rhythm, then that means that therefore it's the most beautiful thing. No, it takes more than that. And clearly, because then Muslims will say, well, it does have the most beautiful content. It does. I'm like, all right, well, number one, I disagree. Because from what I see in the Quran, we see a lot of things that just aren't that interesting, like just are not that intriguing at all. And the things that we see that are a little bit more interesting are horrible, like wife beating. So, or I guess we could go with something a little bit later. I can't remember exactly where you would find when you could divorce young girls. I'd have to reach that a little bit later.
Yeah.
There we go. Around 65:4.
Prepubescent girls after you've already deflowered them. Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I forgot how much work I put into this. Okay. A man can marry a girl who hasn't reached puberty, right? This Quran 65:4. Such of your women as have passed the age of monthly courses, for them the prescribed period, if you have any doubts, is 3 months. And for those who have no courses, it is the same. For those who carry life within their wombs, their period is until they deliver their burdens. And for those who fear Allah, He will make their path easy. So for those, who have no courses, who have not actually had their monthly courses, their period yet, prepubescent, for those, it would be the same. A man may marry the wife of his adopted son, Quran 33:4. Muhammad married Zainab, the wife of his adopted son. A woman's witness testimony is half that of a man's. Fight non-Muslims in Quran 9:29. Interesting. So we're supposed to say that this is the most beautiful, most loving, most kind, and most powerful book of all time. 551, 553, the prohibition of taking the Jews, Christians, and enemies of Islam as friends, right? So you can't even really have Jews and Christians as friends. That's interesting. Very intriguing. So, I just really don't see any substance in the Quran that shows that the truly beautiful is truly good. Looking at your verses, it doesn't seem like that. And worse than that, if you say it does, then you have to disagree with your theology about beauty. The Islamic theology of beauty says that every sort of beauty and perfection and good is present in Allah, except in His Quran, which is Allah, which is an aspect of Allah. So I'm just seeing inherent internal contradictions between the theological beliefs of Muslims about Allah being the source of every good, every perfection, and every beauty, and what the Quran teaches. It just seems like an automatic contradiction. So either you throw away your standard Islamic view of Allah, or you throw away the Quran. That's it. Seems like those are your only arguments so far. Throw away the standard Islamic view of Allah, which means you're not a Muslim anymore, or throw away the Quran, which means you're not a Muslim anymore. That's it.
So we're still waiting for anyone to call in here. I'm surprised. So far, no Muslim seems to want to step up.
Yeah,
I there are a lot of them in the chat originally. There's like 48 people watching on YouTube.
Oh, wow. I think it's probably because the Muslims are afraid of saying that all of their scholars, their imams, their theology on Allah and beauty is wrong. Because they know if they say that, then, they'll stop being Muslim. And they also know if they agree with their Islamic teachers, they'll have to say the Quran is wrong. And then they'll stop being Muslim. So they're probably just a little bit nervous about that part. I'm guessing. I don't know. I'm not a prophet. I can't tell you.
So, well, we'll see. I would have to assume that based upon the lack of Muslims calling in. But is there more to your presentation here we can go through while we're waiting? Because hey, I got to chill and do something while I'm waiting for them to call in.
Yeah, for sure. Most definitely. We got that. Oh, I just wanted to have a little couple PSAs real quick. So just to make it really clear to Muslims, because again, we need order, intent, and shouldness of relation, or as other Muslim scholars and philosophers said, order, writing, and some sense of harmony, or that every perfection is present in Allah. So is the Quran intelligibly ordered? Well, let's think about the ways something can be ordered. Do you think the Quran is chronologically ordered?
That would make logical sense. I mean, if I was going to make something in order, like say the Bible is more or less chronologically in order.
Yeah, the Quran, and that's actually something that some Muslims brag about, how it's not chronologically ordered.
Why? Well, maybe thing.
Maybe like the meaning is very ordered, like intelligibly so. Anyone who reads any part of the Quran would know the automatic meaning, right? Well, the Quran does say that, right? That it's easily understood.
It claims that. But you see, the problem with that is it's a claim. Yes. And that is not founded by the evidence.
Yeah.
As some people would say.
Because, if the Quran says it's very easy to understand for people, then that means it's easy to understand. Are there any parts of the Quran that you think are not easy to understand after studying them? Like for instance, maybe what does it say about Jesus? Because they say that the Quran does not affirm anything very special about Jesus except that he's a prophet. But what does the Quran say about Jesus?
Let's see. He's a prophet. He's the word of Allah. He is untouched by Satan. He is a pure boy. The untouched part comes from the Hadith. So he would be a pure boy, which means he's untouched by Satan, unlike the rest of us. He is, like I said, the word of Allah, a spirit from him. So Allah's spirit himself incarnate. So those would be what I would go to. I mean, it does, of course, confirm that he was, miraculously born. He was born from virgin. They confirmed that part.
Yeah. And they also call him the Christ, right?
Yes, the Christ, the Messiah. All of these terms, which mean absolutely nothing in Islam.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that because I'm like, well, clearly if the Quran is intelligibly ordered and if it's the divine mind and speech of Allah, then clearly Allah's speech would be comprehensive, right? It is his speech after all. It'd be pretty comprehensive.
Yeah, you think they would have a description on, hey, this is why he's the Messiah, XYZ, instead of having him as an absolute failure who fails to give the message to the people and is instantly corrupted by someone, somewhere, somehow, and fails tremendously. I mean, that's the only thing you could say is that according to Islam, Jesus is an absolute complete failure.
Yeah, that sounds about right, which is too bad because they say that they love Jesus more than anyone. And the Quran says, that true prophet of Allah would get that message across. But in either case, I would say, all right, so the Quran is saying all these things about Jesus. But if you call Jesus the word of Allah, then that means that he is eternally existent with Allah. But that's weird because they say that he's not God. Kind of strange. Well, okay. I mean, they do call him the Messiah, but for some reason, the Quran doesn't really clarify what that means. So I guess it's not that intelligibly ordered such that we can get what it wants to say. As a matter of fact, we could say that, the intent and purpose of a lot of the things Allah says and does doesn't make sense. Why does he call Jesus the Word of Allah, Spirit sent from the Christ, the Messiah, when he doesn't explain what Messiah or Christ even really mean? Why doesn't it explain why Jesus was born of a virgin? No explanation. It just says that, he is. That's kind of weird. I don't know. Is the Quran intelligibly ordered? It doesn't seem like it's intelligibly ordered in a way that makes for a clean, cohesive, and simple narrative. It doesn't seem like it's intelligibly ordered really at all.
Well, it has to be ordered somehow. I mean, they didn't just randomly pick verses. So how is it? Oh, it's ordered from biggest to smallest.
Well, that's something. Here's the issue. The intelligibility of its ordering seems to come from a couple of humans compiling and composing random verses off of the bones and leaves and random things they found and just trying to order it themselves. But then that means that they either didn't have any sufficient reason to order it in the way they did. They just wanted to make it largest to smallest, which is something I guess you can do. But it's not intelligibly ordered to communicate clearly for any reader, right? The order has to be purposeful, not just present, but purposeful. I mean, even like small molecular structures have order, but that doesn't mean that we're like getting some sort of, written purpose about that just from seeing it. So it's not intelligibly ordered in a way that helps with communicability. And just to help, because some Muslims might be thinking, oh, well, the Bible. Now, of course, I know no Muslim who's been listening to this would ever think that way.
Definitely not in the comments down there the entire time. What about the Bible? What about the Bible?
No, that's crazy, right? Because any comparison between the Bible and the Quran would be pointless since Muslims and Christians do not make the same claims about their respective books. So the Muslim is the one saying that the Quran is literally the eternal speech of Allah. Like the eternal, uncreated speech and mind, as a result, speech of Allah. Christians are not saying that the Bible, in the text in the Bible, is the eternal, uncreated speech of God, right? That's not what we're saying. So why would the Muslims try to apply their standards of what their book is to ours when our book isn't the same as theirs, and when our beliefs about our book aren't the same as theirs? And when they're the ones who are claiming that, every single aspect of the Quran is the most beautiful thing because of like rhyme scheme and whatever else, right? I don't have to say that now, of course, since they believe that the Quran and every part of the Quran is truly an attribute of Allah, they actually have to argue, they should have to argue that every verse is essentially Allah, which means that they have to argue that every verse is essentially the most beautiful thing, right? All these things are just the most beautiful thing. Most wonderfully written.
And
I don't have to argue that.
You can call in and dispute this at any given time.
Mm-hmm.
Links are in the live chat. You can just click and go. This is on 3 platforms, for pity's sakes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Also, it's raining like crazy. Are you still able to hear okay?
Yeah. I don't hear any rain.
Perfect. All right. So yeah, just to make sure, Muslims in the chat, please understand that since we're not making the same arguments and same claims, our book versus your book, then it wouldn't make any sense for you to say, well, what about the Bible? What about the Bible? We're looking at your claims right now because your claims are not our claims, right? Your religion is your religion. Our religion is our religion. We have different claims about our books, so it doesn't make any sense to ask questions that make it sound like your book and your beliefs about your book are the same as our book and our beliefs about our book, right? We don't think that the Bible is an eternal attribute of God. You do. You actually have to deal with that. You have to explain that in some meaningful way. So now that we've gotten that, and I know no Muslim would ever make that mistake when listening to this presentation, because that would mean that they ignored the fact that I brought up Muslim philosophers and that I brought up the Quran and that I brought up these Muslim, scholars who actually understand the Quran and Muslim theology better than they do. I know that they wouldn't just say, oh, the Bible. They would actually logically have to address what I'm claiming. So I know no Muslim would ever make that mistake. Anywho, so again, all these things that show that the content of the Quran is lacking, and that if it's not lacking, if each of these are truly reflective of the direct mind of Allah, that Allah is eternally like this, then there's some sense in which Allah is eternally abusive. Allah is eternally against even being cordial with people of other faiths. Allah is eternally for pedophilia and going against the will of others. Allah is eternally for a man marrying his adopted son's wife, right? Allah is eternally for creating woman with half the intellect, half the reasonability, and half the power of testimony is that of a man's, which means Allah is eternally unfair. Literally, like unfair, as in not fairly distributing the way that he equates the testimony of the man to the woman just wholesale. And also, he is eternally violent. Eternally violent. And this violence is an eternal state of Allah because the Quran says so. And again, Muslims would not, cite or quote something from the Bible because our beliefs about the Bible are different from the Muslim beliefs about the Quran, which is considered to be the literal eternal speech and mind of Allah. So, is the Quranic text, and maybe you can help me with this one while the Muslims try to think about that, is the Quranic text intelligibly expressing the intent and purpose of why Allah does what he does and commands what he commands? Does it always give, a pretty meaningful description of why he does something, or at least, his character, so we can understand why things are a certain way, why we can at least surmise why they might be?
Absolutely not.
Oh,
The
I heard the
Quran
absolute.
itself
I got so
gives
excited.
you a
I was
list
like,
of
oh.
orders, but that's about it. Doesn't give you the explanation. The explanation you gotta go to the Hadith for.
Too bad. Well, again, any comparison to the Bible here would be logical and foolish, since Christians and Muslims do not believe the same thing about their respective books. The Quran is not the most beautiful work ever made or written. There's nothing truly special about it, and its contents betray any aesthetic quality which it could meaningfully possess, because the content is insufficient. The intent and purpose of the things of Allah are unclear most of the time, and it is completely at contradiction with the most common and standard philosophy and theology of Muslims in terms of how they understand beauty as being sourced from Allah. So again, to simplify this for all the Muslims after all this, if you follow the Quran, you'll find that the Quran does not actually fulfill the necessary standards that Islamic teachers, imams, and philosophers give about what beauty is in Allah. Everything in the universe is beautiful, and that beauty, we see every perfection, good, and beautiful thing in the universe. Those perfections, goods, and beauties are present in Allah eternally. So, if that's the case, then you'd have to say, oh, okay, I know this thing is good. Well, the Quran says the opposite. So now you're disagreeing with the Quran. Or, if you want to agree with the Quran, then you'd have to admit that Allah is eternally in support of things that go against the will of other people, the most direct will, forcing them into that state of violence against people who he meaningfully forces to be against him, which means he's violent against those who he forces to be violent against him. And again, non-relational, which is weird because if the Quran is eternally communicated, right, then there must be someone to whom it is eternally communicated. If not, then that means communicability and relatability are not actually beautiful, but Muslim philosophers, scholars, teachers, and intuitively all of us say that communicability and intentionality and relatability, that two things can relate in a certain way, is a beautiful thing. So we'd have to say that all of them are wrong and Allah is eternally not relating.
So we have a question real quick here.
Oh, go ahead.
You do some house cleaning. We do have a question here. The chat, give me a second to catch up. It says, do you have a Discord server? Do you guys have a Discord server? I could debate you. You don't need one. Again, just click the link right there. Open call-ins. Just call on in right there.
That's right.
Plain and simple. I mean, it's pretty basic to get in.
Yep. And again, you're not just debating us, you're actually debating Islamic philosophers, scholars, and imams, what they say. These famous scholars and philosophers and imams, what they say about Allah. So you would be debating against them, and I will just reaffirm whatever their teaching would be, just so you know. So if you think you can beat the past couple centuries, it's been around for a while, a millennia of Islamic thinking on beauty as it relates to Allah, I would love to see you beat all of them in a debate. That would be something.
Okay, fantastic. So there might be some sound issue on TikTok. Oh, because I am muted on TikTok. Okay, that explains it. He's saying, I can't hear you. You can't hear him. I was like, oh, I thought that was you. Nope, it was my screw up. I was muted. Okay, got it fixed. Thank you, guys. Go ahead and continue. Again, guys, you can call in. We can have a discussion here. Don't have TikTok. Yeah. You don't have to have TikTok to call in. Again, you just click the link that I've given you guys in the chat. It's on YouTube. It's posted at the top of the live chat on YouTube. It's posted in TikTok as well. I posted in the live chat there. You guys are welcome to call in, and we'll allow you to give your, I guess, I don't want to make it sound pathetic or campy, but basically be your sales pitch on why Islam is beautiful, which would be the counterpoint to our stance here. And then we can go into the debate once you've established your position. So just be aware that you do need to keep it on topic here. Now, again, this topic's pretty broad, so there is that aspect.
It's true.
You have quite a bit of place you can go with it.
That's right. And again, all you got to do is make sure you can reasonably deal with what all of your greatest scholars, philosophers, and teachers teach. And I think this one is so helpful. I really do. So I'm just going to reread this part right here in the bold from Mullah Sadra, which again is in continuity with Avicenna and with many other great Islamic thinkers and philosophers. So I'm just going to make sure that's clear. But Mullah Sadra states, he holds that every sort of beauty and perfection reflects the beauty and perfection of Allah, of God. Similarly, he says that God is the source of every good, perfection, and beauty. He knows every sort of beauty in this world as a reflection of beauties in higher and other worlds. So that means every good, perfection, and beauty that we see in our created universe is a reflection of the perfection and beauty found in Allah. So any good, any perfection must be eternally present in Allah. If you say it's not eternally present, then you're saying that the beauty is not in any meaningful sense truly objectively sourced, right? Or you'd have to say that there's something in Allah that goes against Islamic teaching. So just making sure Muslims understand what they have to actually do in this discussion here.
Yep, we do have someone in the chat saying, Muhammad, Allah never had daughters. Yes, he did, according to Muhammad. 3 of them.
Really? Oh, let me actually look at the chat.
Verses. It's in the Quran. So
do research. There we go.
Oh, the chat is popping down there. They just don't seem to want to step up.
I love this one person. Bro, we literally believe in the God of Abraham. We call him Ibrahim. Just because you call someone your God and you call someone Abraham doesn't mean that you worship the same God, right? Like that, having the same term for something doesn't mean it's actually the same concept in your mind or the same being discussed. So
I'm posting the call in again, guys. You can call in. We're just sitting here chilling, waiting. You guys don't seem to want to step up. We're talking about Muslim scholars. We're going through the reliable sources according to you guys. These are the people you guys, Muslims, keep telling us to go talk to.
Yes, the best.
We look at their writings, what they are saying about this, and we're saying, they are agreeing with us.
Yes, it's weird.
It seems to be bad.
It's weird. Like, that is really strange. I think Muslims should recognize how strange this is, right? And again, for Muslims, because again, for some reason, when I talk to Muslims, they say Allah isn't beautiful for a lot of Muslims. Sahih Muslim, right here. It was narrated from Abdullah bin Mas'ud that the Prophet said, no one who has an atom's weight of pride in his heart will enter paradise. and said, what if a man likes his clothes to look good and his shoes to look good? He said, Allah is beautiful and loves beauty. Pride means rejecting the truth and looking down on people. So Allah is beautiful and loves beauty, right? And the Muslim philosophers and scholars and imams would say it's because it's sourced in him. It is sourced in Allah. So I'm just saying, that's really interesting because I, as a Christian, would agree with this sentiment. He says that God is the source of every good, perfection, and beauty. I would agree. Isn't that crazy? I am in agreement with that statement right there. The vast majority of all Christian scholars and philosophers throughout Christian history would agree with that statement. Now, of course, you could say that Mullah Sadr is actually taking this from Christian scholars, not taking it like the bad sense. Back then, philosophers just, shared opinions all across the board. But this is clearly inspired from earlier thought, even if you go far back enough, maybe Platonic thought. Doesn't really matter. All this to say that, I would say yes. In order to say that there is objective good without falling into the Euthyphro dilemma that many atheists throw at you, and the Euthyphro dilemma, for anybody watching, it goes like this. Are things good because the gods say that they are good, or do the gods say things are good because they already are? Right? So this is a dilemma, which means two dilemma. It's two possibilities right here. If you say, oh, all things are good because the gods or God says they're good, then that means that according to this dilemma, they would say, oh, then it's totally arbitrary. Like one day the gods or God can just say, oh, sexual assault is good. And all of a sudden it becomes good. It just becomes good because they said so. So it makes it sound very arbitrary and it could change at any moment. The other part of that would be, or do the gods say things are good because they already are? Well, now that means, oh, the gods are just saying something's good because they see it already is because of some standard above the gods. Here's the issue. If there's a standard outside of and above the gods, then that means that they are actually not maximal. They're not supreme. There's something above them. So either there's a standard above the gods, so they're not really gods or God, or otherwise he's arbitrary. There's actually a really easy way to get out of this, though, for Christians. We would just say, oh, that's actually a false dilemma. There's a third option, which is that God says things are good because he is good. Right? And so he eternally is good, and they are good in accordance with his nature. That's what we would say. It's not a standard outside of God that God looks at. It's God's own standard. He looks at himself, and when he looks at his own goodness and perfection, then that's his standard he uses to judge everything else.
So we did have Muslim on there that was pretty boisterous. It's Free Palestine. P.S. He just gave up and left because we are deluded.
Interesting.
We're just denying God's word. So bye.
Weird.
He was
we were reading
invited
strictly from it.
I know, and we kept inviting him to come up. I mean, there's multiple times that we said, "Hey, come on up. Let's chat. You can click the link and be up here." No. Didn't want to do it because we are not mentally okay.
Yeah, apparently. Which is too bad because according to the Quran, any delusion somebody has is because Allah has eternally determined and decreed that they must be in that moment deluded. So they're actually angry at Allah and upset at Allah for that, not us. But what's also weirder is they said that we're just denying Allah's word. Well, we were just reading Allah's word, apparently.
How old is this guy? I mean, seriously.
You lot are stupid. Wait, maybe they're joking.
Maybe they're like 2. I don't know. Maybe they're some child who's got on their mommy and daddy's computer. I don't know. That explains the flag and everything, even the name.
Yeah, who knows? That's tough stuff. It's weird that they said we're denying his word when we just read from their scholars, which means that he denies the historic scholars of Islam. That's an intriguing thing to do. Tough junk. Tough stuff. I mean, I agree with this guy, this Free Palestine guy who says, the scholars ignore the Quran. I would agree with that statement. I would. So
we do have someone on TikTok who said they would, if it's me, I can't. No, I'm not talking about you. That's on TikTok. Again, you're free to join us whenever. That's fine. I understand. Not everyone's going to be free at the drop of a hat. I don't expect that.
Yeah, of course.
But if you're trying to call us out, I'd expect to at least have a dialogue with you. I mean, I don't expect you to have your face on or look pretty or even use a camera. You don't have to. I just need to be able to hear your voice, because it's very hard to have a dialogue with you when all I see are random chats.
It's true.
I can't understand where you're coming from.
Tough lag and tough to put all those messages together with the character limit. So yeah, it's good to be able to chat. I just want people to be able to help me understand why their scholars are wrong. That's all I want. I have a very simple desire. I just want them to explain why their scholars are wrong. Beauty is not something that is sourced from Allah, but it's actually like totally arbitrary. I would love to hear how Islamic philosophers and the best Islamic teachers and imams and theologians are incorrect.
So here's a comment from someone who is talking about our asking us for a Discord. He says if we make a Discord, then he'll debate us, but he's not going to do it on here. Okay, no, that's a cop out. I mean, literally, this is the easiest way for us to have a Discord. It's different if you don't. I mean, it's different if you're like, can't do it at this point. Fine, I can understand that. But if you're saying, no, I'm just not going to do it because I want to do it on this other platform. It's like, no, if you're calling me out on this platform, then you come up here, you be a big boy, put on your big boy britches, and come up here and we have a discussion. That's how we do. We just have an open dialogue, both of us talking together.
Yeah, there we go. And again, for a lot of the Muslims, because I think a lot of the Muslims might be kind of afraid. They're like, oh, I don't want to debate in front of all of these people. It could just be a discussion. If you're afraid of debate, then let's just have a meaningful discussion. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with you explaining why your best scholars, teachers, and philosophers are wrong, why Allah is not the eternal source of goodness, perfection, and beauty, and why the moral and aesthetic arguments do not work for Islam. I am okay with that. Trust me, it is no skin off my bones, all right? I am okay with you explaining why your religion is a sham. So now, of course, if you want to say you agree with your philosophers, scholars, and teachers, I'm okay with you, therefore, as a result of doing so, denying the Quran, which teaches very many things that are the opposite of those things the philosophers teach.
We do have a caller. Agree we let them on in.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and take off the presentation for now. If you need to pull it back up, just let me know. Welcome.
Hello, brothers. I just wanted to show the Muslims how easy it is to jump on here and talk to you guys. I just clicked one button and it was pretty simple.
Oh, thank you so much. Look at that leading by
Not example. A problem. God bless both of you, and I'll keep praying. I just want to jump back down in the chat and just show how easy it was.
Wow.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
God bless you, brother. Problem.
Have a good day.
You too. Oh, that's so nice. Now that's beautiful.
Easy. See, he was able to do it. A few seconds, boom, done. We weren't aggressive. I didn't jump down his throat as soon as he jumped on. He didn't even tell me what he was at first. I let him talk.
It's a beautiful thing.
Easy. Come on, guys. Muslims, if you disagree with us, come on up. If you do not come up, I am left with one option. I have to mentally then think that you do not disagree with us. You actually agree with us. That's why you're not willing to come up. Or that you're so weak in your faith that you do not want to have it tested. That's the only conclusions I have.
Yeah. And that would be a great dishonor. That would be a great dishonor to Islam. Because, I'm feeling Islam getting dishonored right now. That's a tough thing for me. All these Muslims, they refuse to even discuss these things. And again, it doesn't have to be an argument or a debate, just a discussion on why you think your best scholars and teachers are wrong. That's it. Or why the Quran is wrong. You can choose whichever one you want to go with, right? Again, I'm okay with you choosing to say either one is wrong. That's okay. I understand some people are like, oh, no, we have to go with the traditions, right? The Hadith-inspired theological positions and traditions. If you're more, high IQ on that level, I would say right on, go with what the philosophers teach. I would agree with them on a lot more points than the Quran. Sadly, you would have to reject the Quran, but whatever. or go with the tradition of the Quran. That's something. And then if you go with the tradition of the Quran and ignore the Hadiths that teach that Allah is beautiful, He is the source of beauty and loves beauty. If you just go with the Quran instead, then you reject all the Islamic teaching, and therefore you'll have to go with a version of Allah that is very different from what you expect.
See, we're left here with Christians being willing to jump on, come up here and talk to us, talk about it, see how simple it is to join. We have, I don't know if he's Christian or not. We have another one there saying, hey, I joined, but we agree. So the argument wouldn't be very long. And say, yep, you're right. Okay, we're good.
Yeah. I mean, if they want to, it's a little lonely up here,
We got a Muslim here that's like, dude, come on up, man. You've been yelling in our chat the entire time. I don't know if your cap lock's broken or whatever. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Think that your cap lock's broken and you're incapable of understanding how to turn it off. But you're welcome to come up and argue this point. Is Islam as disgusting as we seem to think, and as, according to the scholars, it seems to be? So I'm still waiting. And I'm still surprised that TikTok's lasted this long. I'll give it to TikTok.
Yeah, that's wild.
So far, so good.
They're helping out this time. I'm proud of TikTok. Good job, TikTok overlords, for not yelling at us quite yet. Pretty cool. I'm going to keep on reminding the Muslims. Oh,
right. Jack Ray. Say, I can call in and disagree, but only about the vertical live stream. Yeah, but TikTok. But YouTube pushes it and TikTok pushes it. So, I mean, we have 520 likes on TikTok alone.
Wow, dude.
I've even had to restart the stream a couple of times due to technical difficulties. And I'm not even sure what the numbers are on YouTube. We're over 1K as far as have seen this live stream periodically, and the chat is still popping. There are 55 current viewers right now. So
that's wild.
Cool. So like and share and comment somewhere else, and hopefully we get a Muslim who actually believes. Hey, Sid, are you there? Because you seem to be the only one with a backbone. Only Muslim with a backbone nowadays. I mean, seriously, I disagree with you 99% of the time, but you're the only one that's willing to step up. Everyone else seems to wuss out on us, or at least doesn't have a strong enough conviction. I mean, that's the only reason he's on the channel as much as he's on my channel, is because he steps up. I think that's the only reason why Nadir is even debating anyone anymore, is because he's the only one willing to step up.
That's kind of funny now that you think about it. Well, it makes sense, though, to be fair with all the other Muslims. It makes sense because, again, all those actions and behaviors of Muhammad are considered objectively beautiful, and Muhammad was a coward. So cowardice would be considered a beauty in Islam. Cowardice is considered very beautiful.
Yeah, cowardice and unmanly behavior. I mean, seriously. He gets the revelations from Allah, and what does he immediately do? Run to his wife to hide under her cloak. Protect me, protect me. I'm going to hide underneath your cloak because I'm so terrified of this angel, quote unquote angel, which is actually a demon according to all Christian theology. That's not the stance of a brave man. That's a stance of a coward and a child. That's the acts of a child. Now, if he was her child and the child was like 5, okay, that's a legitimate reaction. Go to your wife your mommy for protection. Go hide there. Fine, yeah, that makes sense. But for a husband, no. I am a husband. The first thing I'm going to do is say you got to go through me to get to my wife. Plain and simple. That is the husband's position. We are supposed to stand out front, not hide behind and cowardly like Muhammad did.
Silly goose. You're trying to force your Christian beliefs about courage and defense of your family, the value of life, and the preservation of it. That's a lot of Christian stuff. You see, in Islam, we've understood from a lot of protests that they love death like we love life, right? So you have to understand that cowardice is actually good in Islam and beautiful. Rampant murder and the lack of reason in one's faculties, right? Acting crazy without any reason behind one's actions or any logic, that's considered beautiful. We've come to see that one acting on all of their impulses and desires the moment that they appear is a beautiful thing.
My wife. Thank you for not being a wuss.
Look at that! Look at that appreciation. Right on, L. Oh, El said also something about asking a question.
Now the chat is popping. It's going quick. So thank you guys for the engagement in the chat. I just wish the Muslims were more willing to engage up here. And I mean, we've had Muslims come up and talk before. It's not like this is an unusual statement. And it seemed definitely early on, it seemed like 90% of the people watching were Muslims and nothing. They wanted to chat. They wanted to throw little barbs, but that was about it. Come on, guys. I mean, if you guys have seen my live streams before, you know how I do this. I might push back on your concepts, but I allow you to speak as long as it is on topic first and give your perspective. And then we go into dialogue. So,
it's fair.
And again, if you don't claim to know everything, I don't push back that hard. It's only when you come up here and say, I know everything. I know exactly. I am an expert in everything. And it's like, okay, now you got to prove it. If you're going to claim some lofty title, you've got to be able to back that stuff up.
Sadly true. Also, to help some people out, I saw some comments. Is David Muslim or not? I am not a Muslim. Saw that from Haroon. Not a Muslim. Here, maybe I can summarize for everybody who's watching who's just tuning in. I'll summarize the reasons why I'm not a Muslim. If Allah or / God, if God is the source of all goods, perfections, and beauties, then I would, if I was a Muslim, I'd have to say that child grape, trying to get us not, banned or anything, child grape is beautiful. I don't think it is. That a young child scraping semen off of a grown man's cloak is beautiful. I don't think it is. That the capturing of sex slaves and using them for sex against their consent is beautiful. Don't think it is. I'd have to say that dark skin or black African woman with curly hair, they are famines and omens for famine or pestilence, which I don't think they are. And I have to think that that is a beautiful thing, which I don't think it is. I'd have to think that Jews have been turned into various animals, and it's a beautiful thing that Allah just curses people to turn into different animals. And I don't think they are, and I don't think that is. That Jews and Christians are the worst of creatures on earth and in existence, less than the insects and bugs, and that's supposed to be a beautiful thing to say that they are. I don't think that it is. And I'd have to say, for some reason, that having sexual intercourse and marrying one's own adopted son's wife is a beautiful thing. I don't think that it is. Being a warmongering leader who kills tons of people and sexually assaults all the captives is beautiful, and I don't think that it is. Leading tons of people to hell because you had one weird encounter with a demon in a cave is a beautiful thing, and I don't think that it is, because I don't think that demons are beautiful. I'd have to believe in a book which has stolen from so many other sources very clearly and explicitly, and we could trace exactly the sources of all of those writings, even from Dul al-Qarnayn. And I'd have to say that the fact that it steals from this and say it's eternal propagation of speech from Allah is beautiful, and I don't think that it is. And in all of this, I'd have to say that I'm going to follow some illiterate 7th century caravan robber with the perfection of all things being found in his every step and move, and I don't think he is beautiful. So that's a small list of the reasons why I am not a Muslim. Aside from the fact, obviously, that Islam is philosophically incoherent, theologically repugnant, and leads to one of the worst possible cases of human rights when applied, not from orthodoxy, but to orthopraxy in the modern world, which is why Islamic countries are hellholes and hellscapes that people have to flee to, Christian nations, just to feel like they have human rights and the ability to learn and get educated. So very small list. I know it was a very quick summary, so I know I could have been a lot more comprehensive, but to Haroon's question, no, I am not a Muslim.
Okay, we got a couple comments I want to pull up, but before we do, welcome my beautiful wife.
Hello.
Yeah, right on. What's up, Al?
So, a couple of comments here. One for you here says, "Can you?" This is the Muslim who is wanting to debate us on Discord. He says, "Want to make a YouTube video on these points,
Already
and
did.
maybe I can try to refuting your points. You're more than welcome to try to refute them." That's a
Reasoned
fantastic
answers.
idea.
Yeah.
Yep, it is live on Reasoned Answers. Do you have that video link? If you do, we can post
Yeah,
it.
let me grab that real quick.
So
Because
we can have that.
Reasoned Answers, beauty discussion. I think I did it with an a couple times actually. I had like multiple things there.
So I mean, this is something you've been covering quite a bit for quite some time.
Yeah,
we got
this is my baby.
comments. I do need to focus on some of these just absolutely stupid comments.
Yeah.
It says, "Why don't you read it instead of listening to Christians talk about Islam, trying to set a bad image about it?" Dude, we have done nothing but read the sources in the presentation. We gave the sources over and over and over. Went to the Muslim scholars, went to the Hadith, went to the Quran, went to all of these things, focusing on all these aspects here. Yeah, that's really literally. Can you make a stupider comment than that? After doing this for almost 2 hours, been walking you guys through this almost 2 hours, and that's the comment you make? Really? All these people are Christians. Dude, I have left comments over and over again. You guys can call in. You know what? Call in yourself. The only reason we haven't had Muslims up here to give their perspective is because none of them are brave enough to step up. Plain and simple. Or they were not able to at the time. Now, if they want to come on now, that's perfectly fine. Or in a bit, that's perfectly fine. But so far, nothing. There we go. Thank you so much for that link. I'm going to go ahead and plop that on in the description. Or not in the description, in the live chat. So this here is the link that you guys can go look up the full presentation on Reasoned Answers. Check out some of the other videos that are on there as well. Highly recommend it. And there you go. Now you can go make a video to refute it. Tag us, and we'll go through it. But again, it's so much better just to have a dialogue with you instead of you doing an echo chamber, making a bunch of mistakes, and then we have to criticize your bunch of mistakes and review it. Maybe we'll review it live and then invite you back on to come on. I mean, I've done that with Ali Dawa. I've invited him on whenever I've criticized any of his videos. Said, hey, you can join us. We can talk about this. We can have a discussion. You know, if you guys don't want to have a discussion, then we can't do anything about it.
Yeah. Just so you know, I also put a second link in there. Technically, I had 2 big discussions on beauty over on Reasoned Answers. So the first one's a bit more comprehensive for the Christian versus Islamic comparison. Second one was mostly a discussion with Anam on how he would have at the time tried to describe Islam as beautiful. Very good discussion. Love Anam, cool dude, really sweet and kind. So you know, that is something I think people should definitely check out. 2 good discussions. If somebody also wants access to the presentations, then, you know, I can just like give that to your brother in Christ, and, you know, people could just kind of request it and I could send that out. I'm okay with it. I don't really care if people have access to my presentations.
Yeah, we still just have a bunch of barking Muslims in the chat, not really having anything of substance. Guys, come on. I can't make this any more easy. The Christians already showed you how easy it was to come on. Just click the link. Come on up. Have a chat. Have a discussion. It's not like it's And it's not like I haven't ever done this before, guys. I'm literally offering you up my platform to give you an opportunity to talk. I'm actually offering up 3 different platforms for you to have your say. Okay? TikTok, YouTube, and X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it nowadays.
It looks like Elle's trying to spit some straight facts.
Yeah, so I joined on because my husband refuses to read my comments, so I figured I would just read them myself.
I'm
So-
sorry, there's a lot going on.
It's fine. So I had a question for Muslims, and specifically don't cap, which actually did respond to me in the live chat. So I'd be very interested if he's willing to come have a conversation, because my question was, question for Muslims, which is beautiful, truth or deception? I especially want to hear don't cap's thought. He responded and said, actually, I pulled that up. So here was my question. And then he responded, he said, all truth is beautiful and deception is ugly. And I think I know where you want to go with this. Probably with that mistranslated verse that says Allah is the best of deceivers. Am I right?
Right. That's not the mistranslated verse. That's the correctly translated verse, because that's what the Arabic actually says.
Yeah, we've actually had Arabic speakers come on your streams, Eric, and show the world that, right? Arabic speaking Muslims. So, but we can just throw that verse. Well, we could throw that translation out the window if you'd like. I would love to have a conversation with you, don't cap, about this, since we are talking about beauty, and I would agree, truth is beautiful and deception is ugly. Deception is incredibly ugly. So if you would like to have a discussion about that, I would love to do that with you. I think that Eric would love to facilitate that. David S., I think, is down for it. So is that something that you'd be interested in doing, whether that's now or maybe sometime in the future, setting something up? Don't cap.
Sure. I mean, as far as me goes, yeah, I'll be willing to do that. Let's go. That sounds like a great concept.
Yeah.
Haroon in the comments is also jumping on the bandwagon of L. That is a misunderstanding.
Nope.
Like I said, I'm willing to throw that translation out the window and still have a conversation about it. So are you willing to have a conversation with me, Haroon?
I hope these
Walter
people
Martin is encouraging
Again,
Haroon to call in.
yeah. I mean, I posted the link so many times, and not a single. Well, one Muslim did, and they kept leaving.
Yeah.
Well, no, he did add in one time and said he had no clue what we were talking about at all, because he hadn't been paying attention to the entire live stream. So I said, call back whenever you've actually paid attention to the live stream, and he just ended up leaving. So, but yeah, I mean, seriously. Well, again, that's not a mistranslation. Mocker always means deceiver. It's plain and simple. There's no question about that to anyone who understands Arabic at all.
And even, ignoring that verse, which of course you're totally correct, it's very clear from Arabic speakers that it's the best of deceivers. And even the context reveals that. If that was not the translation or meaning, then that would make a great deal of confusion about the context. But anyways, aside from that verse, I hope Muslims know that the Quran is quite clear that Allah is the one who blinds those who are and leads them astray, who are led astray, which means he is actively forcing, in a causal sense, a deterministic causal sense, is forcing those who are deceived to be deceived. So,
and whoever Allah leads astray, never can anyone find a way for them.
Exactly. So again, I hope Muslims know it's more than one verse. Go on, El. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's an example of, that's not a mistranslation either, to say whoever Allah leads astray, unless you're saying that people aren't led astray and that's the wrong which I haven't even heard Muslims argue. But I don't see how you, and even Muhammad was deceived by Allah and admitted to being deceived by Allah, and Allah admitted to deceiving Muhammad. We know that even the most foremost in promoting Islam, were concerned with being deceived by Allah. We see this again and again. It's not just a quote unquote mistranslation of one verse. That's why I was interested in having a discussion about it, because I mean, you are correct that I would also bring up that verse that you are referencing, likely, as one example. But even if we throw that entire verse out the window, okay, we could throw out the translation out the window, because the context still shows the deception, even if that's not what that one word gets translated as. Even if it's a false translation and you falsely translate it to planner or something else wrongly, like the context still shows the deception. But if you throw out the entire verse, we still have plenty of verses in the Quran, even just going based on the Quran, that show Allah is leading people astray. And what is that? Is that deception, or is that like truth? Because if you're leading someone astray, that seems like deception to me. But
You're a woman. You've got half a mind. You can't read
Well,
them
you
out.
see,
these-
here's the benefit, though.
Wait, hold on. So this super chat here, and I kind of do deserve this. The white panda, well, no, the white trash panda. Maybe Eric would have read Elle's comments if she would have written them on a whiteboard. Yes, you see, you didn't do it correctly. Therefore, I ignored all your comments because they weren't given to me upon a whiteboard, and then I tell everyone else exactly what's written there. You see, the problem is you wrote and let everyone else see what you actually said instead of letting me reinterpret your words.
Alhamdulillah.
If you're not familiar with that, just Ali Dawa and his wife. Just look that up.
That's a good point.
And
I deserve
the wild thing is, well, so two things. One, my icon on here, even though it's just a drawing, it's still showing like 300% more skin, which isn't actually even accurate than Ali Dawa's wife is allowed to show. She's not even allowed to show her hands. Versus, like, I clearly have my hand exposed in this drawing that I made. Very scandalous. But that aside, as far as like being a half brain and, you know, needing two men or one man and two women, the really cool thing about right now is like I actually have two men right here. So like I'm just a bonus, right? Have
Nice.
these two men testifying against the law. And you get me. So you get 2.5.
Alhamdulillah. It's 2.5 men. It's the TV show.
Oh, boy.
Apparently. Wow.
But
So again, this is what happens when Muslims don't actually step up for what they believe and come up here and call in. We're left up here all by ourselves, talking to ourselves while waiting for you guys to click the little comment button.
Mm-hmm.
And seriously, we've got so many Muslims out there. I was shocked by how many of you guys showed up, but yet aren't stepping up at all.
Well, you know, maybe we can help them out a little bit. Elle, could you mention at least 5 things that you find disgusting about Islam? That way, maybe they can like address those at least 5 things that, you know, you find disgusting about Islam, that you find, you know, horrific about Muhammad or Allah, just so the Muslims have something to respond to. You know, obviously not to be offensive. We're just trying to give them some things to actually respond to. So we have to give some statements. So what are at least 5 things, at least, that you find horrible about Islam?
yeah, absolutely. I am going to jump off of here and leave them in the comments so that I can leave extra room for somebody to come up and refute me, right? So you will have your say, and I won't even be here to defend myself and my positions. Up on screen, you can have, you know, whatever you want to say. I'm going to jump off and leave those in the comments, and it might take me a while to limit it to 5, but I'll try. So, and your brother in Christ, if you see me in the back, go ahead and bump me. I don't want to actually kill your stream. So
Yes,
I will
please do
see if
not
I
do
can
that.
remove myself from the screen and then just X out.
So I will answer that question, a couple of those questions. Let's see. I know we talked about child marriage being one of the things. Of course, we have slavery. We have an example of Muhammad, a white man owning multiple black slaves. sex slavery without any option, the fact that the man has absolute say as far as sex comes around. We have the example of Aisha having to scrape semen off of the robes of Prophet Muhammad. And again, Muhammad's the ideal. That's the only reason we're pointing to him, is he's claimed to be the ideal. In Islam, he is the one that every Muslim is supposed to be like, and that's how he's reacting. Of course, having sex with a prepubescent girl, which is, of course, a big issue, and it's so out of sorts of the culture, because it wasn't part of the culture. It is out of that culture so much that even the Hadith have to clarify it. They don't have to just say, oh, they were hanging out and he went to marry her and yada, 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 and move on with it. It was unique enough to state it specifically, saying, hey, she's playing with her dolls because she's prepubescent, because she's not yet hit the age of puberty. So it wasn't something in the culture. We have, of course, scraping semen. We have, I'm going through my list of things here. There are so many references to each of these. The water is not made unclean by anything. Snorting the menstrual rag water and dead flesh of dogs. That one's always a good one to go off of. You have the drinking of the pee from pregnant camels. That one's supposed to be ideal. You have sucking on the fingers of grown men. Make sure that you get that blessing. So you suck off each finger. You have the sucking of tongues of prepubescent boys, of young men. You have Muhammad allowing himself to be kissed all over his body during a sweaty escapade out in the desert. You have all of these references here, and I'm just making sure I actually hit most of them. Of course, then you got the ones that most people reject too, which of course is the beating of women. You have the skin turning green of women. You got the more mundane ones, but the big ones are like, dude, this is pretty sick. The fact that he would, another one, and it's kind of a takeoff of the semen thing, he would walk around in the semen because he would go, Aisha would clean it off, scrape it off with her hands. This prepubescent girl who he is having sexual relations with as his wife is there scraping the semen off of his shirt by hand. And he goes and does prayer and comes back, and she still sees more semen. That is disgusting on so many levels. And this is the ideal. This is who you want to be like. No, thank you. Again, I have to go with the tried and true way of...
How about no? I don't buy your Allah.
Plain and simple. I do not buy your Allah if this is the ideal in Islam. It is disgusting. It's revolting. On top of that, your heaven is a bunch of just gook, which is just sexual desires, fantasies, things that are supposed to be so evil in this world that you would kill someone over, right? You have alcohol, you have sex with prepubescent girls, you have young boys who do not bleed, who you're having sex with. That is your heaven. That is your ideal. It's all just heathenistic garbage. And that's what you promise. I don't want your heaven. I don't want that. I want a relationship with Jesus Christ, who is the only truth and the life. He is God Almighty. And he wants to have a relationship with me, as in father to son, instead of master and slave. And oh yeah, that's the best you got, is you get slavery. You're Allah's slave, and that's it. You are nothing to Allah. Sorry.
Those are 20. Those were at least 20 beautiful reasons. And perhaps this is a good time to also explain on that point about Christ, the surpassing beauty of Christ and of the Christian understanding of God, which is the correct understanding of God. We have a God who is eternally relational. in Christianity. One who actually has the perfections of beauty found in a relationship. Want to know why? I agree with the Islamic philosophers. Beauty, all perfections, goodness, and beauties must in some sense be present in God eternally, including relational beauty. Fun fact, the God of Christianity is eternally a relationship between three persons in the one being. That's
There we
amazing.
go. Nice little comment down there from someone there.
Islam is way
Is this really in their
disgusting.
books? Yes, it
Yes,
is.
it is.
I mean, seriously, 1 second here. Share this tab instead. We'll just start going through. Here's some hadith. Here's the hadith of, let's see, this was Aisha reporting that Muhammad. That one's not the one that I thought it was, but they have it. Share this one instead. Here's another one. Here's Sahih. This is Sunnah Abi Dawud. Sorry, Sunnah Abi Dawud, 1818. This is where Muhammad's smiling while a slave is being beaten in front of him. So it's obviously not that these slaves are being well treated, because he's just smiling while his father-in-law is over there beating a slave. Here's one with the fingers. Here's another one. I mean, Sunnah.com is, again, a Muslim website that is a fantastic source for us. I love this website. I mean, seriously, you could type in, licking their fingers, and you get all the hadith on licking their fingers. And it's like, you don't finish a dish unless you let someone else or yourself finish licking the bowl. And it's like, oh, okay, seriously? And we were showing in our last video, we had a brother Christian on here showing videos of during COVID, Muslims licking the plates before they're given out to people because they want to make sure they're the ones to get the blessing. It's like, whoa, no, this is not sanitary at all. And remember, we're talking about snorting dog flesh up the nose, right? Holy cow, that's
vile. That is vile. That is repugnant. Oh my goodness.
So there is so many here, and I recommend you guys look this up afterwards. Here is Muhammad sucking on a little boy's tongue, according to this hadith here. And there's no reason for this. I know culturally they say, well, you see, in the desert when it gets hot and people get thirsty, they would allow young boys to, suck on their tongues, or old men to suck on the tongues of little boys. And I'm like, what tradition is that? Where is that written anywhere?
Dude. That is disgusting.
That is not hygienic at all. Holy
hygienic
cow,
and also just like gross. That's just a problematic thing that, oh goodness. That makes me
Here's
sick a
the
little
one
bit.
of the prophet letting a man raise up his shirt. Now remember, he has no undershirt, so this would just be his whole enchilada here. Lift it on up and start kissing all over. And that's what makes it worse, right? So this guy's kissing him all over, and then this is what he says: "This is what I wanted, messenger of Allah." And he says it excitingly because we see the exclamation. Holy cow. And again, this is not translated because of us. This is one of the things that a lot of Muslims will claim, well, these are just mistranslated hadith. Here's the Arabic. This is Sahih in chain. There's no doubt that this is reliable according to the Sahih chain.
Muslim website too. Got to remind all the Muslims.
It's Muslim scholars who are translating this stuff. The only thing Christian has to do with this is saying, this looks wrong.
It's the right month for it, but yeah.
And what blows my mind is, and this is what makes it even worse, definitely in this case, is if any Muslim today were to do this, were to act like Muhammad in this and let a man kiss him all over his body, and then let the guy say afterwards, this is what I wanted, fill your name in there, shouting it out, dude, they would get executed. There'd be no question under Sharia law that this guy would get executed. But here is Muhammad doing it. That's a huge, huge issue. That's an absolutely huge issue.
Yes. Oh, quick thing before you go on. I see someone, Zaryab Ali said, so 1.8 billion people are blind. He's saying, like, how is it that all these Muslims can be blind?
Because you've been lied to.
Yeah, you're lied to. But also, to be clear, just because Muslims do this thing, not just Muslims, a lot of people, but Muslims do this a lot, where they'll say something that they don't know is completely inconsistent or a double standard. So the Muslim is saying, oh, so you Christians are saying that 1.8 billion people are blind. Now, I would ask the Muslim, according to the Quran, is Allah the one blinding? Or does the Quran describe everyone who's not a Muslim as blind? Fun fact, Eric, does the Quran describe everyone who is not a Muslim as being blinded?
Being misguided. They're blinded.
Misguided. Blinded.
And again, it's Allah who's misguiding these people.
Yes. So for you, Zaryab, I would say, oh, so it's literally every other single human being who's not the 1.8 billion. So is the vast majority of human beings, are the vast majority of human beings blind? I would ask you the same question. If you're going to ask that question and say, so you're saying 1.8 billion people are blind, your tradition says that a far larger number of people are blind. So that's a stupid question to ask. With all due respect, you don't understand what you're asking, and you don't understand how you're forming a double standard as you say it. Think about
so we
the
do
things
have a
you're
caller.
saying.
We do have a caller.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
So we're going to take them. Yes, I agree with you. Yes, okay, you got to think before you speak, because a lot of times you'll end up hanging Allah out there and Muhammad out there to dry without realizing what you're doing. So be careful on your words and don't speak in absolutes without knowing absolutely. So welcome.
Hello.
Hello and welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
So
Nice
are you
to have you with
Muslim,
us.
Christian? What's your stance?
You say?
Are you Muslim? Are you Christian? Are you atheist? Are you agnostic? What's going on?
I'm a Muslim.
A Muslim. Okay, fantastic. Okay.
Okay.
So
Um,
based upon
And I'm-
what the title is that Islam is discussing, that would be our stance. What would be your counter argument?
I don't know the reason why you said Islam is disgusting.
I literally just read off like 20 things.
I just joined. I just joined. What I heard was you were quoting certain things. I just joined. I just saw the topic you on being on live. Then I just joined.
Okay.
So I didn't
So-
hear much of what you were saying. I only overheard certain things you were listing, but not all.
There are multiple things that were listed at the point. Why don't we go with just you give us why you think Islam is beautiful? Let's go with that first.
No, but your based on your distance that I called, based on your topic.
Yes, we believe Islam is disgusting. You must believe that Islam is beautiful. Why do you believe Islam is beautiful?
So,
I'm allowing you
so
to
can you
give
give
an
me
opening
some
argument.
the reasons? I want to comment on the reasons why you say it's disgusting.
Okay.
I want to hear your part.
Okay, we'll start off. My wife has joined us here. Fantastic.
What? Oh,
We're not.
Oh,
Okay,
no.
never mind. Okay, so
maybe we can just start with like a good Quranic one.
Well, I'll start off with, okay, so are you Quran only? Let's start with that question because we need to establish. Are you Quran only? Yes, no?
Yeah, follow the Quran.
Okay, you're Quran only. I think you've called in before, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Again, if you're going to say you're Quran only, how many times a day do you pray?
I'm not talking about that. Just talk
Just
about
answer
the
the question.
disgusting.
I need you to be consistent. If
You
you're going to
asked
say
me
that
this before.
none of, yes, I know I asked you
I'm
this
saying
before.
you
and
asked me
failed
this.
before.
You know what?
I'm hoping that you've had a
which
few
book?
weeks to be able to read up on it and be able to give a proper answer and show me where in the Quran, since you're saying Quran
Not
is the
answer.
only-
I even gave you the answer. That is not
No,
the
you
reason
didn't.
why
You
I
gave
called.
2 references. Both of them said pray 3 times a day. None of them said
That
pray 5
wasn't the
times a day.
reason I
That's
called.
Hadith. Well, you're saying you're
Or you
throwing
want
out
to
all the
divert
Hadith,
the
right?
you want to divert. Is there
Well,
any
a lot of the references come from Hadith. So the issue is, if you do not say that the Hadith are reliable, fine, but by your actions, you are showing that the Hadith are reliable because you do pray 5 times a day, which would mean that the Hadith
you are
override
saying?
the Quran.
You just said something. A lot of what comes from the Hadith.
A lot of the
just
disgusting
said something.
facts come from the Hadith. Plain and simple.
But why do you use them? You know that it's disgusting facts. Why do you use them?
Because they're reliable according to Muslim scholars.
If they are reliable, why do they have authentic and weak and fabricated? And even the prophet
These
is
aren't. These are
claim
Sahih.
that the prophet said.
These are
I'm
Sahih.
saying even the Sahih, some of them contradict the Quran. The
Yeah,
Sahih,
that's
some of them
established.
contradict the Quran.
You mean like how many times someone prays a day? Which I already showed you. You take the Sahih Hadith over the Quran.
I'm saying even the Sahih, like you are saying, even the Sahih, the Quran supersedes all the Hadith. So if
No,
you
it
talk
doesn't.
about reliable,
Not according to you, because again,
it
you pray
doesn't
5
work.
times a day.
No, according
and
to
the Sahih
to
5 times a day. The Quran does not say 5 times a day; it says 3 times a day.
according
So
to
you're taking the
Muslims, which book?
It's authority.
According to Muslims, which book is the word of God that all Muslims believe in?
That's
I care
that's
about your
off the
actions
source.
over what you claim, because you claim that the Sahih Hadith are not reliable, that they don't override the Quran. But here you are praying 5 times a day, taking
I'm
Sahih
saying-
Hadith over the Quran.
I'm saying I don't want to because I don't want to divert. But the last time I
No.
showed you
We
where
need to
the
establish
Quran
this.
it says 5.
Because if
It
we
says 5.
establish this as being two-faced here, which it really looks like you're only throwing out Quran versus the Hadith that you don't like, and keeping the Hadith that you do like, and actually overriding the Quran with those Hadith, that's inconsistent. You
Which
need to be
Hadith that I
consistent.
like and which Hadith that I don't?
Specifically,
Did
the
Allah
5
says we should
daily
follow
prayers.
Hadith? I'm saying, did Allah says that we should follow any man-made Hadith that it was said by this, and this one here this, and this one said this? Did Allah says that? It's the Quran that was revealed, only the Quran that was revealed to the Prophet.
How
And that
many
is what we
times
should
does
follow.
it say in the Quran to pray then?
5.
3. It never
5.
says 5.
Well, maybe
I
she'll be able to cite
contradict
it.
you
5.
on the-
And that one, I'm a
On your
Muslim. Why
honor.
do you want to impose
Find it.
something? Why do you want
Just
to impose
show
something
us.
on
Don't
me?
worry. You know what?
That
It's
was your
okay.
topic.
If you show us,
That
that would
was
be
your
great.
topic. The topic wasn't it. The topic wasn't this thing. This is your topic. That's why I called. And you are diverting. As to whether I follow Hadith or not, what is your business? And I'm saying the Quran
Because
is
it
the one that was
matters according to
revealed.
what sources we can go to. And according to
The Quran
you,
was the
there
one
are
revealed.
reliable hadith when it comes to the prayer 5 times a day, and then the rest you want to throw out willy-nilly. The problem is you can't just do that and call yourself consistent.
What evidence do you have that there's reliable Hadith?
What evidence do you have that they're not? Because according to all the Muslims
What
that I've talked to,
evidence?
these are reliable hadith. Even you, by your actions, show that they are reliable.
For what?
Through your prayers.
If
Through
the,
your prayers.
if,
That's
Pray
it.
if
5
they are
times a day by
reliable,
your own testimony.
if they are reliable, why do they contradict? Some of them contradict the Quran. And why do they pick and choose? You cannot pick and choose the Quran.
That's what you're doing.
But the Hadith,
You are
they
aware
pick
of that,
and
right?
choose Hadith. They pick and choose Hadith. The Quran, you cannot pick and choose the Quran. You cannot
pick and choose the
use
Hadith
certain part
over
of the
the
Quran
Quran.
and this thing. You cannot. But the Hadith, they have authentic
then
and weak
do you
and
pray 3
fabricated.
or 5
They
times a
choke, they
day?
choke and peace.
Very simple.
I pray
3 or
5 times a day, which is in the Quran.
It is not in the Quran.
5.
And you have
It's in
been
the Quran.
dishonest.
It's
And you're a liar.
it's
Show
in
me.
the Quran.
On
I'm not a
your
liar.
honor and on your family's name, show
I
me.
showed you before. If you don't want
No,
to
you
go
didn't.
to this topic,
You showed me
that wasn't the
3
reason why.
You showed me 3 times.
That
You
wasn't.
showed me 3
I
times.
showed you. Do
each
you know
time.
that when we're
It was
talking
morning,
my this thing,
night in one
we're
say
talking,
in
my
one reference,
my speaker wasn't well, and I couldn't join again.
in one reference, you gave 3.
And I couldn't join
and then
again.
in reference, you gave 3. So either it's 6 times a day if you want to combine both of those, which still wouldn't be 5 if you weren't aware of 6 does not equal 5, or does 3 equal 5. So again, it doesn't say that. Nowhere in the Quran does it say,
It doesn't say
pray 5 times a day. That's in the Hadith.
If the Quran was clear about what a Muslim needs to do, that'd be great, because then the Quran would be beautiful. But it's sadly not clear. And so this is the issue.
Is the hadith that you guys want, because there are kind of stuff there, assumptions. You know, assumptions upon assumptions upon assumptions. I don't follow assumptions, and that's what you guys like to talk about.
This is
I don't call it assumption because I don't use it.
Maida, wait a second.
I don't use it.
Maida, hold up. This is a good thing for the whole audience to learn, actually, right? So remember what I said before about how a lot of people, not just Muslims, but a lot of people, they say statements that they're not thinking about before they say it. And so they cause unknown contradictions. They, so for instance, if someone were to say that other people are making assumptions, but I'm not, right? That's assuming that you actually have shown that you're not making assumptions. But if you're assuming that the hadith are not reliable, that's an assumption. If you're assuming that the Quran is reliable, that's an assumption, right? So you can't just say you're making assumptions, but I'm not, when you're making assumptions, right? So all I'm saying is be consistent, be slow down, just slow down and be very consistent, because when all of us are able to slow down, be consistent with what we're saying, we have much more logical, intelligent, and fruitful conversations. This is not just to Maida, this is to everyone in the chat as well. So again, don't make statements that show that you don't know what you're talking about, because then it reflects negatively on you, and it makes these conversations less fruitful. We want you to know the truth, but in order to make sure you can understand the truth, you have to be careful, slow down with the statements you make, ad hominems, where you attack other people, slow down, and then show exactly in the Quran. That's all you got to do. You don't got to be upset. It's okay, right? We got you on the screen. Wonderful to have you here. This is my first time meeting you, so hi. I'd love for you to just show what that verse is, and then we can have a good discussion on that. Don't got to be angry. Don't got to shout. Don't got to cry. You know, we're all adults here, hopefully. And so we can have a good, logical, careful, not emotional discussion on if the Quran teaches 3 or 5, and then that would be really, really helpful. So there we go.
Now, did I just hear you say I'm making assumption that the Quran is reliable?
Yeah.
You believe that the Quran is reliable. Based upon that, I can understand where your beliefs are coming from, except you are taking hadith.
But why did you say it's assumptions? Why did you say it's assumptions?
It's a thing you assume to be true. Because it's a thing you assume to be true, right? You can't just say, well, the Quran is reliable. But again, I'm just saying, you make assumptions. People make assumptions. That's what people do.
I don't assume the Quran is true.
In any case, Maida, in any case, it seems like you once again have somehow missed the very innocent request, because you don't understand how logic works with assumptions. Don't worry about it. A lot of people don't know the definitions for these things. That's okay. All I needed you to do was I slowed down everything. Everything got quiet. It got nice and peaceful for a little bit there. And I said, can you just show us in the Quran where it says 3 or 5? That would be really helpful. And then we can move on with the discussion. That's what I requested. But again, I don't know for what reason, but a lot of times Muslims just get so scared when we ask these things that they say, what word did you just say? I didn't understand that word. And then you get scared or upset.
No, what?
Don't get scared or upset. Just tell us where
I'm not upset.
It says, you are. You're trying to cut me off. So obviously you're upset. But where in the Quran?
No, but
well, there you go.
I called because of something, and then you brought something. Okay, you brought something up, and last time I showed, and I have to look at, because I didn't prepare for that. I wrote it somewhere. I don't have it in my memory. I have to look for that. Meanwhile,
Well,
that
don't use
wasn't
the
the
same
reason why I
verses.
called your
Don't use the same verses because
your
they put
topic
all
is not
wrong.
there. Your topic is not about whether I follow the Quran or whether I follow Hadith. You said something. That wasn't your topic. So why do you go off your topic? I called because of this, because I wrote it somewhere. I don't have it in memory. I have to look for it. Meanwhile, that wasn't even your topic. Then why did you take me away from the topic that I called, the reason why I called?
Because we need
Actually,
to
Eric
establish
didn't.
this as being consistent.
Yeah, there we go. Eric was just trying to do something that in scholarly discussions we call setting a foundation. So here's the issue, right? If we start citing hadith that most Muslim scholars and most imams and the whole of the Sunnah and all these Muslims, like not over 90% of all Muslims agree are important, right? If we start citing these hadith and then about why we think Islam is not beautiful, and you say to us, well, I don't accept those hadith, then in the conversation, we would have to do this anyways. So what Eric was trying to do was to get ahead of the game and say, let's just settle if the hadith are reliable or not. And then if we can settle that, then we can have this discussion on beauty. Because mind you, again, if we start citing from hadiths on why we think Islam is not beautiful, you'd say, I don't accept the hadith. And we would say, well, why don't you accept it? And then we would do exactly what we're doing right now. Right? So Eric was just trying to get ahead of the game on this one. That's all. He was just, he knew what was going to happen. These conversations are very common. He's a professional with this stuff. So he knew this was going to happen, just trying to get ahead, trying to make it easier for us later on. That's what he was doing. It's called setting an epistemic foundation, how you know things. That's it. That's all he was doing. It's actually very common in upper level dialogue, debate, and academic discussion. Very common.
Would you like me to pull up one of the references you gave last time? Because I can pull it up and show you where it says 3. And you can even count for yourself.
Hello? Did I scare her off?
Okay. Never mind then. Thank you very much. If you've got those references, if you're looking up the ones, make sure that you get the right translation that you like the most. Go ahead and get them and call back in. We can talk about it at that point. So my wife was bringing up some points earlier. We also have a super chat, which is saying exactly what we are thinking. You guys are reading Muslim sources, and the Muslims are not liking it. I guess they don't like it the way you do dawah. Nope, don't like us giving dawah.
This is like, I thank God for the peace he gives us, but you got to admit there's something strange and infuriating about reading Muslim sources to Muslims, and I'm saying, I don't like what you're saying. And I'm like, well, it's not me saying it. It's, your best scholars and teachers and philosophers. And they're like, well, I don't like what you're saying. I'm like, okay. All right.
And we're only giving you guys what was already written. I'm not, and you're saying I appeal to these as authority. No, they're authority because you guys believe that they are authority, not because I think they're authority, because I think they're a bunch of garbage. I think all the hadith are garbage. I think the Quran itself is garbage. I don't think they're authoritative. You guys think they're authoritative. So I'm only appealing to these because I believe that that would be a productive conversation with you guys, and you guys should be strong enough in your faith in order to refute, or at least give a reason why. Again, Muslims, you can call in. I mean, other than, of course, we did have that conversation with the Muslim beforehand, the Muslim woman beforehand. That's, you need to nail this down before we can have a conversation. If you're going to say all hadith are wrong, then you better be praying 3 times a day instead of 5, because that's not what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to pray 5 times a day. Now, if you want to merge the two, the 2 that she gave me last time, you'd end up with 6, which still would not be 5. That's all I'm saying here. You need to be consistent.
Yeah. And Eric is just trying to get ahead of the game because we know that people could reject it. And then we're like, well, you're denying what the Quran says about following the teachings of Muhammad, which is covered in the Hadiths, right? So Eric's just trying to get ahead of the game. That's what's happening. We call this epistemic foundations. Epistemic means how you know things. Foundations means foundations. So it's the foundations of how you know things.
Here we go. Again, talk to a scholar.
Let me share my screen. Talk to a scholar. Let me share what the whole point of this.
We talk to scholars. These are the scholarly writings from Muslim scholars. On top of that, I've talked to quite a few scholars now, if you include imams as scholars as well. And they couldn't have answers. They didn't have answers. They wussed out. They cowered out. They ran away like a bunch of cowards. That's what ended up happening. I asked about one hadith, and they shut up immediately because they cannot answer it, because they have no answer for what horrendous things are in the hadith.
Yes. Talk to a scholar. This is literally us engaging with actual scholarship. Ancient and, well, not ancient, but old, like old Islamic, early on Islamic scholarship, philosophy, and modern analyses of that same scholarship that reaffirms the ancient ones, which means it hasn't changed much, which means we can do a whole-scale philosophical review of Islam and explain why their descriptions of God as the source of beauty cannot make sense in an Islamic framework. These are the scholars. And the worst part is, Eric, 30 minutes ago, said, a lot of you always tell us to go to the scholars, and we're doing that. And then a Muslim straight up says the thing that you knew they would say, honestly, I think you're a prophet at this point, dude. I don't know.
It is just so predictable that every single time this comes up, it's like, guys, no, we need to. You can't just hide behind the scholars, because Dave, what happened when we went and talked to an imam in the mosque? We went together. And what did he do? He appealed to the scholars. And how old was that scholar?
Pretty recent. Wasn't it within the last 100 years or something?
He just died.
Yeah, he literally just died right before. That's right.
And I'm like, dude, this is over 1,000 years out of date, and you're citing this Muslim scholar as your source. And the best part is, he agreed with us.
Yes, that's the crazy
part. There for, half
20,
an hour
30
to
minutes.
An hour. Yeah, listening to this guy go on and on about this tasfir and what his stance was on this tasfir and what the Muslim scholar says on it. And at the end, he agreed with us. That was his sum total, was he agrees with us. It's like, dude, this is your source? Really? Did you actually read this yourself?
It was exhausting. Again, Muslims listening in chat. We're trying.
I think I understand why. I understand why that happened. It's because he had never read the scholarship himself.
So he hoped by
and that's why he had to do it.
Yeah,
that's
why he did that for so long.
Because we just said, no, that's not part of it. Well, I want to read all of it to get the context. And 99% of what he read really didn't have anything to do with the topic. It was until the very end did it actually have anything to do with the real topic. And boom, that was it.
It was exhausting. It was pointless. Now, with you Muslims, though, in chat.
Why am I trying to hide your messages? I'm not. I'm literally not. This is the first time I'm seeing any messages from you.
I don't even know.
In this chat at all. Again, I'm allowing you guys to come up. You can come up. You can have your say. But you need to be consistent here. And if you're going to say that I only like the hadith where it says pray 5 times a day, and I don't like the rest of the hadith, you've got to be able to give me a reason why.
Now, it would be silly if Muslims said you don't talk about your Bible, which shows that they're just trying to avoid the discussion at hand, right? But of course, I never would have predicted that Muslims would do that, right? I never on my little presentation could have predicted that Muslims would try to change the topic because they're afraid of answering simple questions that don't actually take that much of understanding of philosophy or theology. You just have to understand basic Islamic thought and say, oh, here's why the God of Islam cannot be the God who sources all beauty, goodness, and perfections. Very simple claim. Doesn't take too much. Muslims could try to engage with how Allah could be eternally relational. You know, I'll put a question up like that. How can Allah eternally be relational in an actual sense? Not potential. Muslims often deny that Allah has potential, right? They say he's fully actualized. So how can Allah eternally actually be actively relational before the foundations of the world?
Well, El, what do you joined us? What do you got to say for yourself here? You're not handing me a whiteboard. I'm waiting for my whiteboard.
Yeah, well, I'm wondering if I need to buy one because, again, like, none of my comments have been read. There was like half an hour
I don't read any of your comments unless it's delivered by a whiteboard on a silver platter.
Maybe David F. can do me a favor and read all my comments since my husband doesn't want to.
Well, if you're making comments in the middle of a conversation, we're a little busy. If you want to participate in the conversation, you might need to join.
Yeah, but you wanted to be on topic. I wanted to be on topic. Come on, I was asked about 5 reasons why Allah is ugly, the Islamic law, and I wanted my points presented. Said I would be quiet and be in the chat. That way everybody can give their thoughts to it, but if they never even see them, how are they supposed to give their thoughts? I think you're just scared of revealing the truth about Islam. I think this is the proof.
According to the Muslims, I am.
Alhamdulillah.
Because they complain when I read the sources. They complain when I don't read the sources. They complain when I read the scholars. They complain when I don't read the scholars. No making them happy.
So all of my comments are based on the Quran itself. You don't even have to go to his in regards to these reasons, because that doesn't need to be even like a concern there. So for whatever reason, my original wording, I wasn't able to store in the stream area because you had too many comments from too long ago. It took too long, but it's fine. I just read something. But yeah, okay, so number 1. Allah claims to be God, the God who revealed the Torah and the Gospel, but is an evil, awful impersonator who is not Yahweh. And I can read them all, and then you guys can discuss them if you want. But yeah, so that's number 1. Number 2 is the Islamic law is not love and not loving. The only love, quote unquote, he gives is twisted and corrupt based on his own evil actions and what he forces upon others despite their own desires. It's very word that TikTok doesn't like, that involves fruit with a G, if you want to go with grapes or something, as most TikTokians do. And then we've got number 3. The Islamic Allah endorses a false prophet he clearly knew was false. Since he made Muhammad experience the death he said he would use if Muhammad was a false prophet. And okay, to be fair, that is based on the Quran. There is also extra context provided in the Hadith for this one versus other ones. You can 100% rely on the Quran. But in the Quran, Allah spells this one out, what he would do to Muhammad if he was a false prophet, even knowing that Muhammad is a false prophet based on that revelation in the Quran. He still endorses them for some reason. So that's pretty ugly about Allah. Number 4, the Islamic Allah contradicts himself quite a lot, despite saying that's what he would do. Well, despite saying that's what other things that aren't from him do. So if he's not Allah, then that's what he would do, except Allah does it too. So the Islamic law can't be God. Number 5, plus it's pretty ugly. That's just like really ugly to contradict yourself a lot. Number 5, oh no, David can't take the proof either. David has been overwhelmed by this sheer amount of evidence against Islam. Number 5, the Islamic law claims, oops, sorry, I misworded this. Whatever. He tries to rob the world of truth and deny the sacrifice of Jesus for us when Jesus saves and the Islamic Allah enslaves. That is incredibly ugly. There is nothing about that is beautiful. The sacrifice of Jesus Christ for us is one of the most beautiful things that the human mind can comprehend, and yet Allah tries to rob us of the truth and the knowledge of that. So, one of the most ugly things you could ever possibly do. Even as the Muslims admitted, deception is extremely ugly. Truth is beautiful. The truth is Jesus Christ is God who took on human flesh and died for our sins and resurrected so we can spend eternity with him if we accept him and his love. Right? And so this sums up 1 through 5. Allah is a false God who is not love, who forces himself on others, endorses false prophets, contradicts himself, and tries to rob us of the truth. Versus Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the light, and the life. Like, through him we have life, which is beautiful. So, anyway, yep, thank you.
Amen.
Our caller back. I'm hoping that she has references for us. Come on back on in.
Hello.
Hello. So you got those references?
Before I left, I heard you say the Quran is a garbage book, right?
No, I do not believe that
I
the
heard you.
Quran is God.
No, you said the Hadith, and then you said garbage. Well, I didn't hear you well. So I heard
Garbage.
something
Yes,
like
the
that.
Quran is garbage.
So what would the Bible
would be my
be?
stance. The Quran would be garbage.
And the Bible?
The inspired word of God?
Your Bible is described. Okay, your Bible is described as the most dangerous book on earth, and that they should not even let children get access to your Bible. It should be kept under a locker and keyed because of the violent nature, the rape.
Who are you claiming
George
as authority?
Bernard Shaw.
Are you claiming him as authority over the Quran as well?
George Bernard Shaw.
Is he
an
an
English
authority
writer
over the Quran as well?
Is the dangerous book on earth. That because
Is
it promotes rape, it promotes pornography.
Well? I love
it promotes pornography.
No, I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that. I'm too terrified.
He's so scared. Come on, stop being scared, Maida.
Stupid claims. Seriously.
See,
you're going to appeal to
there are
him
verses
as
in the
authority.
Bible.
If you appeal to him as
there
an
are
authority,
verses in the Bible.
fine.
No, there are even verses in the Bible here that you cannot even give it to your children to read. There
I
are
read the
verses in
Bible
the
to my
Bible
children all the
that
time.
you have to shy away. Okay, can you pull up this verse?
And
There's
really, why are you still trying to quote somebody else? Because Allah says that the Bible is from Him. So
Please,
thank you.
Don't make that mistake. Even the word Bible is not even the Bible.
It's
Madam, the word Bible is not even in the Bible.
Okay, and
So
what is
don't
the
do
Bible?
that at all.
Which is the Bible. Okay, honey, wait.
Please,
Okay.
can you pull up this verse?
No.
Put it up this verse and read it to your people.
Verse that says that that Muslims must pray 5 times a day.
It was the whole point of you leaving. It was the whole point of you going out.
So I'm sure you went and got those and brought them back.
That was the whole point of you leaving.
Okay, so
just
next time don't say that the garbage.
Just
the Quran is
exactly
garbage.
what it says in the Quran.
Prove
just
me wrong.
Yes, that's it.
And your Bible is garbage because it's pornography. It has pornography content in your Bible.
And
you have prostitution there.
Kissing little boys, sucking on little boys' tongues.
And then, okay, tell me what tell me the young boy in your Bible. In your Bible, the young naked boy that was following Jesus.
You know, Muhammad
what was Jesus doing with that?
Right? On the private parts, he sucked on his grandson's private parts, both of them. You know, Muhammad did that.
Please read this verse. Read this verse. Your Jesus, a young naked boy was following Jesus. What was Jesus doing with that young naked boy? Can you tell me?
Actually, no.
What are you talking about? Are you talking about the possessed man?
Are you telling me that the young naked boy that was following Jesus? What was Jesus doing with that naked young boy in your Bible?
If you're talking about the kid whose robes were pulled off by the Roman soldiers as he tried to escape on the night of Jesus' arrest, the person was naked because he was trying to escape the Roman soldiers who had a seize on his cloak, right?
So
but obviously, since you haven't actually read the text and you haven't read the context, you saw the word nudity, and then your brain, for some reason, said, "Oh, nudity equals pornography," which number one, it does, and that's fallacious. Number two,
not even that. I'm not even talking about. She's talking about Muhammad.
I'm explaining it. You got to quiet down. You got to shut up. So Remember, number one, read the verses to see why the person had to run away in the night while Jesus was being arrested. Very clear from the verses. That is not pornographic. If you're saying nudity in and of itself is pornographic, that's silly. Number two, the person was trying to escape the Roman soldiers who would have tried to seize them by their cloak. So escaping without your cloak is a way of escaping. That's what's happening in that verse. It's not something pornographic. Number three, and perhaps most important, the whole entire point of you leaving to come back, which Eric graciously allowed you to come back, was so that you could answer the question about the prayers in the Quran. That's all you had to do, Maida. It was so simple. Even a child can say, oh, simple instructions, command search through the Quran, see what it says about the number of prayers. That's all you had to do. All you had to do. It was really simple.
Paying people for intercourse. So you don't say that.
It shows that you're not able to deal with the questions that we asked you, right? But I just dealt with the thing that you brought up. So now that I brought it up, quiet, Maida, now that I dealt with the verse that you did, explaining the context and explaining why you were fallacious, now I did something more gracious than I needed to. I explained the verse in the context. Now you are obligated, if you are honorable and if you want to honor Islam, and if you actually want to be an honorable person, you would be reciprocal. You would reciprocate the kindness I just did by showing in the Quran, unless, of course, you're not intellectually able to do so, then I would take it that Islam is not intellectually defensible.
By showing the Quran what?
By showing the 5 daily prayers
The
instructed
verses?
in the Quran.
Yes, but next time he shouldn't say that. I'm not even talking about Jesus. He just mentioned Muhammad, about Muhammad kissing what and what. That's how I even brought up that up.
Explain
so as to whether Jesus was naked.
Explain the
following
verse.
Jesus.
We just explained that, which is more than what I would have given you.
Yeah.
What I give you, if you say, I'm going to go research something, I'll be right back. You can come back and you start giving me more garbage, just like the Quran is. We have an issue because we have to establish these principles first. And then we can move on. We need to have a foundation of understanding before we can have a conversation to move forward. This is why I'm so critical whenever someone gives me a definition or throws out a word, that we need that definition so we don't talk over each other and talk past each other, and we can have a good conversation. And all I'm asking is, if you are saying that the Quran does say for 5 daily prayers, where I have not read that at all I've seen is 3, then give me the 5 daily prayers reference. That's it. What is so hard about that? If this is one of the pillars of Islam, which it is, then it should be easy for you to go to.
Without changing the topic.
The Quran is garbage. I mean, in order to defend your
without
distance,
changing the topic.
meanwhile your Bible, there's prostitute paying people for intercourse. You don't talk about that.
Without changing the topic.
Quran chapter 11.
Maida, there it goes. Good job, Maida.
And you
tear it. Page of the Quran.
You have prostitute in your Bible paying people for sex. You have, please, if you know you are a man, just read this. Oh, that is nothing. That's childish.
Maida, you literally
that is childish.
The Quran.
That is childish.
No. Actually, what's happening here is that we're showing you that you can't deal with the Quran, and so if you can't deal with the Quran,
then it's garbage.
Who cares if we rip it? If you don't care
so you think that is okay? Quran, look, even if I even disagree with the Bible.
If you actually
Quran 11:114,
you would show the verse. That
Quran 11. Quran 11:114.
5 daily prayers. Show where it says 5 daily prayers. Go ahead.
Read it. Pull it up.
Perfect.
We'll pull it
there we go.
No matter what. If I
we needed to take care of
that's Christianity. And that's Christianity.
Yep, just like Muhammad. Muhammad disrespected
the Bible will never. I will never. See, no matter how I disagree with Christianity, I don't think I would tear the
Bible. You just called the Bible pornography. You literally just called it.
You literally disrespected the Bible. You literally disrespected the Bible.
Garbage.
Absolutely.
Yes.
He said garbage. Why would he? Why he said it?
Yes.
He did.
Because it's true.
So if he said it's garbage, then I have to.
Give me the verse. Give me the reference.
If he says it's garbage, I have to.
Quran what?
11:114.
Okay, so we share this one, and we'll go ahead and have you read it. And I'll have you count as you're reading, by the way.
Maida, can you read it?
Keep up the prayer. Hello? Keep up the prayer at both ends of the day and during parts of the night, for good things drive bad away. This is
Okay.
your reminder for those who are aware.
So how many times does it say? Because I counted you prayer at both ends of the day. So that's 2. That's 2. And during the parts of the night. So that would be 3.
It doesn't say the number 5
Yeah.
anywhere.
It doesn't say 5 anywhere. I count 3 again, which is the same
Okay.
issue you had last time. It's 3.
Okay. Then you go to 17:78.
Well, no. Wait a second. Before
So
we
do you
move on, I
agree that
want to know-
this says 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
There we go. You know what?
So
Maida,
okay. So
I
the next one.
respect you. I respect you because you just admitted that point. So that's respectable.
You said 17:3?
Yes.
So Quran 17:3.
No, 17:78.
Oh, 17:78. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. Let me go ahead and pull up the Quran on that. Here we go. Share this one instead. Okay. Do you want to read it?
You can read it.
I think it's better if you do, Maida. If
Just to
So
make sure
perform the regular prayers. So perform the regular prayers in the period from the time the sun is past its
Zenith.
zenith till the darkness of the night. And the night, the Quran at dawn. Dawn recitation is always a witness.
Okay.
Where does it say the number
So
5?
where does that say 5?
Here talks about the morning prayer, and
Actually,
then
no.
the other one is maybe it's your distance. Can I read it here? It's your I don't know how they translate it, because the morning prayer, the other one we read, there
Well,
was
here's
a
the
morning
Arabic.
prayer.
Here, you can read the Arabic right there.
There was a morning prayer.
Because
Because
if I was being
this one talks
consistent,
about this one talks about the morning prayer, and then the one before after the morning prayer.
It says zenith though, so that's not morning.
No,
That actually would be noon.
No, the listen. I can read it.
that's if you're reading the parentheses, those are added words that were added in later.
Yeah, those
They are not ones that are in the
No,
actual
not other,
Arabic.
because the dawn prayers is even the
They
first
add it.
one we do. It's not added, because the dawn prayer is even what we do even before you set out. So the
that
one
was
you
what
read, the dawn prayer is not there.
That's what you brought up. That was your source.
Yeah, that was you.
Yes,
you told
but
us
I'm
to do
saying
it.
the translation. No, the translation here, because the dawn prayer, this one talks about the dawn prayer, and then the one after the dawn prayer.
So are you saying that Quran, the Arabic of that Quran is wrong? Are you saying that Quran.com
But you know that people
is
that
wrong?
no, but you say
Because that's
that
not,
you know that
that's not a
the
Christian website.
I'm saying, you know that those who translate it, they use the choice of words. People choose the choice of words
Yes,
they
the
use.
scholars, the Muslim scholars who translated it, who will people keep telling me are reliable, are what it is.
That's what I'm saying. This one says that the dawn prayer, and then the one after the dawn prayer.
Where does it say 5? I'm still confused. You said that you had a verse that said there were 5, and I'm not seeing
I didn't.
5.
No, I'm saying there are verses in the Quran that says 5.
Just give
There are
me one
verses in the
verse.
Quran that
Give me
says
one
5,
reference. I can
and
look
this
at
Where
is
is
3.
that?
Where's the one reference?
No, I'm saying there are verses, and that's the 2 verses I gave you guys.
Where is this verse? This mythical verse that says pray 5 times a day.
Yeah, because you said that you would show us the verses that had
See,
5.
so far, it's just 3 and 3.
But
Yeah.
here says what? 3. Here is 2.
Where does it say 2?
The one you brought first is 2. One is done, one is after.
Okay, wait a second. This one,
What's
again,
your
doesn't say
code?
5. This one says from the time the sun is past its zenith till darkness of night. Recite the Quran at dawn. But it says regular prayers in the period from the time the sun is past its zenith. That's prayers plural, right? So it's saying that
It
there's
talks about the dawn prayer. It talks about the dawn prayer and then the one after the dawn prayer. Plus the other verse, making it 5.
No, because it says perform the regular prayers in the period from the time the sun is past its zenith. It says regular prayers, which means it's referring to other prayers that were already, present. And so that would mean that there's multiple, not just one. You're making it sound like it's one. It's regular prayers in the period from the time the sun is past its zenith till darkness of night. So that's an afternoon. That's a set of afternoon prayers. And so it says to perform the regular prayers. It doesn't say how many there. And recite the Quran at dawn. So that's not really teaching us where it says that there's 5. I'm not seeing the number 5.
It says 2. Here is 2 plus the other one, making it 5.
You said this one says 3?
2. The first one you read was 3.
Yeah, no, here's the issue though, because this one doesn't say 2. It says perform the regular prayers in the period.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe
It says a period, right? So a period means you could have multiple sets of prayers from the noon prayer all the way down to the darkness of the night. And so we don't really know, what that's exactly supposed to mean.
That's what I'm saying. The translation is 2. I looked at it. It's
the
dawn and then the one after the dawn.
Okay, establish the prayer. These according to Muslim scholars. There's sunset till darkness.
Decline.
The night. It doesn't say anything about 5. And believe me, I'd notice if there was a number 5.
It's 2. The Quran wasn't just... I gave you 2 verses. Did I say that? I gave you 2 verses. The one verse is
neither
3.
one of them did.
And this one is 2.
Yeah,
and this one is 2. This one is 2, 5. You take it or leave it.
5. Oh, I see what you're trying to do.
I'm saying
you're trying to mash
this
these 2 massively different verses. One found in 1114, and the other one that's found in 1778. So you're trying to mash both of those up as if they're actual references to each other.
But
that is laughable.
I didn't come from the Quran. Laughable, you mean? The Quran was not just sent at once.
Garbage.
It was sent at a pace.
I mean by garbage.
It was sent at a pace. It wasn't just sent at once. And you said verses, and I picked the verses from the Quran for you.
Yeah, neither of the verses said what I asked.
None of them say 5.
Yes.
None of them say 5.
This one said 2. This one said 3. 5.
This one said.
It actually
why did it just come at once?
Being dishonest. It does not say.
You say?
This one here, the first one he had, talked about 3 different times of prayer. So those are 3 different times of prayer.
Or 4.
And then this one here
depending on how you
talks again about 2. And again, that would be, I would say that's the same. They're counting the same prayers. So as far as I'm concerned, the Quran has a contradiction.
But this one talks about dawn. The other one, there wasn't dawn prayer.
Or 2.
I'm saying the other one did not talk about dawn. This one talks about the dawn prayer.
So what?
Why do you say laughable? The verses are from the Quran. The Quran wasn't sent at once. It was sent at a pace. That's what Allah says.
That's why.
Oh, like your Bible. The Quran is even better than your garbage.
Both ends of the day. What's the start of the day? Dawn.
There we go.
Cool.
There we go.
I mean, seriously.
Teaches about
that is just incredible.
How a prostitute pays its customers. How a prostitute pays its customers for intercourse.
What does
I
that have
don't
to
know
do
That
with
is
the
what your
talking about
Bible.
today.
What moral lesson can you
You
give the
guys
Oh,
Bible?
she's running. Oh, she's running away
running.
from the
She
verses
ran.
because she doesn't know.
Okay, we are done. You can come back when you grow up, little
Oh,
child,
she's
and
running.
can let us know where in the Quran does it
So
say
now
5
don't
times.
insult somebody's book.
Goodbye.
Look at that. Look at that. Oh, that's funny. So
Okay, next
again,
Muslim.
oh, we got somebody else. Okay.
We have about half an hour left before I need to go away. So I have half an hour left.
Yes, hello.
I would like to have some time for you to give
Yes,
you an option.
so you guys are asking where the 5 prayers are in the Quran, right?
Well, talk about they come from the Hadith.
Honestly,
And
we
she-
started out talking about beauty, but because she was really convinced on that, now we're talking about the ends of 5
Well,
verses.
I was just trying to set
Yeah,
standards.
so our
If you're going
religion
to
is
throw
not based
out,
only on the Quran, it's also on the Hadith. So we have our main sources from the Hadith as well.
that's what I said.
Yeah,
I said the 5 daily prayers come from the Hadith, not from the Quran. Nowhere in the Quran does
I
it
mean,
say 5 daily prayers. It
there
doesn't.
are some like
It says
what do
3.
you call it? Like as the verses that she provided you guys with, it says like to perform these prayers at these times. So this gives us a time of the prayers. As long as well, we have the Hadith that shows us our like the full 5 prayers as well.
That's the issue. That's I can completely understand that position, and I would go along with that because you're saying that the Hadith are valid. That because of the Hadith saying that this is the way you need to interpret it, then you interpret it according to what the Hadith says. I don't have an issue with that. She had an issue with it. She was saying that it is only in the Quran, and I'm saying you need the Hadith in order to draw the comparison between the two.
All right, so I don't see a contradiction in that. You're saying there's a contradiction in it.
From her perspective, yes.
From her, okay, yes, she's not.
She's saying
maybe not
Quran
knowledgeable enough.
only.
No, maybe
I'm
she's
saying
not
if you don't have the
knowledgeable enough.
context, you
No,
get a
it's-
contradiction.
Okay, but okay, so what's your point now? You agree that it's in the Hadith? Why?
Yeah.
If you accept the Hadith, then you wouldn't have to worry about the contradiction because it gives you an interpretive framework, so you don't have to worry about it. That was just an
That's
issue
all.
with her. We were not saying
Oh,
all
okay.
Muslims do this. We were saying that was an issue with her.
That was
rejecting
specific.
Hadith.
Okay, but so I want to ask why you were ripping the Quran. What's the purpose of that? I found
What's
that's
the purpose of that? Get her freaking attention. Get her to stop jabbering.
No.
Pay attention.
It's not ethical to do that.
Stop being
It's very
idiot.
disrespectful. It's very
Okay,
disrespectful.
are you saying that if anyone does anything to any other religious icon, that is wrong and they are a bad individual or a bad person?
What do you mean religious icon? Like a book or
Any idols or anything of a religious standard, is that wrong?
if you like destroy it? Yes, obviously.
If I were to take a stick, hypothetically,
Yeah.
hold on TikTok, you're going to go on block for a little bit. If I take a stick and start hitting away at this Quran, would that be disrespectful? And would it be wrong?
I
That's
would
all I'm
assume yes, it is disrespectful because you're meaning to, little its value. You're just hitting it. Wow, what's the purpose of hitting it?
So
It's ethically incorrect to do
if I were
that.
to hit it and say,
So if I were to wait,
truth has come and evil must flee.
I have a question.
That would
if
be
I
wrong,
were to
right?
rip up the Bible, would you find that?
Do you own the Bible? Is it your
I mean,
Bible?
I can't act. No, I do actually own the Bible.
If it's your Bible, I don't care. It's your property.
Really? Okay, that's
Your decision. Now, so you're saying that if someone were to take a religious icon from someone else's other's religion and strike it, it would be wrong. Is that correct?
I believe so. Yes, sure.
Okay. I think we got a standard here to go from. So this is Sahih al-Bukhari, and we've already established that the hadith are reliable.
No, listen, idols,
according
yeah,
to
it's
you.
fine.
I am talking.
There we go.
So Sahih al-Bukhari, here we go.
Yes,
360 idols around the Kaaba. Muhammad, started stabbing the idols with a stick. He eventually destroys the idols, all of them. You just said he was wrong.
Idols are different.
No. No,
Yes.
you established
Yes.
before this conversation
Yes.
that it was
No,
wrong.
no, listen, idols, because
So why?
we were ordered to destroy these
Why?
idols. Because okay, let me explain why. So you got in the Kaaba, it was Prophet Muhammad's, his home, right? He was wrongfully kicked out of there. He got punished for 13 years. Then he went and migrated to Medina, right? Then they had a treaty with the people in like Bani Quraysh in Kaaba, right, in Mecca, and they broke the treaty, the idol worshippers, right? So he was ordered
That's
to
what
go.
the Muslims claim. That's not what
No,
the idol
It
worshippers
is
claim.
what happened. Okay, let me continue.
No, that's
Let me
not
continue
what
my point.
historically
Let me continue my
happened.
point. All right, sure.
We
So
have two stories going on.
okay, let me continue what I'm trying to say. So it was ordered to go and conquer and get back to your place, right, of worship. This is the original piece of worship from the origin of mankind. We believe this as Muslims.
Claimed
So he
by the
went and
Muslims who are
destroyed
not
the
supported
idols.
by any historical evidence at all.
No, there is historical evidence.
No, there's not.
I mean, at least we claim that
That's
the Quran is
laughable.
our historical evidence. How far
Yeah,
can history
again,
go back?
garbage.
And how accurate is history of your writers? I don't know who you guys. Okay, who keeps track of history? I have a question for you.
Keeps track of history. We have to do historical studies, mostly cross-referencing multiple other sources in order to verify it. The resurrection and death of Jesus Christ is verified by many eyewitnesses and over
Who are those eyewitnesses? I'm sorry,
5,080 different manuscripts.
Are they the same
Some of
people that
them
wrote the
being
Bible
like
100 years after?
Plymouth
the
of
eyewitnesses
the Younger, the Roman governor writing the Roman emperor, talking about what the Christians believe, that they believe that that Jesus is God in the first century, that they believe that he rose
wait 1
and
second. I have a
died
question. For you.
on the cross, and he was writing
I have a
for the
question for
main purpose of executing the Christians. That is extremely reliable source.
Okay, I have a question for you.
Will it address what he just said?
Will address what I just said, or are you going to shuffle to something else? Because if not, I've got a couple other Muslims
About what?
to try to get through.
Address what you said about what?
Well, so far you called Muhammad an evil man for destroying the idols, which we've already established.
Don't put words in my mouth. Listen. When
That's what you said. You said it was wrong.
When you asked me this question, I meant that if you were to strike a stick on any religious icon, I thought you were talking about a book, let's say the Torah or the
Doesn't matter.
the Bible.
Any religious icon. This was their version of the Torah concept. This was their idols.
Oh my God. Okay,
again,
listen.
This is an idol.
If you were,
as far as I'm
describing
concerned, it is an idol.
If you're going to
And if I were to take
idols,
it and do something to it,
for me,
such as ripping it up.
No, listen. Are you going to stop talking over me or what?
Are you going to address it or are you going to dance around it?
Address
because
what, exactly?
You've already condemned Muhammad. We've already proven that.
Address what, bro? Shut up, man. Address what quickly?
Excuse me?
Address
You're
what?
out.
On his channel, you're saying that? That's
Goodbye.
crazy. That's crazy. Muslims, you got to learn to actually deal with the topic being discussed. If you call Muhammad evil and you say it's ethically incorrect because you want to try to sound all nice and ethically considerate, say it's ethically wrong to do that to someone's book, and then you explicitly state it's wrong to stab an idol with a stick, which an idol could be considered any form of religious iconography or that idolatry.
Idol.
Then if you do that, if you strictly state that that's ethically inconsiderate or wrong, and then we explain why Muhammad did that, and you say it's different, then you have to give a good reason, but no good reason is given because you made a universal generalized claim, which means it have to apply to Muhammad. Again, asking for consistency, very simple request, not very difficult to figure out. Number one. Number two, if you're going to say it's ethically wrong,
get up.
Oh yeah,
we got someone else we want to get up, and I'm trying to keep an eye on the time.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Trying to give you guys the time. So welcome.
Hello.
Yes, you are the next one in line.
How you doing?
Welcome. Okay. Good. So, what is your stance on the Quran being beautiful? Or not just Quran, but Islam being beautiful?
I'm Muslim. I think it's a very good deen. It's a good religion, in my opinion.
Okay, including the slavery and child marriage, all of that stuff included.
I mean, the child marriage, back in the day, there was a different,
No, it
different
wasn't.
consent. Yes, there was. You're telling me
There's
there's
no
different
historical
consent?
evidence of that being a thing. It really
So you're
isn't.
telling me there wasn't consent back in the day, or there was?
There was, but you didn't marry a prepubescent girl, and we even know that in the Hadith.
Okay, so how old was Rebecca?
What are you talking about, Rebecca?
The text does
What are you
not
talking
say.
about? She
So it
was at
doesn't say?
least physically capable, so she would have had to have at least been in her teenage years in order to carry
All
the
those
water
water
that's described. She
To all
is
the
not
So
free.
basically, when she basically hit puberty, you're saying?
Well,
She is
after
old
the age of
enough
puberty.
to speak well, and she was allowed to walk by herself to the well, which means that she was actually quite a mature individual because she had
Okay,
no.
so walking to a well makes you mature.
If you actually
What?
understand the cultural context, it was considered dangerous for somebody to go to a well by themselves if they were a woman. So yes, in
On
the
top of
cultural
that,
context, yes,
Okay,
being
that was
physically
dangerous for a woman.
capable
But
of
why was it dangerous? I'm just asking. I'm just wondering.
raiders. It was a public spot to raid for women to take back
Mhm.
as sex slaves. It was
Yeah.
a common thing to do. You knew for a fact that women would be going to this well. It wasn't a
And so
question.
she
Now, again,
was
she
old
was
enough
physically
not to be raped.
capable of carrying that much water. So that would imply that she would have had to have at least been in her later teens.
Okay. Real quick, when you said about the prayer, you said there's only 3 times to
Hold
pray.
on a second. Wait a second. We're hopping around a bit now. We
Yeah.
were, for some reason, you brought up Rebecca, even though we were just talking about child marriage. We explained the context historically verified
Yeah.
context that even comes from non-Christian sources as well about how those wells work and how Rebecca was not, however old your scholars lie to you and tell you that she is. And so now that
I
we're
didn't
on
see
that
from a
topic
scholar. I
about
saw.
child marriage,
Okay.
we wanted to know
Yeah.
how old was Aisha, how old was Muhammad, and explain why it's morally and ethically good to allow child marriage between someone who's not developed enough to consent.
Well, she already hit puberty. That's number 1. She's past
Nope.
puberty. Yes,
Nope.
she was past
If I
puberty.
found
Yes.
one Sahih Hadith that says that she was not a puberty, that would disprove your whole statement.
Okay,
read that,
let
right?
me see it then.
Okay, right here.
I'd love to see it. Thank you.
Go ahead. Narrated Aisha from her own account. Go, if you don't mind, go ahead and read it. So you know I'm
I
not
used
twisting any
to
words.
play with the dolls in the presence of the prophet, my girlfriend. Though she used to play with me when Allah's messenger used to enter my dwelling place. They used to hide themselves, but the prophet could call them, join, play with me. Then playing with the dolls in similar images is forbidden. Wait, what? Playing with the dolls in similar images is forbidden? But it was allowed for Aisha at the time. She was a little girl, not yet reached the age of puberty. Okay. What does that say about him marrying her?
It straight up says that she has not reached the age of puberty.
He is
right
living
there, right?
with Muhammad. He is coming to her house, which she was given that after the marriage. Come on, dude.
Bro, it literally
Come on.
says he just came to the house because he was very friendly with her father, which is Ali.
No, this is historically taken place after the marriage, dude. Come on.
Okay,
Come on,
well,
this is
where's
no
it say after
question this
marriage?
isn't.
Okay, well,
Are you
when is it
serious?
exactly? Yes, I'm being
Also,
serious.
you
bro.
asked for a hadith that talks about her not yet reaching the age of puberty once they were in that marital bond, right? So, again, that's been provided. That's there.
So you want to know why? Okay. So we established that the playing with dolls is a mark of not being of being prepubescent, which is clearly defined in this hadith. Will you agree that?
I mean, you could play dolls when you're 9, 10. It doesn't really matter.
Dude. What does the hadith say?
Sure. What do you mean? What does it say?
It
Jahish.
is forbidden if you're not prepubescent. What does this say?
Okay, it says not reach the age of puberty. Okay, at that, yeah, she didn't reach puberty, but saying dolls in general at any age, like you could play dolls at
Any age is forbidden, except for if you have not reached the age of puberty. That is what it says.
Okay, but what does
So
that have to do
no, you
with her
couldn't
getting
play with
married?
dolls otherwise, dude.
Okay, it doesn't say she got married at that age.
She got married. When was she married, huh? When do you think she was married?
Me personally, I don't know.
You don't know
Scholars know.
you don't know the hadith. You don't know
Because I'm
when she
not a
was married.
scholar. I'm not a scholar. I'm a high school student, bro.
Okay, then bro, you need to know your own religion.
Okay, so you're telling me
Seriously.
at the age of 15, you knew everything about Christianity?
At the age of 15, I knew enough to be able to stand on what I believe.
Okay,
And start making videos.
So have you memorized the Bible?
Don't
Just a
need
question.
to.
Where does that
Quick
say it's a
question.
requirement?
Quick
It's
question.
not a
just to-
requirement.
It's not.
just
It's not a
to talk-
requirement for me. It's not a requirement for me, but I want to.
Perfect.
Because I
Peter,
have devotion to.
Peter, just so you can understand, dealing with a lot of Muslims and reading from a lot of scholars and hearing from a lot of Dawagandists and Muslim apologists, like Dino Hakikachu and many others, they would agree that the historic understanding of the timeline for Aisha is this, right? This is not just us making stuff up. Ali Dawa is very clear on this, and Muhammad Ajab is very clear on this. Again, don't worry. I'm just explaining for you in the audience. This is just what's understood from Muslim scholars, Muslim Dawagandists, right? They say that it's very clear that she was 6 when when they got married, consummated the marriage when she was 9, and he was around 56 when she was 9. So we're just repeating what you'll hear Daniel Hakikachu say very clearly, and he is very much the representative of the vast majority of the scholarship on this topic. So again, just explaining to you what Muslim scholars and teachers, because you said you're not a scholar. Hey, you know what? That's okay. You're not a scholar, but scholars are the ones who are saying the overwhelming vast majority of scholars throughout Islamic history, including today, say that Muhammad married Aisha when she was 6, he was 53, and when she was 9, he consummated the marriage, which is the sexual act, the conjugal act, when she was 9, and he was 56, and of course, Sahih al-Bukhari states that right there. So, just
Okay, yeah, I understand that. Yeah, thank you for letting me know that at least,
So she was prepubescent when Muhammad had sex with her when they got married. Again, Aisha, marriage contract when she was 6, married when she was 9, consummated.
I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure in Islam you're not allowed to have sex when you hit puberty yet.
Why?
Because you're not allowed to.
Where does it say that?
I saw it in a hadith somewhere, long time ago.
It's not.
I saw it. Yeah,
Because Muhammad was.
If you're married, because he got married at what age? It said
at 6.
She got married at 6.
At 6. Wait until she was 9 because her hair fell out.
He waited until 9 because her hair fell out. You're saying?
Yeah. Her hair fell out.
Okay, like a real question. Well, what do you mean her hair fell out?
Her hair fell out. What's hard to understand about that?
Well, what's that have to do with anything? Her hair fell out.
Well, when her hair grew back in, that's when he married her, not when she became prepubescent. Well, when she became pubescent. So when she was when she hit puberty. So here we go. So you want the end all be all, fine. This is the last one on it. Oop, doggone it. There we go. Very simple. Aisha 9 dolls. That's all you have to search on sunnah.com. And brings up this Sahih Hadith right here. According to Muslim scholars, this is undoubtedly reliable. Would you like to read this?
Sure. Sorry, hold up. The Messenger of Allah married when I was 6 and consummated the marriage with me when I was 9, and I used to play with dolls. Okay, but the question is, why did she get married at that age? Because there is a reason.
There's not a reason, and there's not a reason given.
There is.
The reason given is garbage.
You could say I'm not going to get offended.
We've already established that she was prepubescent at the time that Muhammad had intercourse with her and consummated the marriage. That's plain and simple. That's right here in this hadith, right here.
Yeah, but perhaps we could ask Peter so that we can get some clarification. Peter, if you had seen a 9-year-old girl who had shown signs of puberty. That's actually what Muslims say. Muslims don't say that she had undergone the full extent of puberty. But even if you show any initial signs of puberty, like at all, so slight increase in hair, very small changes, right? So, according to what a lot of Muslim teachers and scholars say, that would be enough. Not finishing puberty, but just the early, because puberty is not a single instant; it's a process, biologically speaking. It's a medical and biological process. So if you had seen a 9-year-old girl and you're 16, right? So it's not that much of an age difference compared to Muhammad with Aisha. But if you had seen a 9-year-old girl and you see that she shows signs of puberty, right? So maybe she has her first menstruation, right? Then would you then choose to have sex with this 9-year-old girl?
You're asking me this?
Yeah. I am just for you at your age with a 9-year-old. If a 9-year-old showed signs of puberty, right? So they had their first menstruation, or perhaps even less than that. Maybe they had their hair changed slightly or something else. Their hips widened. Would you have sex with the 9-year-old girl if that happened?
Well, number one, I'm not married to this girl, so no.
Okay, but okay. So if you were married to her, would you have sex with her right then?
Right then, no.
All right. Why would that be?
I mean, it depends on how you are as a person. If you wanted to.
So you're saying
there's always a reason for something.
You're saying it would be permissible to have sex with a 9-year-old child whose faculties of reason are not yet fully developed, such that they can logically consent with well-informed reason. You would say it's okay, even if they don't really understand what all that means.
I mean, first of all, I mean, if the parents are giving you the permission to marry this girl, which
doesn't her consent
Prophet
matter?
was, I mean, at that age, yeah, it doesn't matter because she's hitting puberty, so it does matter. And Aisha herself knew because her father was going to leave, and so was Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam leaving to migrate, and she couldn't migrate without being, like what's it called, mihram, which is like a migrant, like a system back in the day. I know there's a system. I saw it. It was a hadith. There's a system for migrants.
Dude, if your source is, I saw it once in a hadith, trust me, bro, that's not going to fly. If you want to come up here, you need to bring actual sources. And so far, we have a Muslim who is saying where it doesn't mention sex, dude. Yes, it does. Actually, right here.
Consummation means sex for everybody. Exactly. Yeah,
I didn't say sex.
No, respond to someone in the live chat.
Yeah, that was somebody else.
No, she had
some people in live chat. They're Muslim. I'm being honest. They're kind of being dumb. You guys shouldn't be disrespecting each other. So the Muslims in the chat, I'm saying.
Yeah.
I have no control over them.
Yeah, we can't.
Yeah, I'm not blaming you guys. I'm blaming them.
Understood. Well, what we would say, given the not very much time we have left, would be this, because Peter, actually, I think you're pretty cool. There's something you said before, and I study logic. It's part of my master's program. Is logic and logical process thinking. Earlier, you said something that's very common, not something that just you said, but you said there had to be a reason that Muhammad would marry a girl when she was 6, consummate the marriage when she was 9, have sex with her when she was 9. And so it's very possible that the reason could have been what we hear, which is that he had a dream about her and wanted to sleep with her, right? That could be a reason. Now, I would agree that's a reason. I just wouldn't agree that that's a good reason. Wanting to sleep with somebody and seeing them in a dream and then wanting to sleep with them just as a result would not, I don't think, be a sufficiently good reason. But assuming that there has to be a good reason is kind of an issue, right? You have to actually prove that Muhammad is the kind of individual that you would trust before you assume some sort of, automatically positive intent, right? Otherwise, for instance, let's say in Texas, when we hear about some teacher who decides to sleep with one of the children, and we would label that person, they were like 48 or something, and the child they slept with, well, they had sex with, was a 5-year-old in the early parts of that elementary school. That's legally classified as a pedophilic attack, which would be molestation in legal terms. And so we would not say, oh, there has to be a reason, right? As in like a good reason. We can't just assume that. So same with Muhammad. We can't just say, oh, there's a good reason a 56-year-old man decided to consummate a marriage with a 9-year-old girl. Because again, any reason given would go against the fact that she did not have, as 9-year-olds don't, she didn't have the logical and mental awareness necessary to make a fully informed decision because her brain wasn't fully developed yet. We know from biological analyses of humans across cultures over time that people actually matured slower back then. That's actually shown through anthropological and biological research. If you want a good channel for that, check out Inspiring Philosophy, which maybe we can put that in chat for people.
Which one? Inspiring what?
Oh man, I'm spelling poorly today. Inspiring Philosophy.
Yes.
So that's a good channel that talks a bit about that. And so, she would have been maturing slower than people do today, oddly enough, biologically and mentally. So there's no good biological or mental or psychological reason to assume that she was able to logically consent to the proposal and to the marriage. That's scientifically backed up, anthropologically backed up, that people at that time would have been maturing slower, and so that actually would have been less likely.
So we do have a real quick couple comments here. We do have one on TikTok who's saying that you do know that it was just normal back then. No, it wasn't. In fact, the Hadith here specifically addresses this as not being the norm.
They wouldn't have to. They wouldn't have to clarify if it was just the norm. But also, just to help people avoid logical fallacies, even if it was common, that does not necessarily suddenly make it good, right?
And slavery was common for quite some time. In fact, all of human history, up until the Christians decided no more slavery.
Yeah.
So that would be another issue. Of course, Muhammad, pretty prolific in the slave trade, definitely chattel slavery, going to war for the express purpose of taking female captives.
Yeah. So again, good for everybody in the chat. Just because something happened in the past doesn't make it good, right? I know it sounds obvious when I say it that way, but a lot of times people say, oh, it was common back then. This is actually why it's really good to study ethics, to understand that, well, just because something was common doesn't mean it's good. For instance, I'm sure, Peter, you're probably a more traditional conservative Muslim. So would you say that, it's June, so we know what month it is. There's certain behaviors that are very, very common in June that are celebrated. Would you say those extremely common and promoted behaviors are good? If you know what behaviors I'm talking about and what lifestyles I'm talking about. The connection might have been messed up.
I even dropped us off YouTube for a second, put up the filter to say, hey, making sure it's not. Now, we're not, while he's thinking about that, I'm going to pop us back on. Now, we are not pointing to a random Muslim who lived in the 6th century. We're not pointing to, saying, well, you see, Abu Bakr, he did something that we didn't agree on, or something along the lines like that in this regard, because again, he is not the code of conduct. He is not the moral standard. The moral standard for Muslims today is Muhammad, including all of his actions, which this is one of those actions.
For all people, for all times, right? For all people, for all times.
All times, according to the Quran. Yep. He is the code of conduct. So I did say I'd get off at 7:30. It is now past that for me. I will keep going. If you guys are curious, there is a live premiere going on, which is one of the reasons why I was like, I don't know if I want to be on at the same time as the premiere goes on. The Boom Boom Room over on Act 17 Polemics is going on right now. But I will keep on plugging away because finally we've got good Muslim conversations going. So, Peter, are you still there, or should I go on to our next caller? Okay, Peter, just let me know in the private chat that you've come back, and I will go ahead and add you back on, but I cannot hear anything. Maybe you need to disconnect, reconnect. I don't know.
He said I'm here. Interesting. I wonder what happened with his mic.
Your mic isn't working. There might be some connection issue. So you're more than welcome to come back on. And we'll go ahead and go to our other caller. And if you jump back on, we will go ahead. Oh, nope. There you are. Oh, nope. That's someone else who is a nerd, just like many other Mike Winger and other individuals. We'll let you on, and then we'll go ahead and... Man, now all you guys join. What is going on?
What's up?
We are stream storming right now, or stream raging right now, whatever you call it. I don't even
Yo,
know.
it's good.
Well, yeah,
rating.
we were
stream rating.
Stream rating.
You're rating the stream.
Yep, that's what we were doing.
We actually all just came from a stream that we were just doing, and we saw that you were live. We're like, hey, let's go join this one.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So we in this thing. What's going on?
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to let up Muslim, give them their opportunity to say why the Quran and the Hadith and Islam is beautiful. And then we'll go from there. So far, I have not been convinced in any way, shape, or form.
How'd you get the screen to look like this? Like in this
Vertical?
diameter? Yeah.
It's just StreamYard. There's an option in StreamYard. You just go under general options, and it's new. It's new. YouTube pushing it.
I was just showing Lucas here like how to do StreamYard and everything, and then you're over here doing this, showing me something new.
Yep, and I'm also on TikTok at the same time. TikTok, YouTube, and Twitter.
Yeah.
Be careful of what you say though on TikTok. It's way more.
I have a sensor that goes up every time.
Oh, really?
Sensor screen that I can click on whenever I think anything might.
Okay, Eric, after this stream, you're going to show me how to do all of this because this is all new to me. I have been trying to figure out how to stream live also on YouTube and TikTok at the same time, and I never know. I didn't even know you could do that. Are you doing it through a computer or through your phone?
StreamYard. Oh, for TikTok, I'm using their TikTok studios separately. I'm actually I'm streaming the window for the TikTok for the StreamYard window.
Okay. You're gonna have to show me how you do all this because
I'll show you that later.
Yeah, show me that after the stream if I stick around long enough. What up, David? I ain't talked to you in a minute.
Yeah, it's been a bit. Yeah. Still studying beauty. Still my baby. Still think I'm studying.
There you go.
It's some good stuff. I've been trying to go through and explain why beauty has some objective standards, like metaphysically speaking, and then explain
the argument from beauty.
Yes, but I'm trying to revamp it because I think it's been ignored for a bit, and I think there's really good ways to go from objective moral argumentation into objective beauty, since moral and ethical principles, like moral actions, good moral actions, are called beautiful. So therefore, there must be at least some semblance to objective moral beauty. So I get to the metaphysics of that. Oddly enough, as this stream shows, Muslim philosophers and Christian philosophers and Jewish philosophers have often all agreed that there is a standard for objective beauty, and that the source of that standard is God. So that all perfections and all beautiful experiences, all aesthetic experiences, are somehow rooted and sourced from God's nature. Here's the issue really for Muslims to comment on, if any of them are willing to actually deal with the philosophy, that according to Muslim scholars, including Avicenna and many more, they say that means that all beauty that we see is in some sense sourced in God, which means relational beauty is eternally sourced in God. You know, like the relationships between families and the relationships of friends. So a good unified relationship of multiple persons is beautiful according to Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, which means in God there must be some sense in which he eternally is a unified relationship of persons.
Ooh,
here's the issue. Only Christianity can deal with this. So,
so we got our Muslim caller. We do need to bring him on in. He has been waiting. So he's been patient and waiting, and I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. And thank you to all the callers that have called in, even if you disagreed, even if you told me to shut up on my own stream, which didn't make you last very long after the fact. But I still appreciate you being willing to stand up. So let's go ahead and go on with our next caller here. Welcome.
Yes, hello.
Hello. Okay. I'm assuming you're a Muslim. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So, based upon the presentation that we've given, that David's given, I've just been standing here looking beautiful, as my normal day goes. What is, I guess, what would be your disagreement or your main stance on why Islam is beautiful?
It's the only religion that doesn't have any contradictions.
No Have you watched this
zero.
live stream?
Ooh.
Yeah, what?
Have you watched this live stream?
Yeah. No,
Because we
not
did have contradictions. Actually, we had in the
there's
Quran
none.
where it said go pray twice and then pray three times, which by
it's not.
itself, without the Hadith, looks like a contradiction.
How's that? Can you explain to me how that is a contradiction?
If I say go pray 3 times a day, and then I tell you to pray 2 times a day, how 2 and 3 do not equal each other.
Okay.
Simple math. I mean, that's basic.
That's kind of like how it's kind of like how Muslims say 1 doesn't equal 3.
You're using the 2 verses from the Quran. If you can pull them up, I know them in Arabic. Okay. There's وَأَقِمِ الصَّلَاةَ لِدُلُوكِ الشَّمْسِ إِلَى غَسَقِ اللَّيْلِ. Perform prayer from the sunrise to the dawn, or to the. Pull it up.
Here's the both ends of the day.
Yes, exactly. So this shows that we have the prayer in the beginning of the day, which is the dawn, and then after sunset, like I don't know how we call it in English. We call it Isha. So this Quran, has verses that tell us what to do. However, we have our backed up Hadith. This is not a contradiction because we believe that we can't have a full religion without the Quran and the Hadith. Our religion is made up from both of these 2 sources. So if one has missing stuff, the other one will compensate for it. That's how we get our religion. That's simple. It's not a contradiction.
Well, that was the issue that we were talking with someone at that point. If you take the Quran by itself, you see a contradiction. If you take the Quran and the Hadith that are written over 200 years later, then you do not have a contradiction. Almost as if they wrote the Hadith in reaction to objections that were going on.
Okay. Can I point on that? The thing just said that it was written 200 years later. Okay. So we have these scholars, Bukhari. I know you know about them. Bukhari, Muslim. I know you know about them.
214 years and 256 years, if memory serves.
Right, you're right. However, if you look, there is a detailed chain on every hadith
that the Muslims claim that is absolutely garbage.
No mistakes. And if there is a mistake, the scholars will point out that this is a weak hadith. In every single hadith, every single one that shows its authentication, every single one. You cannot find a single hadith that does not have a chain connecting back to original Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Yes, a made up chain that didn't exist. That never actually happened.
What do you mean? Show me how.
There are garbage claims that were made by the Muslim scholars at the time with no grasp in reality. It is that bad. I mean, seriously, if anyone has played the kids' game Telephone, they know how much of garbage.
Okay, listen. Really I just told you my point, and now you're just diverging from it. I'm telling you, there's a proper chain for every hadith. You can pull it up.
Yeah, which is absolutely made up in garbage.
How is it made up? I'm telling you, in every single hadith in our books in Arabic
is made up in garbage. I already told you. What's the issue?
They're not made up. Listen.
We're getting off topic. Okay. Let's pull back the chain of narration as far as I'm considered garbage, but we'll go ahead and go with it for the point of this argument. I'm not verifying that the chain is legitimate. I'm just saying for the sake of this argument, let's go ahead and go with it. So you're saying that you have these chains, that there are no contradictions at all in the Quran, although there are definitely Arabic Qurans that contradict each other. The Warsh and the Hafs do.
Show me more. Okay. I like to talk about this point.
But that's not the topic for today.
No. Okay.
The topic is beautiful. So you're saying that Islam is beautiful because there's no contradictions at all.
Exactly.
Contradictions with what?
In anything in the religion, nothing. Zero.
Nothing. So it does not contradict itself. So that's why it's beautiful.
Chance.
Okay. My menu from the Chinese place down the street does not contradict itself. Is it beautiful just like the Quran?
What do you mean?
My menu, the takeout menu I have from the Chinese restaurant down the road, has no contradictions in it. How is that not as beautiful as the Quran if that is the measurement that you're using?
I mean, I'm saying this is one thing. It's no contradictions in the religion. That's why it's beautiful, because it's the only religion with no contradictions. That has nothing to do with the menu that you're talking about.
All Eric is doing, all Eric is trying to do, just to clarify, because I think this person's really trying to follow this a bit. He's just trying to say that the thing you've given does not directly relate to or entail the most beautiful, right?
Beautiful.
That's what he's trying to say.
Okay. I get what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
I took the question as what makes me believe in Islam. Okay. If you think beautiful, I believe that the Quran is beautiful. When I read it, the promises that God has gave us, the heavens and everything, and all the good things that we were promised. This is what makes me think that religion is so beautiful. And what
are some of the good things that you're promised in paradise that you're saying is so beautiful?
You have like anything that you want,
like wine,
wine,
like alcohol.
No. Wine
is alcohol beautiful?
Okay, I'll tell you the exact. Okay, listen. Open to Surah.
That's in Jannah. Alcohol is in Jannah.
Listen, tell you something.
And is that beautiful? Is alcohol beautiful? Yes or no? Just answer the question. Just answer the question.
I'm trying to answer. Can I talk? Can you let me talk? Okay.
Yes, it's yes or no answer. Go ahead.
Yeah. Listen. No, not the same alcohol that we have right now.
So no, alcohol is not beautiful. That's in Jannah.
Listen to me.
Because it's talked about being wine. It's talked about.
Can you listen to me?
Being alcohol.
Can I talk? Okay, listen. In Jannah, you were promised things. Let's say in Surah Muhammad, you're promised rivers of water, rivers of honey, rivers of milk, rivers of alcohol. However, these things are not the same they're not the same taste that we have in this real world. Okay.
Words. Then why? Then it seems very unclear. It seems very muddled. If you're going to use the words that mean something, and say, well, no, that's not really what it means. Because if I read that,
it does
mean it's because alcohol, just like we have here.
Because the description in the ayahs, if you bring it up, okay. I know the ayah in the surah in Arabic, but I don't know.
Give me the reference.
Surah Muhammad. It's called Surah Muhammad.
Are you going to have me pull up the entire thing?
Just write surah. No, wait 1 second.
Or are you going to give me an actual reference?
Yeah, I got you. So I think it's 47. Let me get you. So chapter 47, verse. Let me try to get it, because I know in English. I know in Arabic. I don't know in English.
Don't worry. Once you read the Arabic, we check out the Muslim scholars who translate the Arabic to the English, so we'll be able to understand. But you can read the Arabic, and then we could talk about it.
I got you. I got it. So verse 15, chapter 47. Okay.
Verse 15, chapter 47.
Yeah. Okay.
Pull that up. 15.
So the description of paradise promised to the righteous is that there are rivers of fresh water, rivers of milk that never changes the taste, rivers of wine delicious to drink, and rivers of pure honey. Okay. And then you got all kinds of fruits, and yeah. So this is the verse that's saying what you promised in paradise, as well as many other things, many other verses. The whole Quran talks about just verses. A lot of the Quran just talks about verses of what we're promised. Okay.
Yeah.
This is a small thing that we're promised.
So reading this, you have water forever pure. Does that mean that water is forever pure there in Jannah?
Yes.
Okay. Rivers of milk, forever fresh, so they're not going sour.
Exactly.
That's forever fresh.
It's different from the real world right now. You get me?
Rivers of wine.
Yes.
Okay. So there'd be the wine that we have here because it doesn't say anything else.
However,
all the other ones defined it.
Yeah, let me tell you, the description of when our scholars, give the detailed what do you call it, like
Is your
description of
tafsir?
this ayah.
Is this your tafsir for it?
The tafsir that are made up
Yeah.
sometimes hundreds or 1,000 plus years later. That's where you're going?
No,
I'm sure I do
still-
not have to explain to anyone who has ever watched my channel how unhistorically reliable that is and how laughable it is.
Okay, so let's touch on in Christianity. Let's see, when was who is John?
Why are you running to the Bible
Why are you
when we're
running to the
supposed to be
Bible? We're
talking
talking
about
about
I'm
the
running to the
Quran,
Bible
and I'm letting the
because you guys are
Quran
saying
stand
all
on
these
its own and reading the perfectly clear Quran here, which says you'll have waters forever pure. So it's defining the difference here as being pure. Rivers of milk forever fresh, defining the difference here. Rivers of wine, no
Yes.
difference defined.
No, there
I
is
am
difference.
letting the
There is
Quran
difference
talk
because our
itself.
scholars tell us there's a difference. Listen,
So the scholars later
our
on made
religion,
something else.
our
That's what-
religion. Listen, it's like there's a Quran, there's a Hadith, there's a tafsir for the Quran, tafsir for the Hadith. This tafsir is backed by scholars that have either.
And when was that tafsir written?
Tafsir
When was
is
it written?
written. It was first orally spoken, right? And it was brought
No.
down
When was
generation
it
to
written?
generation.
When was it written? Because you can't say,
I don't know.
well,
I
this
don't know.
hadith somehow was talked about somewhere, except there's no actual historical evidence that the hadith actually ever existed outside of my own brain.
If there is a chain going back to the Prophet or going
There's a
back to
claim
the Sahaba,
chain that does not exist in historical evidence.
there is a chain.
That's the
There is a
issue.
chain. There is a chain. Okay, go search any hadith. Search any hadith in Arabic. It will give you all the chain. I'm telling you, there's a chain.
The
If you
chains are
neglect the chain,
garbage.
does not
They're
mean-
cleaned up later.
You
We've already
saying that the chain is
established this.
garbage? You saying the
We
chain
can
is
see
garbage does not mean
in
it does
the
not exist. I'm
imagery
sorry.
of Muhammad himself, because Muslims were drawing pictures of Muhammad. Even
we believe whoever
long
does this is not a Muslim.
hadith
Whoever
are
does this
written.
is not a Muslim.
Now, let me finish. Those all were Muslims, according to the scholars. Those all were reliable people, according to the scholars. They did not adhere to the hadith because the hadith didn't exist until 214 years afterwards. That's historical evidence.
So, how do you know what you're talking about? Where's your evidence for that? There's people that draw with the faces of Muhammad and whatever.
What do you mean? Dude, just do. And
I'm
the
asking-
picture of this gosh darn live stream is it.
What is that picture? You were the one who drew it.
I did not drive that.
Who drew
Okay,
it?
this one here is AI generated. It is based off of the common Muslim picture of Muhammad.
We believe, I'll tell you something. We believe whoever does the picture of Muhammad is not a Muslim. I'm telling you from
Well,
he's
guess
not a
what?
Muslim.
That's based off of the hadith that did not exist at the time.
Which
Why?
hadith?
Because it's made up garbage.
Which hadith are you
That
talking
would be
about now?
found in Sahih Muslim. Well, actually,
Yeah.
no, because it doesn't even say it necessarily. It just talks about
Okay.
anyone who draws any sort of picture at all.
Yes, I'll get to this one. You know what that means? Our
Again, didn't
interpretation of this
exist.
hadith. The interpretation of this hadith means whoever does a picture like an idol that has a certain shadow that you can cast over it. This means whoever does this is like he's creating a new creation. This one's haram. That's for us. We believe that's haram. We're getting off topic now. I'm telling you. My point is.
Well, yeah,
that
because
we
now
have-
you're running from it.
No, I'm not running.
Because anyone that does a
there's
search
chains.
on the internet says historical art of Muhammad will pull up hundreds of pictures of Muhammad written by whom? By Muslims.
So
before this hadith ever existed.
Okay,
So,
nice.
dude,
Okay,
the
let me
hadith
ask
are
you this.
unreliable.
Let me ask you this.
It's
So
garbage.
you believe that if someone drew a picture of Muhammad right now, the Muslims won't react? They will just be fine with it, since you're saying that they're Muslims.
Dude, has the hadith been written? Yes. Yes, because the hadith now exists. The
When
scholarly
did it exist?
successes
I'm telling
now
you now.
exists. I've drawn
Listen,
pictures
listen.
of Muhammad all the time.
Okay, let me get this clear and let's move to another thing because I'm trying to get this clear. Okay, listen. If you believe that there's no clear chain of hadith and the tafsir and everything does not have a direct chain to the Prophet and all that we're talking about does not have a
Yeah,
chain,
because
that's
there's no historical
you,
evidence
that's
of it.
you, and you don't believe it. However, it is there. It is there. And if you
It's
want to
not
search about it,
there.
you can search about it. Okay, I'm
There
telling you, if
is
you
no
neglect it-
historical
if you
evidence
neglect
of
it, it does
these
not mean it's not there.
chains.
If you neglect it, does not mean that that's not there. We believe that it's there. Okay.
Here.
There's
Let me
historical
let me
evidence.
clarify what's happening. I think I know what's happening here. So Oh, I forgot to ask what his name is. What's your name?
Abdullah.
Abdul. Okay. Abdul.
Abdullah.
So, oh, sorry. Say it again.
Abdullah. Or
Abdullah. Sorry about that.
Yes.
Abdullah. I'll put that in chat. So I'll just remember Abdullah. So Abdullah, what Eric's trying to get at is that you're stating something that scholars have told you, imams have told you, but just because your imams or scholars, some scholars maybe have told you, doesn't mean that that actually fits with what you see in the historic record. The clearest research from a lot of Muslim scholars, oddly enough, in more honest positions, would be that a lot of these chains of narration that people are told about, it's just an ad hoc, or I'm sorry, a post hoc writing. Post hoc means it's after the fact. So in order to try to explain a narrative about how this came about, they'll say that there's a chain. But the claim that there's a chain does not equate to there actually being a chain, right? It doesn't necessitate it. So we would need some evidence that each of these people and each of these chains were real people who were reliable in their character. Not just because people said so, we'd actually have to have some evidence of that. Yeah. And we'd have to have some attestation outside of the Quran for that.
Evidence that they actually
I like how
lived.
you brought this up. I get what you're trying to say.
Because there's not
I'll
even
tell
that.
you how our chains are protected. Listen, so as I told you, we believe that there's chains, right? Back during this 200 period time, from when Prophet Muhammad died and until the hadiths were written, people, as I'm telling you what we believe as Muslims, and you're telling me, anyways, so what we believe, there were people that the Sahaba or the Prophet's companions, they memorized a lot of this hadiths. They told it to their students, and their students kept telling it down until we reached to Bukhari and Muslim. And let me tell you something. Bukhari, or these people that got these hadith, they wouldn't trust, they would make sure that this person is trustworthy in order to acquire this hadith. There was one story of a man, okay? He went to a person, he traveled a long distance, forgot who he was, and he went to this man to get this hadith, right? So this man was feeding, or it looked like he was feeding his camel, okay?
That's that was Muhammad al-Bukhari that you're telling. And again, that story is
exactly.
fallacious.
I think it was him. So that man,
garbage.
when he went and he fed this camel, Bukhari thought that he was tricking him. He told you, did you trick him or did you actually feed him? Because if you tricked him, I wouldn't have taken the hadith from you. Okay, so this shows that we get our hadiths from trustworthy people, and even we have certain hadiths in not Bukhari and Muslim, in Tirmidhi and in Tirmidhi and the other ones, and Ibn Dawood. Okay, these ones have weak hadith. We have weak hadiths in other books because of weak chains. You get what I'm trying to say? So
yes,
you're claiming that
chains.
These chains are all weak. Why wouldn't have made all these chains strong then? We see that there's weak chains. The scholars, obviously not me, like 1,000 years ago, they determined this is weak because of this. This is strong because of this. Okay, and for a lot of Sahih hadiths, we have multiple chains that not like maybe 5 chains for one hadith. One chain might be weak. They're like, okay, this chain is weak. We have another 4. Okay, so this is why this is Sahih hadith. Okay.
Answer me this one question then. Wait.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Answer me this one question then.
Yes.
Why didn't they write it? If they existed back then, why didn't they write it down immediately? If it was this important.
It is in the book, in Sahih books. The chains are all there.
No, yes, there's no actual writing down of many of these hadith.
Yes,
until the time. Nope, nothing exists. But
until the time of what?
Until 214 years afterwards. Is our first reliable. Now we have one book that's written before that point, which is talking about laws, but that's not even any of the hadith that we're currently applying to. So no, it didn't exist.
I understand your point. You're saying that they weren't written down until 220 years after the Prophet. That's what you're trying to say, right?
Yes, an incredibly unreliable source.
My argument to this, and I've been saying it, and I said it. I've been saying it. It was passed down orally.
Why?
Orally.
Why? Because they said the reason why they didn't do that with the Quran was because they knew it was unreliable. So it was already known that oral tradition was unreliable.
Even the Quran was
in the
passed down
Quran, according to the Quran.
Even the Quran was passed down
they wrote it down.
But wait a minute. Hold on. Yeah, the Quran was actually written down at after the Battle of Yamama because a lot of people who were reciting the Quran specifically started dying off, and so so they didn't lose that so-called oral tradition, they had to write it down so they didn't lose that oral tradition. So what Eric is speaking about here specifically is when it comes to the Hadiths, since it already showed that the oral tradition wasn't reliable enough because people were dying off who actually had the Quran memorized specifically, they decided instead of having it orally memorized, they had to write it down. So why didn't they do this for the Hadiths?
If they actually existed, then.
I mean, they were there, and now I don't know. I don't have enough knowledge why they didn't do it. However,
from an oral perspective, look, the argument is that oral perspective is not strong enough. That's why they had to write it down. So since the Hadiths was so much later on, how can we actually substantiate that the Hadiths are actually reliable since they are so much later on?
Okay, as I said, the chains that are directly related to the Prophet, that's how we say that these
It was the
hadiths are
Quran,
true.
but they still had to write it down because it wasn't reliable enough in the oral tradition.
Okay, listen. It was a decision made by the Khalifa. I think it was Omar. He told Abu Bakr, we have to make the Quran. We have to make. Yeah, it was during.
Okay.
It was. They made one book, one like copy. Okay. Then they started making multiple copies in the time of Uthman ibn Affan. Okay.
Right.
They started making more copies at that time. So
that's why Uthman had it. That's why Uthman had to literally burn the 6 others.
Yeah.
Out of the
other
7.
ones. The other ones were different. Like. Okay,
how many qira'ats are there?
Okay, there's one Quran. Okay.
No, not Quran. How many qira'ats are there?
Quran. Listen to me. Qira'at. Qira'at. Okay. So we believe there's 10. 7 that you can read in pair, and 3 that you can't read in pair. Each of these, like 10, there's 2 in them. Okay.
Yep.
Now,
the reason I asked that, I was just gonna say the reason I asked that specifically is because with Uthman, you have him burn 7 different oral traditions of the Quran that he deemed to be not original. So that's why he burned 6 out of the 7 ones. But now, when it comes to the qira'ats today, you have 7 qira'ats, which actually aren't the exact same in the Arabic either. And so, if you had the qira'ats you have today, it's almost like Uthman would have burned 6 out of those 7 qira'ats.
No, okay, listen.
Oh, sorry.
So they were what do you call it? So in one qira'ah, okay, this is it's too detailed. Okay, you said that he burned 6 out of the 7. There's 1 out of the 7 was the one for the Quraysh. This was the tribe of the Prophet. This is the accent that they had. This was the accent that we're talking in right now. When I read the Quran, this is this accent. The other 6,
it's not accents, right?
No, it's not. It's different words, different spellings,
it's not different words. Let me
talk.
Oh, yes, it is, dude. Come on.
Hold on. I'll give an example. When it comes to accents, like a lot of Arabic-speaking Muslims like to say tomato. However, those are 2 different accents, but they both mean the exact same thing. But if I say kutala and katala, those are 2 different Arabic words that have 2 different Arabic meanings. They don't mean the same, like tomato and tomato, potato or potato do. So it's not about accents. It's actually different Arabic words with different diacritical marks. And you even know, if you know Arabic, that even the diacritical marks, even one smidge different of a diacritical mark can change the entire meaning of an Arabic word, which is actually what you has with the different qira'ats.
But you were just talking about right now about the qira'at that he burnt, right?
6 out of 7.
Okay, these are different than the ones we have now. I'm telling you. Let me get to my point.
Oh yes, they are very different Qurans.
That's even worse.
No, different. My guy, different. Different, like accents. Okay, let me talk to you. Let me tell you.
It's not.
So I told you there's the accent of Quraysh. Okay, accent of Quraysh. As I said, okay, this one is 1 out of 7. The other ones, let's say for the word kaf, we have letter kaf. Okay, you know the letter kaf in Arabic.
Go ahead.
They have, in different accent, it will be cha. It will be cha. Okay, instead of kaf, it will be cha. Okay, now. This means that it's the same word, but with a different accent. These other accents were burnt in order to not get messed up. But they're same exact words, same meaning, same Quran we have now with just different accent. Now, getting to the Quran that you're talking now,
you got a problem. You got a problem with that. The reason why I would say you got a problem, to add on to what Hunter said, is abjipta. There's a word in Arabic which means
abjiptu.
Yeah, abjipta and abjiptu. Those words do not mean the same exact thing. They have different meanings. You and I.
Yeah.
Anta.
Yeah. That means
أنت
you wondered. I wondered.
عجبت. Oh, okay. Okay, I got you. Okay, now I'm getting into the
Sorry, and
argument.
I this did kind of go into the rabbit hole of before what we were originally talking about, because I just brought up Qur'an specifically, in reference to what it was, because we were talking about the oral tradition of the hadiths when they get written down so later on. But the whole reason why the Quran got written down was because the oral tradition wasn't reliable enough after the Battle of Yamama, because so many people who had the Quran memorized were dying off.
It wasn't the point that the Sahaba made was not reliable. They were just scared it would get lost because there was a lot of
No, it's because it was unreliable. They were afraid they were going to lose it.
It would have still, like, a lot of people still had the Quran memorized in heart. It was just that they didn't want to. They were scared it would get lost.
Well, so the reason why they got scared was because after the Battle of Yamama, so many people who had memorized the Quran were actually dying off. So instead of relying on the actual oral tradition itself, they were basing it off of the people who actually had it memorized, so to speak.
Okay.
That's not the oral tradition is not it being memorized word for word, because not everybody in the Arabic speaking Muslim world has the Quran memorized in Arabic, because not every Muslim knows Arabic in the first place.
Yes. Okay.
So
I get what you're trying to say. You're saying that they made the written the Quran because of the being scared and the oral tradition is not gonna work, right? Now,
because the oral tradition was going to be lost if you didn't write it down, which demonstrates that you need something other than the oral tradition itself.
Now you're saying that the because people died in that battle and they were scared. Okay, but the Hadith, right? It weren't the same people, because the Hadiths were mainly like taken by the people that were really close to the Prophet and stayed with him all the time.
Yeah, like Umar, Abu Bakr,
Abu
you mean like
Hurairah,
those people who were
heard of Abu
deciding
Hurairah?
to write down the Quran? Sorry, dude, you really in left field with that. We're
Yeah.
going to boil this down.
Okay.
Come on. We need to pull this back real quick. Look up for me Quran 28:48 and tell me what it says.
28:48. Okay.
And you can read the Arabic or whatever. I just need to know.
Okay.
Share this one instead, because we're just going to drive this home.
No tafsir, right? Or are we?
Is.
No tafsir, just straight reading.
Straight reading, no tafsir, no nothing.
Yeah, whatever
just
Allah
tell me
gave.
what your Quran says.
Yeah, let's go with what Allah said, not random people.
Okay. So, but when the truth came to them from us, they said, "Why was he not given like that which was given to Moses? Did they not believe in what was given to Moses before?" They said, "They are but two works of magic supporting each other, and indeed we're in both disbelievers."
So this is a historical account, right? So this is Allah giving a historical account of something that's happened. That they were disbelievers because of this. They were basically challenging Moses there, saying, they said two works of magic. I'm not adding the parentheses stuff because that's just added stuff without any actual context to it. It's just added words of magic supporting each other, right? So that would be up here, right? Let me see. Two works of magic right here. So now I'm going to show you something that you're not allowed to see. This is the Quran.
Mm-hmm.
So this is, we are looking at 48 right here is the end of 48. Oh, I don't know if you see my cursor there.
Yeah, so you're using different qira'at. I believe in this qira'at.
Is that wash or hop?
Okay.
Go
ahead and read. Go ahead and read 48, or I can tell you what it actually says.
قالوا سحران تظاهرا وقالوا إن بكم كافرون فلما جاءهم الحق من عندنا قالوا لولا أوتي مثل ما أوتي موسى أولم يكفروا بما أوتي موسى من قبل قالوا سحران تظاهرا وقالوا إن بكل كافرون. Let's look at that one. فلما جاءهم.
Okay. Is that the exact same?
Let me check. I mean, it's different qira'ah. The one that you read was Hafs. This was
what is the meaning? I'm asking what the meaning is.
Basically to translate.
Because meanings matter.
أوتي موسى من قبل. Okay, let me check. قالوا سحران تظاهرا وقالوا. It's the same exact thing.
No, it's not.
I'm checking right now.
No, it's not. Because it says two magicians, not two works of magic.
سحران تظاهرا. Okay. It says here.
That is a huge difference
I didn't read it.
in a historical story.
Yes, okay. Yes. In the Qur'an, we have different, like, in the different Qur'an, there's different
So which one's true?
words that change, and these are all true. They're all true, all of them.
It can't be.
Yes, it can.
Well, hold on.
No,
my question.
It's a
Hold on.
contradiction.
Well, my question would be, which one was the original Arabic? Because they're
all original Arabic. Okay.
Well, hold on a second. Hold on. Now, hang on. It can't be. Both of them can't be the original because they're both not exactly the same, letter for letter, dot for dot, tittle for tittle.
Okay.
Definitely not.
I actually
No.
like how you brought this up. I like it.
Because
No, hold on.
it is not.
I'll explain
Well,
to you.
hang on. Hold on. Let me just finish my point real quick, because the typical argument is that the Arabic Quran is exactly this 100% perfectly preserved, letter for letter, dot for dot, word for word, everything 100%. That's the typical argument. That's one of the miracles of the Quran. So if you have it to where both of them can't be the same because both of them are not 100% the same. So that's why I ask, which one is the original Arabic? The 100% Arabic from the original, because it can't be. Because well, I was just gonna say because it can't be both because they're both not 100% the same.
And there's a historical account there. They're contradicting each other.
So we believe that the Quran was brought down, revealed to the Prophet ﷺ by all these different qira'at. These different qira'at, the Prophet went to different people, and according to their accent or according to the so when he came down and taught them. This Quran that you're opening now, Warsh, Birawayt Warsh, is the Quran, and what I read, for me, the one that we were reading before was also Hafs. It's also the Quran. These were all written down, and there's one hadith or one circumstance that happened. Okay, let me talk now.
No. Let me ask. That's not answering. That's not
answering my question, though.
Okay, can I talk?
Yeah, no, I'm not answering the question. I'm gonna mute you now because you're talking over me. Don't talk over me. We're going to get back to the actual meaning of this because this is two completely different meanings, and I want you guys to focus on this because this one claims that the Hafs, this one here, claims that it was that they said two works of magic. This one, where he's claiming they actually mean the same thing, which they don't, says two magicians supporting each other.
Can I talk?
Not two works of magic.
So
no, this is completely different. So what did they say? This is a direct quote of a historical event.
Can I respond, please?
Well, hold on. Actually, so you weren't actually responding to what I was saying. You were just talking about the different dialects.
I was getting to it. I swear to God, I was getting to it.
No, I know, but no, hold on, because my exact question is which one is the original Arabic that hold on, hang on, let me just finish my question before you start talking, because if you're talking, then you're not listening, okay? Right. And Allah made you with 2 ears, 1 mouth, so try to use it at that ratio, okay? Listen a little bit more than what you're speaking, because you're not listening when you're speaking, okay? So when I'm specifically asking which one is the original Arabic Quran, I'm referring to the one that was originally not in the dialect that Muhammad spoke to other people in other nations, depending on their location. I'm not referring to that. I'm referring to the one that Allah revealed himself to Jibril or to the angels that came to Muhammad. Because Muhammad wasn't speaking. I mean, did he know different Arabic dialects, or is Arabic preserved 100% the exact same? Which one is it? That's why I ask, what is the original Arabic Quran that was spoken by Allah that Muhammad originally spoke? Not in the different dialects, but the original Arabic.
Okay. So I'll get you to answer this question exactly perfectly from a hadith. Okay. There was once a person reading, it was a Sahabi who was reading the Quran. Okay. Umar, the Sahabi Umar, he came up to him and he heard him. He was like, "What are you reading? This is wrong. This is not how it was sent down." He grabbed him by his clothes. He dragged him to the Prophet. He was like, "Listen to how he's reading the surah." He read it in front of him. The Prophet was like, "Okay, read it." So this companion, he read it. Then he told Umar, "Read it as well." Umar read it. He was like, "This is how." And then the Prophet looked at them. He was like, "It was brought down like this, and it was brought down like this." So this shows from this hadith that it was brought down. And this Quran that you opened, the قالوا سحراني.
No,
قالوا سحراني.
No, hold on.
brought
No, he's
down
good.
in the same way.
Ah,
They were
interesting.
brought
Okay,
down.
so hold on. So hold on. So it was brought down like this, and then it was brought down like this. So you don't have. So now you have two different Arabic Qurans because they were both
No.
brought down in different way. Well, hold on.
No.
Because what you just said was, this was brought down and this was brought down. So now you have two different things that were brought down. Is what
The
you're
thing
saying?
is, they're different qira'at. They're different qira'at. They're not different Quran. They're different qira'at. And I think you know what qira'at is. I told you.
History.
What
This
is-
is a
hold on,
history
what-
question? No,
Yeah.
we do need to have this addressed first
Okay,
before
okay.
we move on. What historically did they say? Because this is one historical account, and we're getting two different sayings out of one historical account. So was it two acts of magic, or was it two magicians?
Okay, so if
What
you go after
historically
a scholar
happened?
saying,
Just answer
if you
the
go back
question,
to-
dude.
Okay.
Just
Can I-
answer the
can I-
question.
Okay, listen. First of all, I'm not a scholar to be talking to be interpreting
Ah, so you're not a scholar.
Listen. Okay, I'll still
Run
answer you.
boy.
I'll still
Run
answer you.
to.
I'll still
The
answer you. I'll still
dishonorable,
answer you.
cowardly run to.
I will still answer you. I will still answer you.
Well, hold
The
on. No.
answer-
Hold on. You're not a scholar, so we shouldn't listen to what you have to say.
No,
You're not a scholar.
because I've heard scholars talking about stuff similar to this.
Then hold on. Then don't. There's no
I'm
reason for you to
asking-
mention.
No.
there's
about
I've listened to scholars.
specifically
That's why.
This is why this one is so powerful. It's because it's a historical account.
I'm telling you now.
Because in
I'm trying to answer
history,
you. I'm
someone
trying to
can
answer you.
only say one thing or the other. They cannot say
Can I
both.
answer you?
And if it's
I'm
from
trying
the
to- I'm trying to
same
respond.
author, from the same observer, then it should be the same.
I
Which
have the
it's
answer.
not. It's vastly different between
It's
the
not
two.
different. It's not different. Listen,
It's
I'll
not.
give you.
Yes,
I'll give,
it is.
I'll give you a
Two
point.
works of
I'll give you-
magic
I'll-
or two
I'll answer you right
magicians
now.
or
Do you want me to answer
magicians.
you? Do you want me to answer you? Do you want me to
Go
answer?
ahead.
Okay.
Which is it?
Okay.
Which did they
So,
say?
Taking,
Because it's quoting them.
I'll get to what they said. Okay. So my interpretation for this would be that some of these disbelievers said that it's two magicians, and some of them said that it's.
That's not what the Quran says.
Two magicians. No.
That's
But
not what
it's
the
given-
Quran says.
So,
This
okay,
one here
I'll tell you from the
says and
Quran.
directly quotes them. Stop it. This one here directly quotes them and says two works of magic supporting each other. Same writer, same observer. God Almighty is supposed to be saying this, right? So God Almighty also says that the same thing in the Arabic, in this other Quran, says that they really said two magicians or magicians. I didn't even say two magicians, if memory serves. It's been a while since I translated it.
Eric, I don't mean to butt in, but the ironic, this is kind of ironic, but I think the problem that you're running into is you're saying I'm not a scholar, but yet again you feel comfortable enough with giving your own interpretation. You get revelations from Allah? Do you get revelations? No. So then why are you
Listen,
doing
bro,
interpretation?
It's because I've heard scholars talk about this stuff, so I have some knowledge on it.
Scholars
Okay,
are wrong.
So hold on, hang on. So let me. So I also have scholars as well. So if I were to share my screen, if I can.
All right, there you go. You might need
That's
to
possible.
adjust since we're vertical.
Can you guys read that?
Nope.
Barely.
Well, that's
Qutila. Okay.
Yep.
He got
So
killed
one of the
and fought.
yeah,
Okay.
exactly. So one is fought, one is killed. These are two. These are Arabic. This is in the Arabic Quran from 3146.
Okay.
And even even Arabic speaking, like look, notice the notes down here. There are different vowels in these words. Notice there's different vowels. So the Arabic is not 100% the same. Remember? So these changes the meaning from the active to the passive, and thus changes the meaning of the verse. And so here, from just the warsh and the hafs, you have a difference in meaning. You have a difference in the word, and you have and it's not about just simply pronunciation or anything like that. The words are completely different. So you get even a 3-year-old who knows how to match shapes and sizes can tell that these are not 100% the exact same. And so when it comes to this specifically, and I hear you typing on a MacBook.
No, I'm not typing. I swear. I'm on my
somebody
phone.
is. Somebody is.
No.
But
I know the exact ayah that you're talking about because I have it memorized.
Good.
Can I say it?
No,
Can I
no.
say it? I'm gonna tell you the explanation.
No, you don't have to even. It doesn't matter
If you got it memorized, then you don't have to see it.
No,
That's the
yeah,
point
because
of memorization.
No. Can I say it? Can I say it? I said.
Oh,
no, you don't have to. No,
Okay.
I'm saying.
No, I'll tell you because you're telling me it changes the meaning, and I'm trying to explain to you why.
Well, hold on. No, hang on a second, because I'm pointing out a scholar here. that knows the Arabic. And what does he say? There are different vowels in these words. These changes the meaning from the active to the passive, and thus changes the meaning of the verse.
Yes.
The meaning's even changed in the verse.
Yes, and I'm not denying that. The meaning
so
does change.
That would be two different Qurans.
So now
It
you
does not
have
mean it's two
hold on,
different
hold on,
Qurans.
hang on, guys, please hang on 1 second. So now you have two different Arabic meanings, which means that the Qurans, if you were to talk about it as a whole, 100%, they are not 100% the exact same in neither meaning nor words.
Yes, that's why it's different Qur'an. It's logical.
It's not Qur'an, it's Quran. It's a different Quran.
No, it's
if
not.
it's not one,
What
if it's
is-
not, hold on. If
Quran
it's not
is
100, hold on,
recitation.
hang on, hold on. If it's not 100% the exact same, it's something different. Because if it's
Okay,
not the
but
same, then it's different.
Within the thing. That's why
If
we
it's
read Quran.
either way,
That's
if
why
it's
we can't-
different
we
in
can't
any,
mix
hold on.
it.
If it's different in any way, shape, or form, then it's not the same in every way, shape, and form.
No, I wouldn't believe.
Yeah, yeah. Because again, it's not 100% the exact same. So let me say it again. If it's not the same, if it's different in any way, shape, or form, it's not the same in every way, shape, and form.
That's the laws of logic right there. We would call that the
Okay.
laws of
The
non-contradiction.
thing is, listen, as I told you before, there's Quran, and it was written different. It was told in different.
These are both
qira'at.
the Quran, and they both have different meanings.
It's not. It doesn't. Listen. That's why we specify this is a riwayat Warsh, this is a riwayat Hafs, this is a riwayat.
Right, and they're
Ibn
both
Kathir,
different
this is a
Arabic
riwayat, this is a riwayat,
Qurans.
this one. This is why we specify. We didn't say this is just Quran and then it has this words. That's what
Right, but that's what I'm saying. You have. That's what I'm saying. You have to differ between the Hafs and the Wash because they're not exactly the same.
Yes,
that's the point.
We differ.
That shows that you have, and they're both Arabic Qurans, which shows that you have
and
different Arabic Qurans.
That's the thing. We do differ between them. When I read,
perfect.
Now,
then you, if you have to differ between,
let me continue. Let me just say
if
something.
you have to differ between the Arabic Qurans, that means you have different Arabic Qurans. You just digged your own grave.
No. Listen. But that does not mean that it's different Qurans. I'm saying it's different.
If you got to, never mind.
It does.
Literally defined it as that, dude. Seriously.
I like how you're looking in deep stuff to just point out contradictions. When I'm telling you it's not contradictions, and it was revealed in these ways.
Oh, if you want to get in the contradictions, I can do that as well because I think there is one without a doubt that's a contradiction in the Quran.
That's true.
No matter which one you look at.
The creation, right? And I
No.
clearly told you it's not.
Nope. I wasn't even going to go there.
If I can just real quick before I leave, because I have to leave real quick. I just wanted to, because obviously I want you to go right back to what you're doing. I have to leave pretty soon, so I wanted to give just a quick philosophical, theological issue I have with this whole Qira'at stuff. That's all I'm going to do because that's my specialty, right? It's like theological, philosophical foundations of Islam. So I'm just going to do that real quick.
Nice.
According to...
yes.
Yeah, he froze.
Nope.
Nope.
So,
you got nope.
So according to
what? Do what? We were waiting. To what?
I got you on the edge of the seat there. You saw that? That was on purpose. All right. So, according to all the theologians and stuff, the Quran is the eternal speech of Allah. And Allah, according to all Muslims, is one in all aspects, all facets, every single way. He is one, including his eternal speech. His eternal speech is one. If we say that his eternal speech is multiplied or multiplicitous or differentiated in its meaning, in its mannerisms, in its delivery, we're saying that there is actual variation in the very divine nature of Allah, which means he is no longer one in some sense. If we are saying that the Quran, every single Arabic Quran, is the eternal, unchanging, single speech of Allah, then we would have to say that there is one Quran with one meaning, no dialectical differences, only one meaning on every verse, because that is the eternal, singular, undifferentiated speech of Allah. So the claim of Qira'at, which of course is a post hoc justification by scholars to make up for the fact that there's differences in Arabic, destroys the philosophical and theological foundations of Islam, claiming that the Quran is the divine, eternal, uncreated speech of Allah, which means that claiming and appealing to the Qira'at as distinctions in the Quran is actually claiming multiplicity in the eternal, unchanging, unified speech of Allah, which means that Allah, therefore, does not have eternal, unified speech because Allah is eternally thinking about contradictory, different meanings for the exact same event. which means Allah either is eternally wrong about a historical event or a historic narration, or Allah is eternally contradicting himself. And neither of these are desirable because then they both make him not Allah and theologically, philosophically, and metaphysically impossible. With that being said, I got a dash. Again, that is the metaphysical impossibility of appealing to the Qirats as a form of historical verification for the multiple Arabic Qurans because it destroys Islam theologically, metaphysically, and philosophically. Love y'all. See y'all later.
Bye.
And I'm going to have to dash from that point.
Yep. See ya. By the way, to add on to what David said, the two verses I'd like to add on to it is Surah 6, verse 115, and as well as combo that with Surah 18, verse 27, which clearly states Allah's words cannot be changed. So if there's textual variance, that still is his words being changed.
No.
What do you mean no?
What you do have? What you?
As I told you,
do,
okay, listen. If you don't want to believe that, if you
you
take it
do
as
have
you want to
textual
take
variance.
it, you will take it as you want to take it. But I'm telling you now, as we have a hadith now, I'll just pulled it up. That
actually,
it's saying that Jibreel read the Quran to me in one harf, and I'm continuing it, asking, and I continued asking him to read it in different ways till he read it in 7 ahruf, which is basically the Quran, same thing. So this shows that Jibreel,
let me pause you there. No, your scholars do not know what that means. They have to interpret what that means.
Yeah, that's made up after the fact again. Sorry,
yeah,
it didn't exist before that Hadith again, which didn't
by the
exist
way,
200 years afterwards.
Earlier, you were going to talk about like scholars as well. Actually, I can actually quote to you scholars who actually talk about when it comes to one Quran, like Haytham Sidki specifically. I kid you not, in an actual Islamic interview with a Muslim, I forget his name. He's on the speaker's corner every now and then. He actually talks about how to he says, and I'm quoting here when I say this. So he says, quote, "One Quran is like lying to children." And then you have, and he actually is a Islamic scholar, by the way, in textual criticisms or in textual variants and stuff like that. Even Shabir Ali himself actually talks about, and he says, quote, "The various readings do not change anything that Muslims believe and do not affect the practices of Muslims in any significant degree," which he also goes on to say, quote, "We want to make sure, or we want to make sense of all of this and retrace the history of how the manuscripts became divergent. For is it that we have a variety of readings and the Quran and manuscripts to match?" So just two Muslim scholars right there, two big name Muslim scholars like Shabir Ali, for example, talks about how the textual variants within the Quranic manuscripts do not match, and we have to try to understand what those actually are, what the manuscripts we have, but it doesn't change any core doctrine or practice in Islam. But nonetheless, you do have textual variants nonetheless. And then Haytham Sidki says one Quran is like lying to children, and he says that with a big smile on his face too. So you do have Quranic scholars, Muslims, Islamic scholars say that you don't have one Quran, and these are the scholars of today. That's why Muhammad himself doesn't even say that. Nobody says that there's it's not 100% the same. He even said that it's the Speaker's Corner, retracting what he said before in previous debates in Speaker's Corner.
Also, one little thing to add on to what you said there, Hunter, is another thing about how there's a lot of the claim that there's only one Quran is because of the 1942 standardizing, because the Quran was not complete. Rather, it was finally like complete with the manuscripts when they put it all together in 1942 with that standardized copy, which was supposedly the one copy that they all have. But now, since it's been out, and now it's a problem between Muslims, and now they're all open about it. That's what I wanted to add.
I don't know anything about that specifically.
The claim is
it's all gone in the bin, not even the recycle bin. You can't even recycle it. It's gone to the waste, like poo. It's gone. We're proud of that, yeah?
That's funny.
Yep.
But so what did Ali Dawa say there?
What's
it's
that?
all gone in the bin, not even the recycle bin. You can't even recycle it. It's gone to the waste, like poo. It's gone. And we're proud of that, yeah?
Yeah, that's Ali Dawa for sure. Yeah, so I just want so you want to talk about how you're not a scholar, but you want to quote scholars. So I'm giving you scholars, and I'm even
These
showing you
scholars
the
that you
Arabic.
just mentioned, I've never heard of them.
You never heard of Shabir Ali?
No, these ones.
Wow,
If they're saying what
you must
you're
be
just
living under
saying.
a rock then.
No, okay, tell me his name exactly. How do you spell it?
Shabir Ali.
Shabir?
Shabir Ali. I am so shocked you don't know him.
Shabir Adi. Where
Shabir
is he?
Ali.
Like, where did he study?
Well, he's from Canada. Well, he studied out of is it Medina or Mecca? I can't remember which one.
Yeah, Medina.
Medina. Yeah, he studied that. Actually, both of the ones that I just quoted studied out of Medina.
Yeah, I've never heard.
Are you familiar with the Hijaz?
The ones
are you
that
familiar
we
with
take
the
our
Hijaz?
religions from are probably the older scholars. That's the they have the big books of fiqh. This is where we got our full religion from.
Well, Shabir Ali is counted as one of the leading scholars of Islamic studies today.
I mean, I really never heard of him. And if he
I'm
said stuff,
I'm actually shocked
he might be wrong.
that you
He might be wrong, and then
well then hold on. Then your scholars that are even older back then might be wrong too. Like, I mean, we're just gonna throw everybody out.
No, that's why we limit. That's why we take.
I think Uthman could be wrong. You know, he could have burned the wrong Quran. He could have been wrong. Like, I mean, are we really gonna go to
we brought down this Quran and we will preserve it. This is what we believe in Quran. This is what Allah said.
Hold on. I was gonna say, that could be wrong.
That's not wrong. Listen, bro.
No, but that's what I'm saying though. That's what I'm saying though. But just saying they could be wrong, just to be like, oh well, you know, they could be wrong, so you never know. It's like, okay, well, if that's the case, then Uthman could be wrong. The Quran could be wrong. You never know. Like, I mean, that's the level of skepticism you have now at this point. Instead of actually diligently, instead of diligently going into this and actually researching yourself, instead of being biased and saying, oh no, what if they're wrong? Like, look up Shabir Ali.
You're telling
just
me
look
to
him up.
research, and I told you already. I stated my case, and I told you about the Qur'at and everything, and I believe what I believe,
which doesn't hold up to scrutiny, unfortunately.
Okay, you can believe whatever you want to believe.
It's not a
you can't according to this law. Nope.
I personally, I think I have made a foundational ground to stand on to say that the Arabic. And by the way, I'm not saying because I'm going from Islamic scholars as well. I'm not saying that this changes any of the essential Islamic doctrine or practices. I'm not saying that, but to make the argument that it is 100% the exact same word for word, that's not true. And I've done diligently my research. Looking at it,
and as I said before, like this, we believe that
it's not a Qur'at thing. It's not a Qur'at thing. It's not a Qur'at thing.
As we've already shown, it's historically different.
Yeah, it's not a Qur'at thing.
It's not historically different. I told you.
Contradiction.
These
you
people,
said that, but it doesn't hold up to scrutiny.
It, but you read the difference.
I've got hold on. Here's the thing. Hold on. You said, hang on a second, because you said you're not a Muslim scholar, or you're not a scholar, but you argue what scholars say. But then when you argue what scholars say, I'm literally going to the Arabic and showing you the differences. I'm showing you specifically the recitations, the qira'ats, the qira'ats specifically, what the differences are. And to say they're 100% the exact same, I'm showing you in the Arabic that they're not. It's not the same as tomato or tomato, because at least tomato and tomato has the same meaning. Kutila and katila, they not only sound different, they mean different as well. So it's not the same as accent.
Yes, they're not the same words.
No, they're not. Do you understand what an accent is?
Yeah, you can keep saying that.
Even the accent,
you can keep saying that, but at the end, but even with different accents, they still have different meanings as well. So just by you saying it's a different accent doesn't do anything or disprove my argument or any of my points.
Different words does not mean it's different Quran.
Yes, it does.
Different ways
the
of
Quran is the recitation. The recitation is different.
Let me give an example. If I hang on. Let me give an example. If I wrote a 100-word essay, and then I took one word out of that essay and I changed it completely to a different word, or both in remember 100, there's a 100-word essay over here, and there's the same 100-word essay over here, but I just changed one word. Are they 100% the exact same?
I don't know why you're comparing Quran to an essay.
No, I'm just asking. Are they 100%? Yeah, are they 100% the exact same?
And I told you Quran is not the same. No,
that's not what I asked.
Not the same.
That's
Quran
not what
and
I
Muslim,
asked.
that's why they differ Quran.
That is the reason why you won't answer is because you know that if you said no, I'm demonstrating in the Arabic Qurans that it is not 100% the exact same. Because if you have one word,
I'm not disagreeing with you on this. I'm trying to get to you. I'm not
if it's
disagreeing.
not
I'm not
it is
disagreeing.
not 100% the exact same. If you're not disagreeing with
The
that,
Quran is one, has different qira'at.
Nope.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Nope. Is the Quran in Arabic? Is the Quran in Arabic?
Yes.
Okay, so you have different Arabic Qurans. They're not the same.
Different ways of reading it. Yes.
Yeah, different meanings and everything. Yep, you're right.
But it's not major differences. It's just differences.
No, they're not major
words and
differences, but they're
accents.
different nonetheless. So you have different Arabic Qurans. Thank you.
That does not mean that there's contradiction. Still.
Well, we can get into that, but I'm just simply demonstrating that there's differences. So
Differences
good. We're
in the Qur'an,
past
yes, obviously, because I told you Jibril.
the
Jibril,
Qur'an or Arabic.
He told him he
the
came down
Qur'an.
to
Okay,
Muhammad
we're going in a
with 7
circle now.
different
The
Qur'ans, yes,
Qur'an is we're going in a circle now. The Qur'an is different Arabic Qur'ans. So since you have different Arabic Qur'ans, they're not 100% the exact same.
Yes.
Because of the Qur'ans.
Okay.
All right, so they're different Arabic Qur'ans.
If you would want to state it that way, okay, but like.
Okay,
then
you don't have
more than one
then you
Arabic
don't
Quran.
Yeah, you don't have one Arabic Quran. Okay, good. Now, if we want to go into contradictions specifically, I have a specific one. If Eric, if that's okay.
Sure. Nail it.
All right. So, I got a specific one. I can share it if you want me to.
Go. Shoot, do. Don't look at me. I'll be a fly on the wall. I'm good.
just chill for a little while or something. Whatever. I got this. No, I'm kidding. Let me make sure I am.
If I pull up what I'm going to pull up, all heck's going to break loose. So,
all right.
What are you going to do?
Okay, I'm sharing it. Hold on. Let me see if I can zoom in. Or
nice
I
picture
need
of
to zoom in.
Muhammad.
All right. Okay, can you read this?
If you're asking me, the answer is no.
Okay,
I could read that.
My screen's smaller than your guys's.
I can
okay,
read that.
I don't.
read that?
What's
no?
What's the guy? What's your name, dude? Sorry, I don't.
That's Abdul.
Abdul, can you read 3518 of the Quran, please, right here? This is Quran.com, so it's not like it's not a bias source or anything.
Yeah, I'm sorry, just because. Okay, where is it? No,
it's right here on the screen.
Burdened with sin will bear the burden of another, and if a sin-burdened soul cries of help with its burden, none of it be carried even by a close relative. You, O Prophet, can only warn those who stand in awe of their Lord without seeing Him and establish prayer. Whoever purifies themselves, and they only do so for their own good, and to Allah is the final return.
Yep. You agree with that? Nobody can pay. No soul burdened with sin will bear the burden of another. So nobody.
Wait, what's? Let me look up. Go to the. What surah is this one? Fatir. Okay, let me go to.
Yep.
I need to just get the Arabic one because I don't.
No, you're good. If you want me,
Arabic will say the same thing according to scholars.
Yeah, because I just understand it better in Arabic because the Quran
well, that's fine. Because I have the Arabic. I have the Arabic here pulled up as well. So I have that also. So we can go. So yeah, it translates. It's a pretty spot on translation specifically with that. So, but by all means, go for it.
Yeah. Just 1 second.
Sure.
Okay, what's this? What's that sound? I know.
35:18. Surah 35, ayah 18.
Okay, I got it. So there's a weird.
I can hear that playing in the background.
I do not know who that is.
I don't know what that is.
That's funny. It's I forgot his name. Ali.
Is it from me? The sound.
I have no idea.
Can you kick me out and can we put me back in? Because I don't know what the sound is.
That's so
okay. Yeah, I can kick you and you can just click the link and come right back. So here you go. Kick for now. Come on back in whenever you're ready. Are you going where my last video went? I'm just wondering.
By the way, Eric, if you did see my chat, I might have accidentally said something wrong, and I understand we make mistakes, but I don't think it was justified for someone to call me an idiot in the comments. I understand it happens. I'm just saying.
Well, misspeaking happens. I
Yeah.
don't hold a Muslim to it. That's why I asked them to clarify themselves multiple times to make sure we actually know what they're saying before.
Yeah.
Is he coming back?
Something bad. Yep, he's back.
Okay. Cool.
Fantastic. Welcome back.
Okay.
Yes.
So 35:18. So would you agree that here it says no soul burning with sin will bear the burden of another? Would you agree with that? Nobody will pay for the sins of others in any way, shape, or form. Nobody will take any other burden of sin from another in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah. If someone individual did something, a sin, I would not be responsible for his sin. Yes.
In any way, shape, or form, no matter what that means or what that is. I mean,
according to the tafsir, I would look
according to the Quran. This is the Quran, my friend.
Yeah. No one will take the burden of any sin of another person if
in any way, shape, or form.
Let's say I don't know.
Just in any way, shape, or form.
Any way, shape, or
right?
form.
Yeah, like nobody will take the burden of a sin to anybody else, from anybody else, right? No soul burning with sin will bear the burden of another.
I'll say it like this: if someone sinned, I'm not gonna be responsible for sin. Yes.
Good. So no soul burning with sin will bear the burden of another, right?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. And everybody, we're in agreement.
I know where you're going for this. Show me the other ayah.
Where am I going with this?
Just continue.
No, where I want to now that you said that, now I gotta know.
He thinks he's got this.
Where do you think I'm going next?
So okay, continue. Where's your contradiction?
All right. It is 29:13. Because remember, you just said nobody will bear the burden of sins of another, right? So now if I go here, and again in 35 specifically, there's no specifics. It says nobody will bear the burden of sin. I've read the context all around it. There's nobody will.
Yeah.
29:13 says
no. I know.
29.
Now this exact same ayah. Okay.
29:13.
They will take the sins if they led them astray. So I did something wrong. We believe in Islam. Let's say I post videos online of disgusting, showing the private parts of people. Okay. People watch this.
So yeah, exactly. So
I'm gonna take the sin of them because I was the one who's because
you just said no one would bear the sins of another.
Yeah,
that's very clear in the Quran.
This case, yes.
Except for this, which would be
no. In the case,
that is
in the case of
that's a contradiction.
That's not a contradiction.
It is. I'll tell you why. Hold on. Hang on. I'll tell you why. So this one specifically says no soul burdened with sin will bear the burden of another. Clear cut case. Period. There's no ands, ifs, or buts about it. There's no context. Hang on. Hold on.
That's what it's saying, dude. Come on.
Hold on. No. Notice how you can't stop talking now. All of a sudden, you can't
because you're putting words in my mouth. Listen, can I make my case?
Hold on. Let me finish.
You guys are good at this, wallah. You're good at like trying to point out contradictions. There are not really contradictions. You're really good at it.
Oh, it definitely is.
I give you props. May Allah guide you.
Well, Allah guides me in showing the contradictions in the Quran. So
may Allah guide you. We'll see Day of Judgment. Let's see. Just continue, because can I talk after you finish, or?
Sure, after I'm done. So there's no context in any way, shape, or form. It's talking about anything else. So here specifically, you have no soul burdened with sin will bear the burden of another. And it doesn't give context in anything else. It just simply says no soul burden with sin will bear the burden of another. Clear cut case, right? That means in any way, shape, or form, because it doesn't give context in any other case or scenario, which means once you do go to 29:13, and they say they will be made to carry their own burdens as well as other burdens along with their own. That means now you do have a place where someone will bear the burdens of others. So which one is it? Either no one will bear the sins of another, or someone will bear the sins of another in this certain scenario.
Okay,
because it can't be both.
Okay, yeah, I get you. I get your point. It's a valid point. It's a valid point for it's good. It's tricky, Okay. So,
it's not tricky. It's what it is.
No. You're trying to
And yet the
change it.
Quran is
Okay.
and yet the
It's
Quran is supposed to be
perfectly
you
clear.
mentioned, okay,
yeah,
if you look at
it's supposed to
tafsir,
be completely
okay,
clear in all
listen,
that it
for us,
teaches.
yeah, it's clear. It's clear to me, and I understand it, and I can
Yeah,
explain
it's
it
a
now.
clear
Okay?
contradiction.
Yeah, no, it's clear in the meaning, and it makes sense for me. So you got as we said, no one takes the burden of another person. This tafsir of it
In
is
any way,
basically,
shape, or form.
if listen to me, can I talk? Okay.
Is that a
In any way,
tafsir?
but the Quran is without the tafsir, how can we understand the Quran?
Is
We
the
have to-
Quran incomplete then without if there's no tafsir?
What do you mean?
Yeah,
Is
No,
the
it's
Quran
complete.
incomplete?
It's complete, but to understand it, you need
Okay,
tafsir.
then we don't need the tafsir. Throw the
No,
tafsir
to
out.
understand it,
Only
you have to
read what's
understand.
here.
You have to
Wait, so
understand.
in order to understand it, we need something else. We need man-made things
Yep.
in order to understand
Fabricated
Quran's
No, we need
words.
stuff
scholars
to
that
understand the Quran.
are gifted.
That's what he's
Scholars
saying.
that are gifted enough to explain the
So
exact.
they're better explaining the Quran than Allah is Himself, who gave us the
No,
Quran.
because Allah sent it
Or
down as
Muhammad.
one.
You're better than Muhammad.
No,
Yeah, that
So
is
plain and simple.
no.
That's what that means.
because Muhammad,
that's a
Muhammad,
contradiction.
exactly,
That's a
Muhammad,
contradiction in the Quran
listen,
itself.
Muhammad made dua and supplication to Allah for a person, for one of his Sahabi. What's
here
his
we
name?
go.
No. I'm telling you. What's his name? Forgot his name. Abu Hurairah, first of all. And
Who?
was it Ibn Abbas? Abdullah ibn Abbas.
I love the fact that you brought up Ibn Abbas, because Ibn Abbas himself, hold on. Actually, if you're going to bring up Ibn Abbas, Ibn Abbas agrees with me.
Okay, can I finish? So he made dua and for him to understand and to be able to basically understand the Quran and teach it and stuff. Okay, so this is
Actually, hold on. If you're going to Ibn Abbas, if you go to Ibn Abbas about 35:18, he even talks about and he even gives examples. He says at 35:18, nobody will take the burdens of anybody else's sins, and he actually starts giving like examples. And now in the examples that he gives, he's not saying that those are the examples that the ayah is referring to, but even Ibn Abbas agrees with me that nobody will take the burdens of sins for anybody else. So Ibn Abbas actually agrees with me.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yep.
So can I now explain to you the ayah? Basically, what it means is that the first one.
Which one? 35:18 or 29:13?
Yes, exactly. So let's say
which one?
Someone did a sin. The one did not take a burden of any sin. Okay. I did a sin. Okay. Mm-hmm. You will not be accountable for this sin I did. Does not.
I won't be accountable for any sin that you did in any way, shape, or form.
Listen to me. Let's say I killed a person. Okay. I killed a person.
Sure.
Now, this.
If I guide you in killing that person, will I be? Hold on. Let me ask you. If I guide you in killing that person, am I? Yeah. It still says that I was.
You both take sins, obviously.
Yeah, but not yours, right?
I will take my sin, and you will take sins
right.
as well.
But I won't take yours, right?
To kill.
But again, I won't take yours, right?
I mean,
I won't bear yours, right?
No. You will because you're taking you led me to doing this sin.
You have sin, and you'll bear the sins of another.
But this one says no soul burdened with sin will bear the burden of another.
In a specific case, okay? Specific case.
There's no specific case.
No, there is.
Soul. No. This is
for us. Let's say. Let me give you a prime example. Let me give you a prime example. Okay. Let me give you an example.
In any example you give, hold on.
Let's say someone. I'll tell you something.
Hang on. Hold on.
There's someone fasting. Okay. There's someone
fasting. Any example that you give, no soul burdened with sin will bear the burden of another. That's what it says in any example.
That's an absolute statement.
Yeah, because I asked you, because remember, I asked you in any way, shape, or form. You go, yeah. And so I was just like, okay, let's roll with that. And so, and so now you're given a specific example where now you can that contradicts the Quran.
Okay, so you said now, the first 35:18. I don't know what you said. 29:13 is the other one. Okay, so I told you the first one. I do a sin. You will not be held accountable if you I killed someone. Why should my brother be accountable for it if I killed him? Okay. Now getting to the other ayah. Let's say I led you to doing this thing, or I'm the one who's, the source of this sin. I'm posting videos online that has bad.
You still will not be burdened with. You will still not bearing the burden of another sin.
I'm posting stuff online that has haram.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, someone watches it. I will take the sin.
Doesn't matter. Nope. Not according to 35:18.
Listen, but it's not a contradiction, and I.
It is
nope. It's not.
Again, you will not. Again, even if you post something online,
if you talk to any scholar about this, you will not be able to argue with them.
Ibn Abbas.
Ibn
Abbas agrees with me.
He explained this ayah, and I'm sure for the other ayah, he explained another thing. He explained the same thing.
No, he doesn't. Ibn Abbas. Do you want to go? Hold on. Let's go to Ibn Abbas then, because Ibn Abbas literally, I kid you not, agrees with me. Hold on.
And by the way, I'm short in time because I actually have to go pray.
No. Go to Ibn Abbas about 35:18 specifically. He actually agrees with me that it doesn't matter in anything, and he even goes on to give on a list too. Like, it doesn't matter what anybody does, nobody will bear the sins of another. It doesn't matter in any example you give.
Okay,
real
quick.
Okay, and if we look at the other tafsir, it's going to say what I just said.
So now the tafsirs contradict?
No. I just told you. You said tafsir.
Because now you're telling me to go to other tafsirs.
Look at the tafsir of the other ayah.
I have. Ibn Abbas agrees with me on that too.
No, the other one.
Okay,
yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Look up here.
No one
since you don't have time, we'll cut this real short for you. Look up what Ibn Abbas says on this. Just simply look it up and see what the scholar says. Now, I just want to clarify one more thing. So you're saying if I lead you to sin, then I would bear the burdens of your sin. Is that correct?
If I lead you to the sin, yes, obviously.
Okay. In no other situation, though, in no other situation would a Christian or Jew bear the sins of another. Is that correct?
What do you mean, Christian or Jew?
Would a Christian, let's say hypothetically, a Christian or Jew, bear the burdens of Muslim sins?
Of Muslim sins?
Of Muslim sins.
Ooh.
I'm assuming you're Muslim, so I'm specifically saying you and me. Would I ever bear your burden of sin?
As a Christian.
As a Christian.
So I'm trying to...
At you.
No, because this question...
It's a simple yes or no. It's simple
I'm
yes
sure
or
my screen again, by the way.
Made an exception to make sure that the Quran doesn't contradict itself, even though it does. Now you're saying, I'm just making sure. Are you saying that there is no situation that I would ever bear your burdens unless I led you to sin?
I mean, in general, like if you're a Christian, if you're not Muslim, you're not gonna you're not going to believe like you're going to hell. Okay, so like you're already. What do you mean by holding the sin? Like you're already.
Am I going to bear your? It's a simple yes or no, dude. Stop skating around it. I know you're scared because I know the Quran and the Hadith more than you.
I'm not scared.
That's
by the way,
you're terrified.
By the way, I'm sharing my screen again. I have Ibn Abbas actually pulled up.
Okay, well, let's get to this real quick, and then we can go back to Ibn Abbas. Just answer the question. Is there a situation that a Christian would bear, a random Christian, let's say a random Christian would bear the sin for another random Muslim? There's no relation between the two. Sins.
Give me an example. I can't understand your question.
I gave you an example, and you didn't seem to understand it there.
Well, give me the example.
Stop skating around the question and just answer. Would I bear the sins for any random Muslim if I'm a Christian when I die? Yes or no?
I mean, you're already
yes or no.
This is
you're running scared. Come on.
I'm not running. It just doesn't make sense.
He said he had to go anyways. So
here's where it is, because yes, according to the Hadith, Christians and Jews will bear the sins of Muslims.
Okay.
According to when the day of
when it will be the day of resurrection, Allah would deliver to every Muslim, a Jew or Christian, and say, that is a rescue from hellfire.
And we continue on.
To say, no Muslim would die, but Allah would admit in his stead a Jew or a Christian in hellfire. Umar bin Abd al-Aziz, my Arabic accent's horrible, took an oath by one besides whom there is no God but he, thrice that his father had narrated that to him from Allah's messenger. So here you actually have.
And then again, this specifically says, even if Muslims came with sins as heavy as a mountain, they will be put on the backs of Jews and Christians. These are random Jews and Christians. What an evil God.
He would place in their stead the Jews and the Christians.
Yeah, you gotta look deep into tafsir, you know.
We don't.
That's
this
Sahih.
is the Muslim scholarship right here.
That's Sahih. So that's
the Hadith itself, my guy.
Yes.
Yeah, that's Sahih. So it's authentic.
Abdul, what does Sahih mean? Abdul, what does Sahih mean?
Sahih means authentic.
Yeah,
exactly. So it has a strong chain of narration. You would consider this authentic. Okay, so it's reliable.
So
yes, okay.
And
So
it
it contradicts
says,
the Quran.
heavy sins as a
Ooh.
mountain, and Allah will forgive them.
Eric.
Yes.
Hold on, and Eric, to
I
point
guess-
out
I guess,
something too.
yes,
Early,
this
hold
is
on,
the-
Abdul. Earlier, you actually said we base our teachings and doctrine off of the Quran and the Hadiths. So now you have a Hadith that goes directly against the Quranic teaching.
Not just
No,
a
it doesn't.
hadith,
It
Sahih
doesn't.
hadith.
It doesn't.
Yeah, it's a Sahih hadith.
The Quran. If you
Okay.
look at the tafsir, again, you guys don't want to look at the tafsir. You just want to look at the
I
English
have
translation. which
I
is
have the
not even-
tafsir right here. Look, I have the
The
tafsir
Quran
right here.
tafsir.
I have.
Okay, left.
Hold on.
Open.
I got hold on. I got Ibn Abbas. I got Jalalain. I got Ibn Kathir. I mean, so I got 3 right here, and
let's
I kid you
see them.
not. Hold on. So right here, Ibn Abbas right here. And no burdened soul can bear another's burden, i.e., with a good disposition of the soul, but only insofar as it is forced to do so. It is also said that this means no soul will be taken to task for the crime of another. And it
Yes.
is also said that this means no soul will be tormented without having committed a crime. And if one heavy laden with sins crieth for help with his load, not of it, none of the sins will be lifted, even though he unto whom he crieth be of kin, his father, mother, son, or daughter. So this is literally saying it doesn't matter if it's your mother, father, son, relative, and it doesn't matter who it is, no sins will be lifted off of that person for another person.
Okay, can you
Period.
open the other tafsir? Can you open to the
Yeah,
tafsir of the other ayah? The other ayah.
Hold on. Is Ibn Abbas wrong?
No.
Are
It's
you-
not wrong. This is for the first ayah.
So if we're not wrong, then here you go. Here's a hadith that strongly contradicts that.
طيب,
Now,
okay,
I'm
can you open the other
gonna have
ayah?
to-
You showed.
We're going to have
what
to
is it?
go ahead and close this
No,
out here.
Everything empty. You told me 2 hadiths. Where's the second ayah? I mean, the second.
What do you mean? This is
ayah.
all one hadith.
No, not
Well,
the
hold on.
hadith.
This is all one big
I mean,
hadith.
he showed me before
Wait,
that the two
hold on.
ayahs,
We
right,
were
that
talking.
contradict each other.
Hold on.
that you guys
Hang
are
on.
saying.
35. Hold on. First off, we were talking about 35:18,
Yes.
where you were saying like in no way, shape, or like in no way, shape, or form can anybody pay for the burdens of another.
Okay.
And then I showed you that in the tafsirs itself, they agree with me in any way, shape, or form. And so I gave you to where they even said it doesn't even matter if it's a relative. No
Okay, can you open
burden.
the tafsir for the other ayah now?
Well, hold on. Do you agree that this means that no burden will be paid for the other in any way, shape, or form?
In this, the ayah that said this, it's tafsir. It said that, yes. But the
Okay,
other
so
ayah,
Okay,
other
then
ayah
that
has,
would
has, a, has
be
a case. The other
a
ayah has a
contradiction
case.
here.
No,
We don't
and
even
hold
have
on.
to go to the other one.
That
It's
that's
right here.
actually
It's
that actually proves my point because
No, it
exactly
doesn't.
if this
You don't
says
want to get
exactly
the other tafsir. You
hold
don't
on,
want to get
hang
the
on,
other ayah.
no, hold
Can you
on,
get the other ayah?
No, hold on, because look, you even substantiated 35:18. That means it doesn't matter in any way, shape, or form. Because again, if that's the case, then you have a contradiction with ayah
Okay,
20.
nice.
I'm sorry, ayah 29.
Okay, get the tafsir for ayah 29.
No, hold on, but you already agreed that 35:18
No.
says that no way,
You
shape, or
get the
form.
tafsir for the other one. You don't play around. I'm telling you to get the other tafsir for the other one.
The only one that's playing around here is you, my friend, because you're over here saying that people can pay for the burdens of others. Which one is it?
Please. You
Yes,
got the
it's
tafsir
right
for the
here.
ayah
The
that says it
Sahih
cannot
hadith
break.
says that
You got the
Christians and
tafsir for
Jews,
the
random Christians and Jews. Now, the only way that this would make sense in light of that tafsir and that ayah is if Christians and Jews are without sin. It says no bearer of burdens will bear the burdens of another. So if you do not have any burdens, then you could bear the burdens of another, which means that these Christians and Jews who are being sent to hell by Allah are sinless and innocent. Plain and simple. Now,
by the way, hold on. So I have Ibn Abbas here as well, and he actually, ironically, he contradicts 35:18 as well, even what he says there. Because notice what he says here. But they verily will hear their own loads, their sins on the day of judgment, and their loads the sins of those they misled, beside their own, in addition to their own sins.
Yes,
and they
this is what I'm saying.
No, but hold on.
In
notice
this
something.
case, if you mislead someone, you're going to take a sin.
Hold on.
Yes. If you don't mislead them,
notice.
you have nothing to do with them, you're not going to take sin.
You just
Simple.
proved now that the tough. Now even Ibn Abbas now contradicts himself with 29:13.
No. I just told you there's 2 ayahs.
Yep.
This is a specific case where
Now the
this is a
tafsir
specific
contradicts
case for-
itself.
simple as that.
No, again, is that a specific case with 35:18? He said in no way, shape, or
because
form.
I can say the same thing. We're supposed to fast of Ramadan, right? But some people don't fast because they have an excuse. They're either old in age or they're traveling. Same thing. There's an
I'm
excuse for
specifically
everything.
hold on. I am specifically
specific
referring
cases.
to this.
Simple as that.
It's not that simple, my friend. You're trying to make it simple when actually the only simple point here is that it is a clear. So the Quranic challenge could produce any chapter, even as short as the shortest one you possibly can, which Omar actually did. We have that with the Hadiths and tafsirs as well. And then you have a contradiction in the Quran. You try to explain it away, but even the tafsirs contradict themselves as well.
No, I
That's just what it is.
Specific meaning that gives a specific case,
and it contradicts.
No, it does not contradict.
Yes, it does. You can keep denying it. Yeah, both can be true. Sorry.
And then you have this hadith on top of it that just ends it all.
How's guys? I want to go, but I just want to leave out with this message.
Islam is false.
Continue what you're doing.
And very simple.
Just you know that day of judgment, you will be held accountable for everything you're saying. And
on the day of
actually,
judgment,
correction.
You'll be facing me.
I'll
be your in front of you day of judgment, and you will see. And I ask Allah to.
Here, I'll finish with this.
If you were gonna do this,
hold on. Let me say. Hold on, Abdul, real quick.
Anyway,
hold on, Abdul. I was just gonna say this real quick. Christ, you will stand before God as if you were Christ, because Christ stood before God as if he were you. Come to the truth, faith, my friend. The Quranic challenge has been met.
I can find you a lot of contradictions in the Bible. We can talk those,
but I don't have a Quranic challenge.
Hold on. With contradictions.
Hang on.
Filled with contradictions.
Hold on, but the Quranic challenge has been met, so you need to come out of that.
After all,
how about no? I don't buy your Allah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
So thank you guys so much for joining us. I think we're going to go ahead and wrap it on up there. The fact is, the only way this hadith, and I did this in my last video, can be consistent is if Allah is sending on the day of resurrection, which is what he was saying. On the day of resurrection, we already know what Christians and Jews will be doing. We'll be paying for the Muslims' sins according to Islam in hell. Unless we are sinless, in that case, we would still be paying for the Muslim skins, because that's the only thing that makes any sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
So thank you guys so much. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. And is there anything my two guests want to plug?
Yeah, if you want to check, I was going to say, if you want to check out my channel too, it's Everything NT. So at Everything NT, capitalized NT, no spaces or anything like that. If you want to check out my channel, I've been working on things in the background. So I haven't been producing anything as much, but I come onto these streams as well. And sometimes
you just come and raid other people's streams. I got you.
Yeah, you know, I bring
good content and all this.
Bring the love, bring the fun. Yeah, so check it out. The name's right here at the bottom, actually, but there's no space in between. So give that a check out if you like. And it's just doing stuff like this. My master's is in, well, it's not, I don't have one yet, but it's studying New Testament in my master's. So it's just Christianity from somebody with that background. So it's just what I like to do. So there you go.
Something I would like to plug is I'm making like a apologetics channel. I'm beginning to start that more, and I want to start making live streams. With some like Everything NT or a few others, and we all try to do help others. So if my channel is my username that it's displayed here, if you want to check it out, it's with no spaces.
And you probably, if you're live and you want me on there, I'll probably jump on with you.
All right.
I will join on if you'd like for me to.
Yes, I'm all right with that.
So thank you guys so much. Remember that Jesus Christ is the only way, the truth, and life. There is no way into heaven except through the blood of the cross. And as you've seen today, this once again was proven true.
The bluff. Huh? So you're probably playing cards, and he cheated.
Liar! Liar! Liar!
So again, once again, since we got so many in the chat calling us liars because we read their own sources to them, sorry guys, look up all the references. They are there. This is not my religion. This is yours. And unfortunately, you have got yourself one evil God who will make innocent people pay on the day of resurrection for the sins of Muslims.